रहने वाली है। लेकिन हाँ, अभी के लिए टीम का जो आईजीएल रहने वाला है वो एज़टेक रहने वाला है। मतलब मैं आप गेम के बाहर आप आईजीएल लीडर या फिर वो जो कैप्टन कह सकते हो वो चीज़ में रहने वाला हूँ। बट अभी जो पर्टिकुलर गेम खेली जा रही है तो उसके अंदर रोल डिफाइन है, तो वहाँ पे वो रहने वाला है। लेकिन काफ़ी मज़ा आया। एंड रॉकी भाई, जो आप ये बैचलर बोल रहे हो आजकल इंट्रोडक्शन में, मैं चाहता हूँ जल्द से जल्द हटे एंड आप भी वो टैग हटा के इंसान भाई की कैटेगरी में जुड़ जाओ तो ज़्यादा अच्छा लगेगा मेरे को।
आई विश बहुत जल्द है। एट द एंड मेरा प्रॉमिस भी है कि शादी में सबको बुलाना है और सब एक बार में घेरे में नाचेंगे। लेट्स होप फॉर द बेस्ट। कम से कम यहाँ कोई नहीं हारेगा, इस वाले में सभी जीतने वाले।
चलिए, रॉकी भाई की शादी की चर्चा हम करेंगे गाइस। उसके लिए ना एक रॉकी का स्वयंवर हम एक अलग आईपी बनाएंगे। लेकिन अभी डिवाइन भी हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं। डिवाइन, कैसे हो आप?
बढ़िया यार इंसान भाई, आप बताओ।
मैं बहुत बढ़िया हूँ यार। और बिहाइंड द ग्लू वॉल में ना हम नए गेस्ट के साथ मुलाकात करते हैं तो हमें आपके साथ बात करने का मौका मिलता है, तो और ज़्यादा मज़ेदार हम लोग का पूरा माहौल हो जाता है। बट माहौल को थोड़ा और वेवी बनाने के लिए अब पहला सवाल राइट अवे 7 करोड़ की धनराशि का सवाल पहला हमारे फौजी अजय से पहला सवाल। फौजी भाई, हमने ग्रुप स्टेजेस के मुकाबले देखे थे। पहला सप्ताह आपने भी टेबल टॉप किया था एंड साथ में एस12 एलीट ने भी टेबल टॉप किया था। बहुत ही जबरदस्त उन्होंने खेला था। लेकिन अगले सप्ताह ऐसा क्या गड़बड़ी हो गई कि एस12 एलीट दे कुड नॉट क्वालिफाई। आई नो मुकाबले टफ थे, लेकिन 150 का स्कोर क्रॉस करना पहले हफ्ते में, टेबल टॉप करना पहले हफ्ते में और दूसरे सप्ताह में बॉटम पे रहना, इन दोनों चीजों में बहुत बड़ा फर्क होता है। तो मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ फ्रॉम योर एक्सपीरियंस कि ऐसा क्या मोमेंटम में ड्रॉप आया कि क्वालिफिकेशन ही वहां पे मुश्किल हो गई?
इसमें 2-3 पॉइंट हो सकते हैं, लेकिन एक जैसे सबसे मेन चीज़ बोलूँ, एक तो होता है दिन, चलो दिन नहीं था। लेकिन दूसरा जो गेम का नेचुरल गेम पे रहता है, जैसे कि बात करूँ मैं, सब बोलते हैं कि एलीट अग्रेसिव है, खेलती है, वो खुद भी कहते हैं कि हम तो अग्रेसिव हैं। तो अग्रेसिव के साथ में उन्होंने फर्स्ट गेम देखा, उन्होंने अपना जो ड्रॉप पॉइंट होने वाला था, जहाँ पे क्लैश फाइट होने वाला था, उन्होंने वहीं पे अपने आप को बैक साइड कर लिया था अपने आप को कि ड्रॉप पॉइंट अवॉइड कर दिया कि दूसरी लोकेशन पे चले गए। तो बस वहाँ से थोड़ा सा जो बैक स्टेप किया और फिर वो जो दिन खराब था उसके कारण चलते वक्त जो था कमबैक से जो गेम था वो इतने खराब जाते गए और जो एलीट थी, जो एसेट वाली एलीट थी, वो हमें बाहर हो चुने से।
कमिंग बैक टू द सेकंड क्वेश्चन, मेरा जो दूसरा सवाल दागा जाएगा वो आप दोनों में से कोई भी जवाब दे सकता है। नॉकआउट स्टेज में एक भी गलती बहुत महंगी पड़ सकती है। एज अ प्लेयर सबसे कॉमन मिस्टेक क्या होती है जो टीम्स को अंडर प्रेशर ला देती है?
चलो डिवाइन, ये आंसर
डिवाइन यार,
नहीं डिवाइन, ये बारीक क्वेश्चन है तुम्हारी।
देखो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ यार मेरे हिसाब से ना, ऐसे जब कम मैचेस होते हैं और क्वालिफिकेशन करना होता है तो फर्स्ट मैच बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करता है। क्योंकि फर्स्ट मैच में अगर अच्छा मोमेंटम मिल जाता है फिर तो प्रेशर बहुत इजी लगता है। फर्स्ट मैच अगर 15 पॉइंट्स पे आ गए एवरेज तो बहुत इजी हो जाता है, फिर तो मेंटेन करके चलना रहता है। बाकी अगर फर्स्ट मैच खराब भी होता है उसके बाद भी प्लेयर्स को ऐसे लाइक रखना चाहिए अपने माइंड पे कि भाई एक मैच चाहिए, एक मैच भी 30 नवंबर आ गया तो विल कम बैक। और अगर मतलब सेकंड मैच भी अगर खराब होता है तो फिर भी होप्स ऐसे छोड़ना नहीं चाहिए। आपस में ऐसा लड़ाई झगड़ा ये सब नहीं होना चाहिए। बाकी नॉर्मल अपना जैसे बेसिकली ऐसा खेलना चाहिए जैसे अपने माइंड में नॉर्मल, जब अपने को 30 पॉइंट्स होते हैं हम लोग प्रेशर में होते हैं कि डू और डाई है, कुछ खोने के लिए तो है नहीं, वैसे ही माइंडसेट से हमें उस समय भी खेलना चाहिए। और बस एक मैच ही लगता है कम बैक करने के लिए, बाकी फिर प्लेयर्स पे रहता है कि कौन कैसा खेलता है।
बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने, बिल्कुल आपकी बात से अग्री करूंगा। और देखिए, अब आपकी बात से तो हमें अग्री करना भी पड़ेगा बिकॉज आप लोग इतने एक्सपीरियंस खिलाड़ी हैं। लेकिन फौजी भाई, आपसे मेरा अगला सवाल है, टीम गॉडलाइक ने 40 पॉइंटर लगाया था, साथ में टीम अराइज ईस्पोर्ट्स ने भी 40 पॉइंटर लगाया था। तो जब आप इतनी कमाल की शुरुआत कर रहे हैं, आप शुरुआती मुकाबलों में इतना बड़ा गेम निकाल देते हैं, तो इससे लॉबी पे किस तरीके का इम्पैक्ट होता है? क्योंकि एक टीम अगर 40-45 अंक पहले ही मुकाबले से निकाल दे रही है तो फिर ऑटोमेटिकली लॉबी पे आई फील कुछ दबाव तो होता होगा। तो आपके हिसाब से कितना इम्पैक्ट आ जाता है पूरी लॉबी के टेम्पो में?
देखो रोके इंसान भाई, मैं ये कहना चाह रहा था कि इसमें ना इम्पैक्ट आता है, लेकिन हर एक का माइंडसेट और हर एक की जो इम्पैक्ट आने का तरीका है वो अलग अलग होता है। जैसे कि कोई टीम ने अगर एक बड़ा गेम मार दिया तो बाकी सब लोग सोचेंगे कि यार उन्होंने बड़ा गेम मार दिया, हमें भी पॉइंट करने पड़ेंगे, हमें पॉइंट करने पड़ेंगे। लेकिन वो उस टाइम पे फॉर्मेट भूल जाते हैं कि क्या फॉर्मेट चल रहा है। उस टाइम पे ज़रूरी नहीं आप टेबल टॉप करो, आपको टॉप 6 में क्वालीफाई होके जाना है आगे। मतलब आप नॉर्मल अगर टॉप 6 में आते हो, आप बेयर पॉइंट्स मतलब 80-85 पॉइंट्स ग्रैब कर लेते हो, मतलब आप क्वालीफाई हो चुके हो। तो आपको प्रेशर लेने की जरूरत नहीं है, चाहे सामने वाला 200 या 300 पॉइंट मार दे, मेरा ऐसा मानना है। वो स्टेज पे डिपेंड करता है कौन सा स्टेज, कौन सा राउंड रहने वाला है। यही अगर मैं बात करूँ कोई फाइनल होता, तो उस टाइम पे प्रेशर अलग क्रिएट होता, तब होता कि हमें उससे ज़्यादा पॉइंट ग्रैब करने हैं, उसको टैकल आउट करना है। अगर हम पिछले वाले स्टेज की बात कर रहे हैं, तो टीम्स को या फिर मैं खुद अपनी टीम्स को ये बोलता हूँ, कोई प्रेशर की जरूरत नहीं है। जहाँ पे क्वालिफिकेशन जितनी जरूरत है, हमें उतना वहाँ पे ग्रैब करना चाहिए।
वेल सेड फौज भाई। अगला प्रश्न जो है वो आप दोनों के लिए ही है। मैं चाहूंगा दोनों अपनी अपनी प्रतिक्रिया जो है बारी बारी से दीजिएगा। ग्रुप ए की मैचेस में एक इंटरेस्टिंग मोमेंट था जहां पे गॉडलाइक ने एसएचएल और K9 के बीच में जो फाइट चल रही थी उसमें थर्ड पार्टी किया। एसएचएल अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो फर्स्ट स्क्वाड बन गई जो एलिमिनेट हो गई। ऐसे क्योटिक मोमेंट्स में प्लेयर के डिसीजन मेकिंग कैसे काम करती है कि मतलब क्या करना चाहिए कि आप थर्ड पार्टी से अपने आप को बचा सकें या वो फाइट जो है आप आसानी से निकाल दें? बारी बारी से, पहले रिवाइंड फिर फौजी भाई।
देखो ऐसी सिचुएशन में पहली बात तो फाइट लेने से पहले ही सब कुछ माइंड पे रख के चलना चाहिए कि आसपास का सिनेरियो क्या है, पोजीशन कौन सी पोजीशन पे हो तुम लोग, अटैकिंग पे हो या फिर डिफेंसिव। तो मतलब बेसिकली फाइट को लेने से पहले ही हमको जज करना चाहिए कि मतलब ये फाइट कितना टाइम लेगी। और एक्सपेक्ट रहता ही है एज एन आईजीएल, काफ़ी एक्सपीरियंस आईजीएल है रोनित, तो मतलब इतना तो एक्सपीरियंस हो जाता है कि कितनी मिनट की फाइट लेनी चाहिए। अगर उससे ज़्यादा एक्सीड कर जाती है फाइट तो थोड़ा सा मतलब रखना चाहिए अपने माइंड पे कि फॉल बैक करने का टाइम आ गया। और लाइक उसमें ऐसा हुआ था कि मैंने देखी थी फाइट, वो उसमें 2 प्लेयर्स मर गए थे, फिर रिवाइव भी हो गए थे। उसके बाद लाइक थोड़ा सा पैसिव अप्रोच कर लेना चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से। उसके बाद वो लोग चाहते तो पूरा आउट ऑफ द जोन जाके भी आराम से कर सकते थे कवर अप। वो सब वही स्ट्रैटेजीज होती है, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली उसमें भी क्या पता उनको जोन के बाहर भी शायद टीम मिल गई थी। बट वही है कि थर्ड पार्टीज को अवॉइड करने का बेस्ट वही है। अगर ज़रा सा भी तुमको ऐसा फील होता है कि फाइट आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल जा रही है तो टाइम के साथ परफेक्ट टाइमिंग पे बैक ऑफ कर लेना चाहिए। फाइट इनिशिएट करते हो उसके बाद ही तुमको पता लग जाता है कि मतलब लाइक 10 सेकंड्स में अगर नॉक फिनिश मिल रहा है तुमको तो ठीक है, फाइट कंटिन्यू कर सकते हो। अदरवाइज मेरे हिसाब से तो फाइट को फिर अवॉइड ही कर देना चाहिए।
दैट्स अ ग्रेट पॉइंट। 10 सेकंड से ज्यादा किसी फाइट में अगर आप एंगेज्ड हैं तो कोशिश कीजिए अपनी प्लान बी को आजमाने की। फौजी भाई आपकी प्रतिक्रिया क्या है उस पर्टिकुलर थर्ड पार्टी के उदाहरण ही हमने दिया कि जब एक टीम एलिमिनेट हो गई, तो आपका क्या मानना है कि क्या करना चाहिए वैसी विकट परिस्थिति में?
देखो, जो पॉइंट अभी डिवाइन ने बोले वो बिल्कुल सही बोले। और इसके अलावा मैं ये बोलना चाहूँगा, जैसे कोई भी टीम है, अब कहीं पे फाइट इन्वॉल्वमेंट हो रही है, तो हर टीम को पता है कि कौन सी टीम कहाँ पे ड्रॉप पॉइंट ले रही है, कहाँ पे क्या रोटेशन लग रहा है। क्योंकि मोटा मोटा इस स्टेज पे आके हर कोई एक दूसरे को स्टडी कर लेते हैं, तो हमने स्टडी करके रखा होता है। प्लस जो हम खुद एक टीम उतरती है, एक स्ट्रेटेजी लेके उतरती है गेम के अंदर कि हमें यहाँ से क्या करना है, एक गोल होता है। अगर आप उस गोल पे जा रहे हो, आपको जोन होल्ड करना है, तो आप जोन होल्ड कीजिए। अगर आप उस टाइम पे कंफ्यूज हैं कि जोन होल्ड करने के टाइम रोटेशन लगा रहे हैं, आप बीच में रुक के फाइट इंगेज करने लग गए, क्या पता उसी सेम टाइम पे दूसरी कोई टीम जो है वहाँ पे रोटेशन लग रहा हो, आ रही हो, और वो किल्स उठाएगी, क्योंकि सामने वाली टीम पे आपको स्टडी करके आई है। तो जरूरी आपको टाइम वेस्ट नहीं करना है, जो चीज़ आप करने के लिए आए हो वो चीज़ आप फोकस करो और बिल्कुल सामने वाले को पढ़ के रखो। थर्ड, अगर कोई भी फाइट लंबी चल रही है उसको लंबी नहीं खींचनी होती है, आपको बिल्कुल जल्द जल्द चीज़ को खत्म करना है। क्योंकि अगर आप जितना टाइम लगाओगे, टीम्स आती रहेंगी, थर्ड पार्टी फोर्थ पार्टी होती रहेंगी। तो ये एक तरीका होता है कि आपको अपनी स्टडी को जो कंप्लीट करना चाहिए कि हमें क्या करना है। प्लस जो डिवाइन ने जो पॉइंट बोले, मैं उससे सबसे एग्री करता हूँ कि हमें फाइट को ज़्यादा लंबा नहीं खींचना चाहिए अनटिल वो कोई ऐसे जगह पे फाइट ना हो रही हो, स्टार्टिंग फाइट ना हो। अगर आप रोटेशन में फाइट कर रहे हो तो कभी भी लंबी फाइट नहीं खींचनी चाहिए, क्योंकि कोई भी टीम का वहाँ पे आगमन होने वाला होता है।
वेरी वेल सेड।
काफी बढ़िया बात कही है फौजी भाई ने कि सारी टीम्स यहाँ पे थर्ड पार्टी के फिराक में रहती है, और अगर आप एक फाइट में एंगेज कर रहे हैं, ज़्यादा समय लगा रहे हैं, तो फिर शायद ऐसा हो सकता है कि कोई और टीम आपके ऊपर आके अटैक कर दे। बट ऑन दैट नोट एक और सवाल मेरा फौजी भाई आपसे है। ग्रुप स्टेजेस के मुकाबले पहले सप्ताह की बात करें तो आप लोगों ने टेबल टॉप किया था बिना किसी बूया के। हम अगले सप्ताह की बात करें तो वहाँ पे भी हमने देखा था टीम ज्ञान गेमिंग को बिना किसी बूया के टॉप करते हुए। अब यहाँ पे दो चीजें हैं, क्या आपकी टीम बहुत ज्यादा बेहतर हो चुकी है कि बूया ना भी आए तो भी टेबल टॉप कर रहे हैं, या फिर कहीं ना कहीं कोई कमी रह जा रही है गेम के अंदर कि इतना बेहतर करने के बावजूद भी बूया हाथ नहीं लग रहा है?
जैसे मैं देखो, पहली बात तो कोई भी इतना परफेक्ट नहीं होता है या फिर कोई भी इतना पॉलिश नहीं है कि वो बिना सब कुछ करे सब कुछ हो रहा है और सब कुछ सही हो रहा है उसके अकॉर्डिंगली। मतलब कोई कौन सी टीम ऐसी नहीं है जो ये चाहेगी कि उसको बुया ना हो। मतलब हम खुद बुया करना
करेक्ट।
चाहते हो, जो बुया नहीं हो पा रहा है वो किसी रीज़न की वजह से, मान लो थर्ड पार्टी, फोर्थ पार्टी रोटेशन लेट हो हमारी तरफ से या फिर हमारे प्लेयर्स ने गलती करी हो, उसके कारण जो हम लोग बुया मिस कर रहे हैं। तो ऐसे कोई भी टीम नहीं है, ना हम इतने परफेक्ट बने हैं कि हमें बुया की ज़रूरत नहीं है। बुया की ज़रूरत सबको होती है, क्योंकि बिना बुया के तो आजकल टूर्नामेंट नहीं जीते जाता, क्योंकि जब से वो चैंपियन रस का जो फॉर्मेट है वो चीज़ ज़रूरी है। तो नहीं, मतलब इतना कोई टीम परफेक्ट नहीं है, वो टीम की गलतियाँ ही हैं, गलतियों के कारण हमारा बुया मिस हो रहा है।
वेरी वेल सेड। अगला प्रश्न है, ग्रुप स्टेजेस में एक पैटर्न देखने को मिला है, आप दोनों से ही प्रश्न है कि अंडरडॉग टीमें जो हैं वो काफी स्ट्रॉन्ग परफॉर्म कर रही हैं बनिस्बत टीयर 1 टीम्स के, और टीयर 1 टीम्स को अच्छी टक्कर भी दे रही है। क्या लगता है आपको, ये मेटा शिफ्ट के कारण हुआ है या किसी किस्म का प्रिपरेशन गैप है? क्योंकि अंडरडॉग्स को आप प्रिपेयर नहीं कर सकते, कभी देखा नहीं होता इससे पहले, और अचानक से आपके ड्रॉप पॉइंट पे आना और रोटेशन में गेट कीप करके बैठना। क्या लगता है डिवाइन की क्या वजह है कि इस बार जो है अंडरडॉग्स इतना अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं?
इसका एकदम पॉइंट मैं वो बता नहीं सकता आंसर, बट स्टिल भाई इस बार मैं भी शॉक था काफ़ी। काफ़ी अंडरडॉग्स को मैंने देखा था क्लैश ले रहे टीवन टीम से एकदम फेयरलेस होके, और काफ़ी सारी क्लैश फाइट उन्होंने निकाली भी थी। तो सही में मेरे को भी ये समझ नहीं आया था, मेरे को भी एक्सपेक्ट किया था मैंने कि वो लोग क्लैश अवॉइड करेंगे, बट मानना पड़ेगा अंडरडॉग्स को बहुत बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं इस बार, और काफ़ी सारे अंडरडॉग्स इस बार क्वालिफाई भी करे हैं। और इस स्टेज पे इतना अच्छा परफॉर्म करना बहुत अच्छी बात है। अच्छी बात है, हमें और कंपटीशन मिलेगा नए लोग के साथ, और नई स्ट्रैटेजीज क्या पता हम लोग को अंडरडॉग से सीखने के लिए मिल जाए, जो कि काफ़ी अच्छी बात है।
सीम्स टू बी दैट डिवाइन ने भी कहा कि इस वक्त तो अंडरडॉग्स ने जो है बिल्कुल एकदम चकित करके रखा हुआ है टीवन टीम्स को। फौजी भाई, क्या आप इस बारे में प्रतिक्रिया देना चाहेंगे? क्या आपको लग रहा है कि क्या खास वजह है कि अंडरडॉग्स इतना अच्छा प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं? क्या इनके लिए प्रिपरेशन नहीं कर पाई टीयर 1 टीम है?
बिल्कुल रोकी भाई, देखो ये जो क्वेश्चन आपने पूछा, ये जो मूवमेंट है, मैं बहुत टाइम से बोलता आ रहा हूँ कि मैं वेट कर रहा हूँ उन चीज़ों का। मतलब जैसे अभी हमारी गेम की तरफ से कंटिन्यू टूर्नामेंट्स रन हो चुके हैं और ये बीच में कुछ टाइम पहले नहीं थे। तो उसमें क्या सीन था कि जब नहीं थे तो सेम रोटी सब्जी, सेम दाल चावल मिल रहा था, सब सेम खा रहे थे, कोई स्ट्रेटेजी डेवलपमेंट नहीं हो पा रही थी। और जो जैसे अंडरडॉग्स हो गए, हमारे जो नए प्लेयर्स हो गए, वो जो इनएक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर्स जो मेहनत करे जा रहे थे, उनको एक प्लेटफॉर्म की राह नहीं मिल रही थी। तो भी जैसे प्लेटफॉर्म की राह मिलने लग गई ना, वो जिस प्रकार से खेल रहे हैं, मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ नए कंपटीशन में बहुत मजा आता है, क्योंकि नया कंपटीशन, नया स्ट्रेटेजी गेम को आगे, मेटा को आगे, हर चीज को आगे लेके जाता है। और उनसे फाइट बैक करने में, उनसे कंपटीशन करने में जिस लेवल का मजा आता है ना, मतलब डेफिनेटली वो काफी हमें चीज देखने को मिल रही है। तो शायद वो पॉइंट रहने वाला है। और अभी तो आदत डालनी पड़ेगी, जितने भी बड़ी बड़ी टीम है, T1 T2, मैं ये सब नहीं मानता, क्योंकि ये तो सब हमारा बनाया हुआ तरीका है। बस एक एक्सपीरियंस टीम और एक अनएक्सपीरियंस टीम, ये चीजें हमें जो समझ में आती है। तो जो एक्सपीरियंस टीम है, जो बड़ी टीमें जो रह चुकी है कि भाई पुरानी चावल जिनको हम बोल सकते हैं, अब उनको अपनी जुराबें कसनी पड़ेंगी, क्योंकि जिस प्रकार से ये नए प्लेयर्स आ रखे हैं तो मेहनत तो करनी पड़ेगी।
वैसे इनसे मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा,
जी।
फौजी भाई ने बात कही कि वही सेम दाल चावल खा खा के बोर हो गए थे। फौजी भाई, डिवाइन आपके पालक पनीर और शाही पनीर पे निगाहें हैं अंडरडॉग्स की, तो आपको भी अपने खाने की रक्षा करनी पड़ेगी इस बार।
हाँ,
बिल्कुल। हर एक टीम को यहाँ पे ना मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी, बट मेरा सवाल ना ये दोनों से है। फौजी भाई ने जो जवाब दिया, इससे एटलीस्ट ये तो मेरे को समझ आ रहा है कि ये, क्या आप ये कहना चाह रहे हैं फौजी भाई कि क्या तेज FFMIC 2026 स्प्रिंग देश की नंबर 1 टीम ही नहीं, बल्कि नए नए चेहरों को खोज करने की एक उम्मीद है, एक मुहिम है आप लोगों के हिसाब से?
बिल्कुल इंजन भाई, देखो नंबर 1 टीम तो जो है वो चीज़ें रहती हैं कि कौन नंबर टीम 1 है, नंबर 2, वो अलग चीज़ें हैं। लेकिन हाँ, जो ये अभी कंपटीशन चल रहा है, क्योंकि हमने देखा कितना कंपटीशन सा, बड़े से बड़े नाम हमने इस इवेंट से बाहर जाते हुए देखा, और कंपटीशन, नए चेहरे हमने एकदम से टेबल टॉप जो करते हुए दिख रहे हैं, टेबल टॉप 3 में देखने को मिल रहे हैं, वो चीज़ हमें देखने को मिल रही है। तो डेफिनेटली ये जो टूर्नामेंट हो रहा है हमारा FFC स्प्रिंग 2026, इसके अंदर जो प्लेयर चैंपियन बनेंगे, वो काफ़ी मेहनत और डेडिकेशन से, जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने मेहनत करके रखी हुई है, वो रिजल्ट हमें उनके सामने देखने को मिलेगा, और डेफिनेटली बहुत मजा आने वाला है।
डिवाइन, प्लीज आप भी अपने व्यूज दीजिए इसमें।
Yeah, absolutely.
मेरे हिसाब से भी काफ़ी मेरे को लग रहा है इस बार काफ़ी अंडरडॉग्स अच्छा परफॉर्म करेंगे। आई थिंक कोई एक टीम टॉप 6 भी कर सकती है, क्योंकि ये मेटा ही ऐसा है कि लाइक अभी जैसे देखा है हमने स्टार्टिंग के 1 मिनट रिवाइवल होता है, तो इससे ना अंडरडॉग्स पे थोड़ा प्रेशर कम हो गया है। लाइक वो लोग भी फेयरलेस होकर थोड़ा फाइट्स ले पाते हैं। पहले तो ऐसा रहता था कि मतलब एक बार मर गए तो बहुत प्रेशर भी था, बट अब ये मेरे हिसाब से मेटा और वो M590 भी एक ऐसी गन है जो पूरी गेम चेंजर गन है, तो काफ़ी कॉन्फिडेंस आता है इससे प्लेयर्स के बीच में भी। तो मेरे हिसाब से तो ये है टूर्नामेंट जो काफ़ी अंडरडॉग्स को शाइन कराएगा।
वेल देखिए गेम की महिम चीजें भी यहाँ पे डिवाइन ने एक्सप्लेन कर दी और दुख दर्द पीड़ा भी बता दी कि जब से M590 का कहर बरपा है उसके बाद से अंडरडॉग्स काफी तगड़ा परफॉर्मेंस दे रहे हैं। मेरा अगला प्रश्न अगेन दोनों से है। हमने काफी टीम्स ऐसी देखी है जिन्होंने बूया करा भी लेकिन नॉकआउट स्टेज के लिए क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाए हैं। अब ऐसी जो जीत है इतनी तगड़ी लॉबी में आने के बाद भी क्वालिफाई ना कर पाना, इससे टीम के मोराल पे क्या असर पड़ता है? स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम डिवाइन देन फॉजी भाई।
देखो मेरे हिसाब से समटाइम्स इट्स अबाउट लक आल्सो कि कम मैचेस थे, तो कभी-कभी हो जाता है जोन पे बैठे हैं बट स्टिल फिर कोई कभी-कभी सोलो बंदा निकल के टीम के 2 प्लेयर मार देता है, वो सब होता रहता है। तो मोरल डाउन नहीं करना चाहिए अपना। इतने बड़े स्टेज पे आप आए हो एज अ मतलब बेसिकली अंडरडॉग्स अगर आप हो और इतने बड़े स्टेज पे आए हो, आपने इतना अच्छा खेला, काफ़ी लोगों ने मतलब लाइक काफ़ी टीम्स ने अंडरडॉग बुया वगैरह भी मारा है, जो कि बहुत बड़ी बात है मेरे हिसाब से अभी। और काफ़ी मतलब उनने दिखाया अपना पोटेंशियल क्या है, और आने वाले टाइम से काफ़ी T1 टीम्स के मन में भी डर बैठा दिया है कि भाई देखो कंपटीशन तो बढ़ गया है, अब मेहनत तो सबको करनी पड़ेगी, अब चलेगा नहीं ऐसा। तो वही है कि मतलब मोरल डाउन मेरे हिसाब से तो नहीं होना चाहिए। अभी काफ़ी अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ और आने वाली है, तो मेरे हिसाब से और ज़्यादा प्रैक्टिस करनी चाहिए, और ग्राइंड करो और शाइन करो।
फौजी भाई।
बिल्कुल। जैसे कि बात की जाए, आपने कहा था रोके भाई कि जो टीम बुया मार के भी क्वालिफाई नहीं हो रही, तो मैं कहूँगा देखो उनको ना मोटिवेशन की तरफ लेना चाहिए कि चलो देखो दिन होता है, आप नहीं खेल पाए ठीक है, आपके मैचेस खराब गए, लेकिन आपने एटलीस्ट जो है एक बुया अचीव किया, वो भी किस लॉबी में, एक FFIC का जो टीम चला, यहाँ पे टॉप 48 टीम्स थी, मतलब समझ रहे हो इंडिया की टॉप 48 टीम में, वहाँ पे अगर आप बुया कर पा रहे हो तो लाइक वो बहुत क्रेजी चीज़ रहने वाली है। आपको उसको एज अ मोटिवेशन, और आपने अपने आप को प्रूफ करके दिखाया है कि आपका बस दिन खराब था, आप बुया लेना डिजर्व करते हैं, तो आप जो और मेहनत करके आएंगे, जो छोटी मोटी कमियां रह गई हैं उनको अपग्रेड करके, तो वो बिल्कुल मोटिवेशन की तरह चीज़ों को लेनी चाहिए, और वो लेंगे भी, क्योंकि बुया कर पाना ऐसी लॉबी में हर किसी की बस की बात नहीं होती रही।
क्या बात है,
वेल सेड।
काफी बढ़िया बात कही आपने। सो आई नो गाइस, ये शो हमारा काफी लंबा हो चुका है, बट एक आखिरी सवाल के साथ हम इसको अंत करेंगे, बट इस सवाल का जवाब रॉकी भाई आपको भी देना पड़ेगा। सो स्टार्टिंग विद फौजी भाई, देन डिवाइन ऑफ कोर्स, उसके बाद आखिरी में रॉकी भाई जवाब देंगे। मेरा सिंपल सा सवाल है, तेज FFMIC 2026 स्प्रिंग की टीम जो भी विन करती है, जो भी विजेता बनता है, जो भी ट्रॉफी उठाती है, क्या उसे इस पहले सीजन की मैं कहूंगा नंबर 1 टीम का खिताब दे देना चाहिए? क्योंकि ये बहुत बड़ा कंट्रोवर्शियल सा सवाल है, काफी कॉन्ट्राडिक्टरी इसके जवाब होते हैं। हम अक्सर अगर दूसरी कोई टीम जीतती है तो स्टैट्स कंपेयर करने लग जाते हैं। सो आई जस्ट वांट आप लोगों से जवाब कि क्या ये तेज FFMIC 2026 स्प्रिंग जीतने वाली टीम को इंडिया की नंबर 1 टीम का टाइटल हम दे सकते हैं?
बिल्कुल इंसिन भाई, इस चीज़ को मैं अगर बात की जाए तो हर एक के थॉट्स अपने में अलग होते हैं, तो मेरा ऐसा कहना है कि हाँ डेफिनेटली वो टीम अगर उस सिनेरियो में चैंपियन बनी है, मतलब FFIC के अंदर क्वालिफाई करके बनी है, तो डेफिनेटली उस टूर्नामेंट की नंबर 1 टीम रहने वाली है, क्योंकि वो तभी चैंपियन बनी है। और अगर हम बात की जाए सबसे बेस्ट टीम का, नंबर 1 टीम को उसका अवार्ड दे दिया जाए, तो वो तो क्या बोलते हैं, पूरा टीम के स्टैट्स चेक किया जाता है ना कि भाई टीम है, उसने उसकी हिस्ट्री क्या है, कैसा खेलती है, क्या परफॉर्मेंस है। तो अगर बेस्ट टीम देने की बात आती है तो कहीं ना कहीं वो पूरा हिस्ट्री चेक होकर बेस्ट टीम किसको मिलता है, नंबर 1 टीम का अवार्ड मिलता है। लेकिन उस पर्टिकुलर टाइम के लिए, उस पर्टिकुलर टूर्नामेंट के वो नंबर 1 टीम है, तो वो जो चैंपियन टीम बनी है वो नंबर 1 रहने वाली है। अगर हम ओवरऑल नंबर 1 टीम ढूंढ रहे कि भाई नंबर 1 टीम ही कौन है, तो प्रॉपर स्टैट्स होके उसने बैकएंड में क्या किया है, क्या अचीवमेंट्स है, कितना क्या बाकी टीम से कंपैरिजन में, फिर जाके वो नंबर 1 टीम निकलती है।
डिवाइन, अब आपका जवाब मैं चाहूंगा।
हाँ, मैं पॉजिटिव से टोटली एग्री करूँगा, क्योंकि बेस्ट टीम तो ईयरली देखा जाएगा कि मतलब पास्ट उस टीम में कैसा परफॉर्म किया है, काफ़ी सारे टूर्नामेंट्स को देखेंगे फिर जज कर सकते हैं। बट हाँ, अगर कोई टीम जो अभी कोई नई टीम अगर जीतती है, बी इट अंडरडॉग और प्रीवियस T1 टीम और कुछ भी, तो करंट की तो वो बेस्ट टीम कहलाएगी टिल द नेक्स्ट इवेंट कम्स।
देखिए मेरा ऐसा मानना है इनसेन कि डेफिनेटली जो टीम FFMIC जीतती है वो कम से कम कुछ समय के लिए इंडिया की नंबर 1 टीम डेफिनेटली रहती है। जैसे कि मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि पिछला जो FFMIC जीता था उसके बाद से iQOO टोटल गेमिंग अभी भी इस भारतवर्ष की नंबर 1 टीम है। अगर किसी को जीतना है ये खिताब इस बार भी 2026 का, तो बिना इनको हराए नहीं जीत सकते हैं। फौजी भाई ने भी बहुत अच्छी बात कही कि स्टैटिस्टिकली देखना पड़ेगा। गुरु स्टैटिस्टिकली कहिए, प्रीवियस सालों में कहिए या पिछले साल का ही कहिए, सब आप ही जीते हैं। तो मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि कहीं ना कहीं नॉट जस्ट बिकॉज फौजी भाई इज सिटिंग इन द पैनल बट डेफिनेटली दिस इज द टीम टू बीट आउट फॉर। आप बिना iQOO टोटल गेमिंग को परास्त किए मुझे नहीं लगता है इंडिया की नंबर 1 टीम बन सकते हैं। बट हाँ, अगर खिताब जीतते हैं तो डेफिनेटली कुछ समय के लिए आप इंडिया की नंबर 1 टीम अवश्य कहलाएंगे।
क्या बात है, बहुत ही बढ़िया जवाब है। आई होप गाइज आप लोग को ये पूरा एपिसोड काफी अच्छा लगा होगा। फौजी भाई के जवाब आपने सुने, डिवाइन के आपने जवाब सुने, मेरे और रॉकी भाई के सवाल आप लोगों ने सुने। आप लोग को मजा आया तो लाइक शेयर सब्सक्राइब, यू नो द ड्रिल। वापस आते हैं अगेन विद अनदर सेट ऑफ गेस्ट ऑन आवर नेक्स्ट एपिसोड। तब तक ले बाय बाय, टेक केयर, हैव फन गाइस।
I think we can win this tournament.
की बार ये किस्तों पे क्वालिफाई करे हैं।
iQOO टूर गेमिंग में आना चाह रही है बट आई ही नहीं। वो तो नीचे रख सकते क्या? वो
इससे नीचे नहीं है कुछ।
हम हर बार पिटते हैं।
हम लोग का थोड़ा है हमारे साथ कुछ तो प्रॉब्लम।
Hi guys, I am Novita from Godlike.
I am Yogi from Godlike.
का फायर बार बहुत अच्छा है लेकिन स्ट्रैटेजी में वर्क करना पड़ेगा। 44 जीत सकता है लेकिन स्ट्रैटेजी नहीं होगा तो कुछ नहीं हो सकता। तो इनको रख लेते हैं टीम हिंद। रिसेंटली बहुत अच्छा है इनका परफॉर्मेंस लेकिन और अच्छा करना पड़ेगा।
Total Gaming, of course, they won the last tournament, defending champions. So we will give tough challenge to them. So I will put them in Grandmaster.
ये मेटानिंजा स्पोर्ट्स, इनका अभी रिसेंटली बहुत डाउन है और थोड़ा वीक है ये लोग। तो इनको रख देता हूँ प्लैटिनम सिल्वर पे रखना चाहिए।
Pink Tamilas, those का team है. They have played pretty well, qualifying this stage. They need to work so much. So I will place them in silver.
ये रहता है। इनका TSW ओपन क्वालिफायर्स में फर्स्ट कर गया है लेकिन इनका एक्सपीरियंस भी नहीं है, फायर पावर भी थोड़ा कम है एज कम्पेयर टू अदर टीम। Esports, इनका भी फायर पावर अच्छा है, इनको ग्राइंड करना पड़ेगा और एक्सपीरियंस भी चाहिए। सिल्वर पे
गोल्ड पे रखना चाहिए था, कमबैक किया था ये लोग।
TEZ, they have been like eliminated for past official tournament. They have improved so much. So I think they will do pretty good this as well.
Esports खेलते अच्छा है, बहुत अच्छा है लेकिन इन लोग का थोड़ा है हमारे साथ कुछ तो प्रॉब्लम है। तो इनको रखते हैं ब्रॉन्ज में, पता नहीं क्या प्रॉब्लम है। इमोट करना गॉड्स रे। इन लोग का अभी गेम बहुत अच्छा है, ये लोग अच्छा करेंगे तो ग्रैंडमास्टर वही है ग्रैंडमास्टर।
Godlike. We have confidence we will do good in this tournament. Last time we choked real hard. I think this time we won't do that. So we will be Grandmaster.
सही है ऐसे। 4MD स्पोर्ट्स, अब इनको थोड़ा और ग्राइंड करना पड़ेगा, एक्सपीरियंस की भी बहुत ज़रूरत है। सिल्वर पे
भाई एटलीस्ट गोल्ड तक तो रखना चाहिए था यार।
Fireeyes game, I think the top undercut team. So I think they will do good. So I will put in heroic.
स्पोर्ट्स ये लोग का रिसेंटली थोड़ा सा डाउन है, सुना अभी नहीं है अच्छा इनका। तो इनको जाएंगे भी लीग स्टेज में अच्छा कर रहे हैं लेकिन फाइनल्स में मेरे को नहीं लगता कर पाएंगे। करेंगे तो बहुत अच्छी बात है लेकिन इनको डाइवर्ट
RIC Sports. Like I hear one of them player has injured in his right hand and they still he played very good. So I think they will do good. So I think heroic.
मैम रखना चाहिए था।
जी इंस्टिंक्ट ये लोग का भी थोड़ा अच्छा ही है गेम प्ले लेकिन और इम्प्रूव करना पड़ेगा। तो इनको प्लैटिनम में रहे डायमंड डिजर्व करता है। देश स्पोर्ट बातें ज़्यादा करते हैं।
RNX को लास्ट में नहीं रखना चाहिए।
Hello guys, I am K9 Annie from K9 Esports.
So guys, I am Kenan Zoro from Kenan Esports.
कौन सी टीम उठाना है पहले बता।
रेवेनेंट उठाते हैं, प्लेटिनम डिजर्व करती है भाई। अगर चले तो चांद तक है, अगर नहीं चले तो शाम तक है। अगर इससे भी बुरा रख सकते हैं तो रख सकते हैं, बट
ठीक है, इनका भी वैसे
इनका ऐसे एम ही है इनका भी। अब की बार ये किस्तों पे क्वालिफाई करे हैं।
टीम रेकनिंग का रखना है।
रेकनिंग गोल्ड
गोल्ड क्यों?
जीते हैं, गोल्ड से हिलती है भाई।
फिर ब्राउन्स पे रख देते।
ब्राउन्स पे मत रख, थोड़ा ऊपर रख दे। फिर
TEZ
डायमंड
डायमंड पे रखना है।
ज़्यादा अच्छे से खेलेंगे तो और बेटर कर सकते हो। डायमंड ये वो टीम है जो फर्स्ट टाइम आई ऑफिशियल में।
ये मैंने टोटल के भी
इनके बारे में तो क्या ही बोले, रख दे टॉप पे, रख दे ग्रैंड।
ब्राउन्स में रख देते एडिट बनाने के लिए। टोटल के रखे फैन।
चलो कोई बात नहीं, ब्राउन्स में ऊपर कर दे तो सही नहीं लग रहा।
लेकिन एडिट नहीं बना पाएंगे फिर वो लोग जीते।
बाद में हम गोली पाएंगे तो हम पे वो एडिट बन जाएगी। और बोलने वाले भी वही है। गॉडलाइक
उठा ले। गॉड लाइक को तो बोलने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, क्वालिफाई तो हो जाएंगे।
क्वालिफाई तो इजी है भाई। गॉडलाइक बेटर है।
अगर ये लोग चल गए तो अच्छा है, नहीं चले तो
ये टीम वो है जिसको हम सेंट्रल पे थर्ड पार्टी में हर बार मारते हैं।
मेटानिंजा को तो नहीं आता खेलना, नीचे रख देता हूँ।
नीचे इतने नीचे रख सकते क्या?
उससे नीचे नहीं है कुछ, हम हर बार पिटते हैं।
ये तो पहली बार लोगों देख रहा हूँ।
100 OH की टीम है,
अच्छा
क्या खेल रही है।
कहते तो फिर डायमंड भाई।
अच्छा खेल रही है, लोग कर सकते हैं अच्छा परफॉर्म। इनका हमारे डायमंड क्यों अच्छा नहीं खेलते अभी,
तो गोल्ड पे रख दे।
गोल्ड पे रख देते हैं। इनका भी ऐसे ही है।
कौन से
टीम को तो ब्राउन्स पे रखूंगा, हमारे से क्लैश लेने आते हैं।
ऐसे टीम है
जी
लगता है ये जो ड्रॉप चेंज कर देती है।
हाँ, ओलिगार्स ये लोग तो ये चले गए, पता नहीं कैसे आगे आता। तमिलास ये भी 100 हो गए।
इनको भी डाल दे ब्राउन्स पे। तेरी फेवरेट टीम थी क्या? तो
आरन
एक अच्छा खेल के भाई। और अभी
इनवोल्ड बैटल भी कर रही है।
फायर पावर भी अच्छा चल रहा है अभी टीम का।
कैसे खेल रहे हैं,
हीरोइक पे रख
हीरोइक रख देते।
यंग गेमिंग इनका
क्यों नहीं होने वाली क्वालिफाई, रख दे इधर नीचे।
चल ठीक है भाई, तू बोल रहा है तो रख देते हैं। और फ्रेंड
तो रख दे ग्रैंड मास्टर पे, ये लोग तो हो जाएंगे।
इन तो ईजी हो जाते हैं भाई, इजी जीत जाए क्या पता।
K9 Esports उठा ले, इधर रख दे ज्ञान के बाजू में।
यहाँ पे रख देता हूँ, जगह नहीं मिलेगी फिर।
अरे कोई नहीं, Fireeyes Esports। थोड़ा गेम पे ध्यान दे मेरे भाई। कुणाल वाली टीम है, इससे खेलती है, लोग अच्छा परफॉर्म करेंगे मेरे हिसाब से। टॉप 3 कर सकते हैं लोग ग्रैंड में।
ये भी अंडरडॉग टीम है।
4 अंडरडॉग टीम है भी।
इधर पे रख देगा, अच्छा खेल रहे तो फिर भाई प्लेटिनम पे रख दे भाई।
गोल्ड अच्छा लग रहे हैं दोनों साथ में। ये टीम को हम जानते नहीं तो हम इसको सिल्वर पे रख देते हैं, शायद ही क्वालिफाई हो ये भी। हमारे साथ खेलेगा तू?
My name is Struggle from Team Corsair. I'm Cropsies from Team Leader.
गोल्डस्लेन स्पोर्ट्स एवरेज टीम है। डायमंड
फायरस गेमिंग अंडरडॉग चाहिए, बहुत अच्छा कर रही है ये।
तो हीरोइक
रेवेनेंट XSpark एक्सपीरियंस टीम है, अच्छा करेगी तो मैं इसको हेरिक देता हूँ।
iQOO TSG फायरकॉर्ड अच्छा है और ठीक ठाक कर लेगी हीरोइक।
गोल्डलाइक Esports काफ़ी अच्छी टीम है, विन मस्ट भी रहना चाहिए सब।
Gyan गेमिंग स्पोर्ट्स एवरेज टीम है, कर जाएगी। इसके क्या करें इसको
प्लेटिनम में रहेगा।
प्लैटिनम में रख देते इसको।
सही है।
मेटानिंजा प्लेयर चेंज हुए बट मुझे लगता है कि काफ़ी अच्छी टीम है। डायमंड
टीम हिंद काफ़ी पुरानी टीम है, कोऑर्डिनेशन भी है।
मुझे लगता है ग्रैंड मास्टर।
ग्रैंड मास्टर
K9 Esports काफ़ी अच्छा फायर पावर है, चल गए तो चांद तक वरना शाम तक, तो मैं इनको हेरिक पे हूँ।
Fireeyes स्पोर्ट्स अंडरडॉग टीम है और अच्छा कर लेगी प्लेटिनम।
iQOO टोटल गेमिंग पिछले FFMIC की चैंपियन बनी है, बट मुझे लगता है इस बार हमारे साथ ही रहेगी तो डायमंड।
जी इंस्टिक्स कुछ टाइम से अच्छा कर रही है, आगे अच्छा करेगी तो सही है। प्लैटिनम
RNX Esports अच्छा कर नहीं सकती, नहीं भी कर सकती है। मेरे दोस्त है तो मुझे लगता है कर लेंगे। इसको डायमंड में रखते हैं।
टीम तमिलास ज़्यादा जानता नहीं इसको,
गोल्ड में ले आते हैं।
गोल्ड वाला।
TMZ Esports अंडरडॉग टीम है।
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to week 1, day 3 of the knockout stages in TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 Spring. Group B have done their part. Now it's time for Group A and C to take the center stage and deliver in the last 6 matches of week 1 with just 12 spots up for grabs. Because making it to the top 12, means a crucial head start in week 2, day 1 and a real chance to push for the grand finals early. My name is Oro. With me, I have Azura by my side. What are your expectations from these teams under pressure today, Azura?
Always expect the unexpected. This is one of the lines told by the producer, and I still date. I remember that. I close my eyes, I listen to it. It's as simple as that. And here's the thing, right? Most of the times, whenever we have seen Group B perform, they have performed valiantly, of course. But their part is already done. Group A and C, it's now their chance to go ahead and simplify things down, get good amount of eliminations and rake up those points, reach towards the tippy top. And I'm hoping that this is going to happen very soon. And that's the kind of expectation that I'm setting already for today.
Yep, absolutely. And I mean, it's going to be a hell of a ride for us because this is going to be the last day of week 1. So absolutely, we have to see that who are going to be those top 12 teams. And definitely we have a lot in contention. So many teams have done well. Of course, you mentioned that Group B have done with their games. But Group A and Group C will be the ones, of course, will be given a chance to play 6 matches where we have seen few names, do really, really well. Of course, it's Fireeyes Gaming. They did superbly yesterday where they were the top team and they got some extra cash prize as well.
That's right. So overall, the kind of performance that has already been seen, we are just trying to go ahead and match up to the reputation as well because teams have already done their part. They're super excited to go ahead and see who's going to reach towards the top 12 and from there on match up the pace, reach towards the other weeks and then showcase their gameplay there as well. But again, it's one thing that teams need to understand. Do not become an open book. Do not go through. Do not give away a lot of information about yourself, specifically when it comes to your metas, when it comes to your strategies. Try and brew strategies each and every week, or if you have had a practice of keeping one single strategy, then I believe it's going to be a one-trick pony kind of a thing where most of the times we have seen it, one or the other team is just going to fall down all thanks to the dominoes effect. So I'm just pretty much in the zone where if teams are going to start strategizing in a different pace altogether, then they will have a very nice prize alongside with it.
Yep, absolutely. And the kind of journey these teams have already witnessed, right from the beginning. They started from city qualifiers where, so they were given opportunity. This year's TEZ FFMIC 2026 Spring have given opportunity to the grassroots level. I think FFC mode and online qualifier and an offline qualifier happening. So that was, I think, indeed for the first time happening. So definitely, so many teams got opportunity to, play here. We would get a better idea while we see the tournament timeline. The things I'm speaking right now, it's of course about the city qualifiers, the FFC mode, and of course we did finish the group stages and we are here at the knockout stages right now, Zora.
The journey looks pretty sublime and wow, what a way to go ahead and summarize every single thing. Auro, thank you so much. The timeline looks very simple. We started our journey 7th, 8th, that is FFC city qualifier, FFC mode. We had even city qualifiers in which we saw so many teams participate, so many of them. But again, it's a competition which is very cutthroat, so we can just see 18 teams right about now. We started with thousands of teams and 18 is just like a very huge amount of simplification that we have already seen. Group stages, we've witnessed all of that. And now we are at the knockout stage. Moving further, we have 3 weeks of knockout stage. And from there on, the grand finals journey begins, which will be even more grueling.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, today is 22nd of March. Of course, we will end week 1 and we will proceed towards week 2 where I think it's going to be interesting because the run for the grand finals begin from week number 2 itself, Zora. And that is why, to end up in the top 12 is so important. And if you're not even close towards top 12, at least make sure that you are there in the top 16 so that at least you can get a chance to play in week 2, which is of course beginning from 27th and will go on till the 29th of March.
Amen, man. And this is the knockout stage that we are talking about. Week 1, which is going on right about now. 6 teams being divided in so many spots, 6 teams each, A, B, and C groups, and these 3 groups are going to be dishing it out in the round robin format, which we have already seen in 2 days. This is the 3rd day that we currently stand at. And from here on, top 12 teams are going to head all the way towards week number 2. What happens to the rest of it? Do not be worried. They are not at all eliminated. They'll get the chance, but later part in the week. Week number 2, day number 1, we get top 2, and those top 2 teams are going to go directly towards the grand finals. As simple as that. Each day, top 2 teams are going to head towards the grand finals, which makes it a total of 6 teams. And from there on, all the others are going to join in the fray in week number 3. 3 days, 6 games per day, and top 6 qualify, which makes it a grand total of 12.
Yeah, I mean,
In that a hoot.
I mean, that's what makes the grand finals amazing, right, Ozora? So we'll be having
Yeah.
the country's best Free Fire Max teams out there. We're already witnessing the top 18, right? And we have seen such amazing talents this year, where it's very surprising to look at that. The tier 1 teams are a little bit struggling right now, and the underdogs have risen, which is where I think, the purpose of TEZ FFMIC 2026 Spring has been served already, looking at the knockout stages. And definitely there are so many more rounds to unfold yet. Where we are witnessing week 2, which will begin from the next week, of course. And you've already mentioned that, being in that 13th, 14th, and the 15th, 16th spot would be nice, because you get an opportunity to play and at least give a shot towards the grand finals, where the first day would be point rush stage, where you get a head start, and I think the only day in the grand finals where there's a limit to the games. So of course, if you end up on the first position on the first day, which is of course called as the point rush stage, you have a head start point where you would be rewarded with 10 points. Second will get 7, and as and when your position goes down, the number of head start points will also go lower. So of course, if you are towards the 7th and the 12th spot, you won't be getting any head start points, which would mean that in the second day, which is the Champions Rush day, it's going to be much more pressure on your head.
Yeah, the pressure will for sure surmount. But again, we have seen those teams even getting 0 points. They are pretty confident with their gameplay. So kudos to them. We'll look through how well they're going to be performing. But this is how the entire point rush works. Talking about the Champions Rush, team with 80 plus points enters the Champions Rush, and they get that emblem or a token that the crown is on top of them. If they get their crown and they get the booyah in the next following game, then they will be crowned the champions of TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2026 Spring. And this is exactly the kind of moment all of these teams are just lunging and leaping forward towards.
Yeah, I mean, and also to add upon Ozora, there are no limit to games, right? And it can
Absolutely
go up
not.
to an n number of matches, where we have already witnessed a slight trailer in Free Fire Max Asia Invitational, where I think it went till the 7th or the 8th match before we crowned the champions. But then let's look at the prize pool of TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2026 Spring. Of course, we have been mentioning for quite a time now, it is the prize pool. Of course, it's 1 crore Indian rupees, where the lion's share is up for grabs. If you are the champions, you get 35 Indian lakh rupees, and where the second position will be rewarded with 17 lakh rupees. So now, as and when your position goes down, I think nobody would want to hear that, but then your amount will also go down with that. But at least you know that if you're in the knockout stages, you'll be rewarded with something.
Indeed, man. And top 18, you've already reached. Like, these 18 teams, they're going to at least get some kind of a share in this entire prize pool. But how big of a share, that it's all entirely dependent upon their performance, their overall nature as well inside the game. If you are very good in the knockout stage, then for sure you can secure 10,000 rupees per day. We are seeing new faces every single day, and this gives them the opportunity to get more money in their pocket. And here's the best part, right? Grand Finals MVP will receive 1,50,000 as one of the tokens of gratitude for going ahead and getting the max amount of eliminations for the team.
Absolutely. I think, the way Reckoning Esports and Fireeyes Gaming have, took up that responsibility of knockout stage team of the day, and they were rewarded with 10,000 rupees. So definitely it's up for grabs today as well. So, I would want to see some new faces, and I don't mind as well if somebody, repeats. It's only Fireeyes who will again get an opportunity because they are there. Reckoning Esports, their matches are done with because they were in Group B. We already spoke about the fact that, how amazing their performances were. And I think, performances are, based or judged according to this point system, which is a universal point system, which is followed everywhere in Free Fire Max. So if you get a booyah, you get 12 points, which is maximum of survival. But for eliminations, you're rewarded with 1 point each. So definitely that's there. But if there is a tiebreaker happening, so the first thing in consideration is number of booyahs, then the total eliminations is counted. If that's also same, we count the ranking in the final game.
Ooh, not only that, it's going to be super interesting if teams are trying to not aim for the 10th position or till 10th to 1st. Then they can go ahead and be very happy about the eliminations that they already have, because one elimination is equivalent to 1 point. So the max amount of eliminations you get, it's equivalent to the amount of points you get. So that's one of the places where most of the teams are focused more towards. And there's another clause to all of this, another part which you need to keep things check in. That is one unique active skill. You always need to have different unique active skills in the entire player base of it. Player 1, for example, if he's equipping Nero, player 2 cannot equip Nero. Okay?
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. No repetitions. It's different altogether. Passives, you can repeat how much ever you want. You want to bring in Joseph, you bring in Joseph. You want your teammate to bring in Joseph, bring in Joseph.
I mean, definitely some interesting facts have come up, throughout this tournament. I still see Oscar, Homer, and Chrono the most used active skills right now. And even, we had a discussion yesterday, right, Ozora, about how Joseph, Nikita, and Thiva are the most used passive character skills as well. Much on that while we are on the game as well. But this is the team list. Of course, this is Group A and Group C teams going up against each other, locking horns. You see, Gyan Gaming is back. K9 are back, Godlike are back. Of course, there is nothing said about them. Just mentioning it right now, Ozora. Are they pre-eliminations? Okay, I don't know who said it.
That person is unknown, and unfortunately he's not there in the group for now. So Group B is already done and dusted, but overall I'm just loving the enthusiasm that we could see in the hands of Group C. They were very good, on point when it comes to the elimination point of view of it, but there were two teams who were very silent. That is EMZ Esports alongside Revenant XSpark. And I'm hoping that both of them start igniting it and keep moving forward, because having a setback is just one of the lessons learned. Skip that chapter or just flip over that chapter and write a new one.
That's going to be very important for them, because the way they have performed in the first 6 games, as you mentioned, it's not ideal for them. So that's why these 6 matches are going to be very crucial, and setting the tone for the day. It's going to be very, very important for all the 4 members in their team as well. So let's have a look at their lineups as well. So we see Gyan Gaming with an unchanged lineup. I see Arup, Shubho, Ninja, and Insane. I was pretty surprised about the fact that Ozora, they could not deliver just like they delivered in the group stages. So probably they also felt the pressure of the knockout stages, expecting something better from them today.
Indeed, man, and the pressure is always going to be on. Godlike Esports on the other end, we have seen the kind of switcheroos that they've usually taken. Wait a second, iQOO being substituted? All right, this might be a very calculative decision that they've taken, but iQOO is very efficient whenever it comes to the team coordination and overall team chemistry as well. Metaninza on the other end, RNS as a sub, and the others are performing very nice, and I'm hoping that this time around they can flip the script. Instead of getting 63 points in the first day affair, second day needs to be a tad bit more better than that. K9 Esports, absolutely top-notch performance on day number 1, 97 points. Team Tamilas as well, they were pretty confident in order to understand and analyze the overall situation, but this time they need to wake up. It's not going to be a snooze fest, as in the day number 1 they just got 51 points.
Absolutely. all eyes on iQOO, OGxTSG as well. What is up with them? Legend, Arjun, Ayush, and Krish. Everybody wants to know that what's going on with that lineup, because they started superbly yesterday, right? Right up front, they had some good games, but then they lost that momentum somewhere down the lane. And we were also talking about that things when goes in their favor, probably they look a very different team in comparison to when they're put under pressure. I feel the team loses the plot. Probably that's something which they need to fix. But a team which does not loses a plot is, I think it's called iQOO Total Gaming. Definitely, the Giants, the defending champions, they know what to deliver in such situations, and they delivered in the last game yesterday where they got that amazing booyah.
That's right, man. I believe it was like a 22-pointer which just came through,
Bang on.
and 89 total points that they could attain in day number 1. So let's see how well they can perform today. God's Reign pros as well. Good control overall, and getting that booyah was absolutely insane. Fireeyes gaming as well. The underdogs are rising for sure. Revenant XSpark, I am going to see how well they're going to perform today, as it is going to be very crucial for them, as they're called the finishers. But this is one of the places where we absolutely love a lot. Aja 1v1. Whenever you want to prove a point, Aja 1v1.
Yeah, with the kind of tension both the teams had in the past, and specifically in these past few months, this is amazing to look at. These guys have gone out and given their own statements. Look at Struggle, what is he saying? He says, we believe we are the stronger team overall. Our rushers and sniper are better than Delete and Mafia. I mean, he's upfront saying that Manu is better. Topsy is better than Delete and Mafia. I mean, just imagine the kind of situation if you see them in the lobby, locking horns against each other, that's going to be out of the roof.
True, man. And on the other end, Aztec goes like, stronger team. Haha. Then why did you come to me to be your IGL? Ooh, shots fired. And Aztec for sure is going to be proving a point here. The way they have been performing day number 1, I do understand it was a tad bit overwhelming in order to understand what just happened to them. But today is going to be a very nice part of it. And here's the thing, right? We do have a background story as well to how these words were thrown across the entire room. So are we ready for that? Chat, are you guys ready for it?
I'm sure they are just preparing, but then I would say a line which I remember from the recent movie Dhurandhar, that ladies and gentlemen, 100% you're not ready for this. That stuck in my mind with the kind of situation right now it's happening between these two boys and also with these two teams. But I think it is ready now, Zora. So definitely let's have a look at how these two men are going to go against each other.
आपको लगता है कि डिलीट इज बेटर देन क्रॉप्सी?
ऑब्वियसली।
भाई दे दो यार। अरे 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 भाई मेरी बीवी मारेगी मुझे। नहीं, मैं नहीं करता। अब मैं दे दूं जवाब?
बोलिए आपकी।
K9।
मेरे दिमाग में भी यही है, लगता है मेरा प्लेयर इंडिया का सबसे फास्ट प्लेयर है। आई थिंक भाई कोई बात पता नहीं है,
थोड़ा स्लो हुआ।
इनका कहना है कि क्रॉप्सी अनुभव का प्ले स्टाइल इनके साथ मैच नहीं हुआ।
भाई कंफर्टेबल नहीं हो पाए।
कंफर्टेबल कैसे होते हैं भाई?
जीतने के बाद ही होता हूँ मैं कंफर्टेबल।
Well, the final call was जीतने के बाद ही होता हूँ मैं comfortable, which means after a win is the only condition that I get comfortable with this overall situation. So technically, as you see, the last game was won by Total Gaming, right?
Correct.
So they're already comfortable. Today is the second day. So is the momentum gonna carry forward? Are they already comfortable, or do they need another booyah to be comfortable in the entire lobby? What do you think, Oro?
You have put me under a lot of pressure right now, because they have 89 points right now, to be fair. And if we minus the booyah, that's a lot of pressure for iQOO Total Gaming, because they usually like lot number of eliminations, and they're comfortable with playing aggressive, which they haven't done yet. So probably, I think, this fight against Godlike, if it's happening, it will be huge. But then they also need to understand that they are not the safest yet. So definitely they have to, pick their fights properly, where they would want to shape themselves in a proper or better way. But then there is another team where I think it was Reckoning Esports, where I think they went at Godlike Esports up front. It was Sabo who mentioned this fact. And here is the response from Godlike's players.
Nobita goes like they didn't qualify last time. This time they have.
no.
Congratulations. And that's with a lot of sarcastic tone. iQOO on the other end. Free kills. Who said this? Sabo from Reckoning Esports? Who is this exactly?
My goodness. And look at what Marco has said. He says, that was good banter. And through that banter, we have finally recognized who Reckoning Esports is. I mean, ouch. That was heavy, right? You know, these statements was expected to come in from these boys, you know, knowing the fact that how Godlike is, right? You cannot expect, you know, you start something and they won't continue, because next time when we see Reckoning, of course, that is going to be in week 2, because the kind of points they have, I'm thinking that they are pretty much safe right now, and they will, you know, make it towards week 2 itself. But Godlike, what are they up to? Because they did start well in the first day, of course, and now they have 6 matches where they need to also prove themselves that they are not free kills. Of course, they are not, and they also need to mention the fact that they have, you know, enough points so that they can enter the top 12 spot as well. You know, Zora.
You know, I'm gonna take a bow at Yogi. Yogi Anna did not say anything in regards to the situation. Dude is Captain Cool, and I really love the fact about that. He's gonna be doing the talking inside the game, so might as well. If it wasn't Reckoning in the entire roster of it, well, it would have been a different story altogether. But it's going to be Group C who's going to face the Wrath, and Fireeyes Gaming, Rise of the Underdogs. These folks have been on point. Yesterday, even though I saw Jack, he was way too nervous in the interview. But when it comes to gaming, when it comes to playing, this dude is not at all nervous. He knows the ins and outs. He already finds the exit strategy, and then he moves on for a fight. So 1 booyah, 73 total elimination points, and total damage of 47,930 just in that single day.
Yeah.
Damn.
Wow. I mean, they are one of the find of TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2026 Spring, and absolutely they have you know, taken the knockout stage pretty seriously, Ozora. And you know, you mentioned things about Jack, right? He was the first one who picked up the sunglass after he got the booyah and celebrated with a gun which he made with paper. So you can understand that he is also a character. So probably you will see him in his elements, because he is now much more becoming comfortable on front of camera. And I feel that Fireeyes Gaming would be much more confident coming in today's matches, because definitely this is something where Fireeyes Gaming would want to capitalize, because you know, there are 6 games out there and you already have 100 plus points. Go out and do what Aerobots did yesterday, cross 200 points.
Indeed, and I'm hoping that, yeah, the award that we were talking about, the rewards that people can receive even while watching during the entire tournament, as they were very patient, and we kept doing this drill again and again, that what is your top 3, what is your top 3, I hope your top 3 is ready. But now is your top 12 ready? Who are the top 12 teams who are going to be there in the final? This is our admins' prediction, and if you want to challenge them, challenge all the admins, might as well give your top 12 with a very nice you know, header point, footer point, 1 to 12, and equalize it and send it on the YouTube chat itself before 7:30 p.m. IST today.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting, Ozora, because our admins are watching the game pretty closely, and we have seen them that
Absolutely,
messing up with the admins can be a little bit difficult. But then you guys are the best judge as well, because you guys are also watching your favorite teams, you know, fight it out daily. And you know, since this is the last day of the knockout stages, why don't you pick your top 12 teams and put it on the chat, and do it before 7:30? That's a timer which you need to, you know, make sure that you are doing it before that, because once you have done it, I think a winner will be chosen, and you know, you will be given an opportunity. The winner will receive a special shout out on the Hindi broadcast on 28th of March, which is next week itself, Ozora. And I think that's huge. That's big, right? Official rewards and the winner will be revealed on the Free Fire India Esports Instagram page. So definitely, you know, you have to follow them as well, so that you know that you have won the battle.
And not only that, if 2 or more participants have the same lineup, okay, do not be worried. There is going to be a factor which comes right in, which is a randomizer. A random person will be selected in the pool of the ones who've already mentioned the similar kind of prediction. Okay, so might as well shine your luck, might as well put all of your stars, align it together in order to win the award, and alongside that you get a shout out as well. So official rewards and the winner will be announced there, and that's a huge honor. Thank you so much, admin team, to go ahead and give the opportunity even for the viewers to earn something while watching the entire stream. Moving forward, we have the game schedule, and this time I am very happy that we have Kalahari and Purgatory in the beginning itself. Nextera is my favorite, Kalahari is my second favorite, and third favorite is Purgatory. And I'm so happy. Whew.
Yep, and I think playing Kalahari and Purgatory in the first half, I think takes a lot of pressure from you, because these are the two maps where you see those hard shifts coming in specifically, and I feel where teams can go a little bit tipsy and tidy, of course. So definitely, while you finish off the second game and the third game, of course, you will or probably can place yourself in a much more comfortable way in the fourth, fifth, and the sixth game, course, which is going to be Solara, Alpine, and Bermuda. But of course, focus will shift on to Nextera for now. Ozora, definitely a map where a lot of strategies would come in, and everybody would want to start off in a positive note and have a positive intent as well.
And here's the thing, right? We have seen yesterday the kind of performance both the groups showcased when it comes to Nextera, and we can see one common group at least from yesterday. And I'm expecting that Group A has already seen what has happened yesterday and focus more towards how well they can strategize against and make a counter plan. And these are the preferred drop spots of all of the teams. iQOO Total Gaming, we already know they head always towards intellect center wherever the opportunity has been presented to them. Farmtopia, one of the empty places which will soon be filled with so many teams, and the others are trying to take a skirmish towards the eastern side of this map, which in turn seems to be a very nice idea overall. But whenever it comes to the longevity or survivability tactic of it, always stay towards the centric of Nextera. Plan, lot, and stay in the center.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there are a few more fights towards Boxing Gym, Plazaria, and Deca Square. So definitely there are chances of these teams fighting up front. And definitely we have seen that that common factor in the group stages, and of course in the knockout stages, the teams have gone in for those drop clashes, and they're pretty much comfortable. Of course, we were expecting God's Reign pros fighting against iQOO Total Gaming, but it's the other giants, Revenant, XSpark, who have also not performing or probably have not performed in a way which we have expected them to, because the way they dominated group stage, we thought that something good might happen. But then we're also having our predictions, right? Ozora right now in front of us. I have gone in with iQOO Total Gaming, Fireeyes, and Godlike. Any justification for your 3 picks?
My 3 picks justification, I just know that these teams are going to come down. They're going to keep slapping all the others around, tossing them, and then just making them as light as they can seem. Godlike, for sure, they have performed very well when it comes to Nextera. They understood their assignment. Same thing goes for K9 as well. Even though K9 gassed out pretty early, they got good amount of eliminations in the first part of the game itself. And iQOO OGxTSG, just because of yesterday's gameplay, they have just taken my heart, and I just don't know what to say more than that. So my justifications are more like it's a feeling, it's an emotion.
I mean, see, a lot of fans will be happy right now, since you have picked, of course, iQOO OGxTSG. They're expecting them to perform, and absolutely, why not? They have always had that chip on their shoulder that they do not qualify for grand finals. Grand finals is a lot far away. They could not qualify even for the knockout stages. So this was the first time we're seeing them in a knockout stage. So definitely this is going to be very, very big for them. And performing is something which is their first priority for now. And there's a lot of nervous 90s in the overall standings, hoping that everybody crosses the 100 point in the first game itself. And let's find it out in the first game itself, Ozora.
Nextera, one of the most versatile maps where teams are going to be planning, plotting at the same time just to know where the opponents are going to be heading towards. There are a lot of rotations being called in, and there's a lot of fire to be felt. And this is the first very map which will bring us and give us the kind of understanding what will the teams do next.
Yep, absolutely.
Love the flight path.
The 2 ends of the flight path are right now Museum and Rush Town. I'm interested to see that this change, right? iQOO have been swapped out with Nobita, right? Zora, you did point it out early on in the pre-show. So definitely this is going to be interesting to look at where Godlike is jumping. And if there is a change in their play style, because we know that how Nobita likes to be aggressive. So a proper plan is there. But are there any team with them in towards Plazaria? Oh, there isn't. So definitely Team Tamilas are there and they've started fighting Marco. He has a Uzi right now and Script has been taken out and Yogi was the one who dealt with him.
Good knocks coming through right off the bat, and I'm hoping that Godlike, they can conserve their energy for a longer run, as they have for sure received good amount of eliminations. Nancy, for now, he drops down like a bird. Nobita, Marco, these two players still alive, and there you go. The plugging system is back online. Yogi comes right back. I think he needs a very nice sniper rifle in order to at least take this entire situation under control, because it's just going ham. EMZ is pressing forward one by one. They're taking down the members of Godlike, and this is not at all a good scene for them.
EMZ were the last ones to enter the arena. Now Plazaria looks like a full graveyard where EMZ are having the final laugh. Probably they just might end up eliminating Team Tamilas. Yogesh being dealt with. It's Rupesh and Aditya who are finding value. Definitely this is where I think Godlike would not, thought that this would have happened with them. Plazaria, a fight against Team Tamilas, and where EMZ also dropped. So a three-way fight in next era. And now Metaninza are in the vicinity as well. Few players who survived for Godlike, I think they're running away for now.
Yeah, they definitely will run away. They're going to plug in their following comrades. Metaninza love the enthusiasm. They already know where the opponents are, and heading towards Plazaria just has one mission. That is take down EMZ before they get confident in this map. Rupesh and the entire squad, they are looking pretty stoked. 4 eliminations. And to snatch that away is going to be a big chore for Metaninza. They are encroaching each and every spot of it, checking nook and cranny, and there is the rotation that we were expecting. EMZ, they want to fight as a whole unit.
Absolutely. I mean, Mr. Ani, a lot of responsibility on him. Zap! He has the SKS in his hand. He did manage to connect one shot, of course, but not knock. Fighting right now against Metaninza. Sarves, he has a charge muscle in his hand, but it's Anshu who charges in, but Mackie got stuck there. Probably the blue wall saved him. Anshu spotted off guard right now, just waiting for EMZ players to get taken
Oh my
out.
god!
He waited for eternity, and he missed out on an opportunity to take down one member from EMZ side. I think that was Mac. He needs some backup for Zora right now. Otherwise, Metaninza could be in a lot of trouble. Probably Zap has taken a fallback, but Anshu knows the positioning of Mr. Ani. He has a cord in his hand and he's running away. Probably vending machine is where I think he would want to head towards. Anshu gets back. Zarvis online.
That's going to be another bird flying away from this battle. Metaninza, they were not at all prepared for this. EMZ, they're pretty confident after taking the fight against Godlike and winning it. So far, Anshu thought that at least he could do some kind of a damage, but in fact, he gave away yet another point. Not a good sight. And K9, the Feek, the scout man, is here to understand what's happening. And as soon as this team arrives, and if EMZ is going to be on a different level of a prowling situation, then, well, there are more points coming right in front of them. Mr. Ani, shots fired at him, HP dwindling, and he has instantly hit that retreat.
So many teams in and around Plazaria, right? It's not ending. It feels like EMZ have absorbed so much pressure, right? Have to mention that EMZ have a knack of, performing in the later stages. They did it in group stages where they almost got eliminated and brought back everything. But right now, EMZ, they are just, getting those elimination points wrapped up. 8 elimination points already. Look at Rupesh, he has 5. And K9 players, they come in and they are looking unprepared, just as what Metaninza did, right, Zora? But now, wait, Honey Sunny, I think I spoke too early. Honey Sunny, he is retreating. Right now, Honey Sunny, before he got taken out, he eliminated 2.
It just feels like it's a one-team show.
Yeah.
Anybody else, whoever is there in this entire lobby, they have been completely ignored. EMZ, Well. Taking away all the spotlights, and K9 so far with just one elimination, trying to take a battle against EMZ will not be that fruitful, as most of them, they're just charging forward, but lovely shots come through. I mean, just goes ahead, instantly shuts him down, pummels him with a lot of lead, and the Feek on the other end. The cleanup crew is here, and finally Plazaria has been cleansed from the names of EMZ Esports.
Yeah. Finally, we can probably move out of Plazaria and watch that what is happening with the rest of the next era map. Because we did see few fights brewing between Revenant and XSpark as well, where they were fighting somewhere, but it's Metaninza towards Museum. I think this is Gyan Gaming who started fight against. Gyan Gaming, a team again. They also need to step up, or probably, need to understand their situation in the overall standings, because they also need too many points right now if they want to play day 1 of week 2, of course.
As there's an option to stay out as well, it's all right. But it's just that you won't be getting good amount of opportunities to showcase or to understand what they're doing wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Triple takedown.
EMZ?
Ooh. K9?
Still
They're
fighting
like
Zora.
hunting EMZ Esports one by one. It doesn't matter where they are. They're going to hunt them down and one by one get those elimination points that they've already raked up. And wait a second, Fireeyes. What is going on? 14 eliminations. Where are they taking this battle all together?
Yeah.
Man, I would love to see the POV of that team. And finally, thank you so much, production. We are here. 14 eliminations, and they took a fight against who? Godlike. Wow.
No, Godlike, for the very initial part of the map of Nextera, they have been retrieving from every position they have gone down to. They went to Plazaria first. They could not survive there. They come here towards Boxing Gym, unable to survive again. What is happening with them? We did notice that, Ozora, that during their, first day, they did start well, but then lost the momentum, just like what happened with a team like iQOO, OGxTSG. Probably some character showcasing is needed from them. The change they have made have not worked yet, but then no change in Fireeyes gaming playstyle. Jack, just starting from where he left off last day. 5 eliminations already, but EMZ, they're not stopping. They, pound on to Gyan Gaming right now. Getting one more elimination point here. That is Mac with 2 elimination points. But look at EMZ, we spoke about them, that not performing. They have gone on to prove us wrong probably in the first game itself.
I wouldn't say probably, I would say yes, they are wanting to prove us wrong. And it's the underdogs who are leading the charts. Fireeyes, there's even EMZ, and on the third, we have iQOO Total Gaming, of course, as they intend to get eliminations earlier in the game itself. But my oh my, carrying forward the momentum that has been lost by EMZ and the one that they already had, Fireeyes, they're doing absolutely amazing.
Oh no, there's fight brewing right now again against EMZ. A lot of pressure on Mr. Ani before he got taken out, but then Team Tamilas are pushing in towards the Arsenal. The position of Rupesh, he jumps out, finishes. One onto Scrape there. Aditya, he has the Tommy in his hand, going inside the time turner, but then EMZ in a trouble, some position. Mac is the lone man. Will he be allowed? No. 1v4 against him. I think Team EMZ would fall. Oh no.
Oh my god.
Oh, we were speaking so good. Oh no. Feels like again a deja vu situation, right? Me and Crips were in a similar spot. We spoke about a team and they got eliminated eventually.
I see where the problem is. Anyway, it wasn't me who said that. All right, EMZ, that was a valiant effort. Good amount of eliminations coming through, but Team Tamilas, they were just prepared better for this fight. And looking at the way things are just shaping up, we can see even iQOO Total Gaming. But now, right across the corner, there is another team, iQOO OGxTSG. When will they take the battle? We'll see that real soon, as the hit list is on them from the likes of God's Reign.
Yeah. And Intellect Center, they haven't left that position yet. But Revenant XSpark, Right now, they are interested in a fight against Godlike, and probably iQOO Total Gaming would not mind that because they are just in the vicinity. It's a lone player from Revenant XSpark. He's trying to run away. That was Arsh, probably. Oh no, wait, this is Revenant XSpark right now. We are spectating.
What am I seeing?
Yeah.
Getting the center control is amazing, but K9 is still outside the circle. They're gonna come all the way from Farmtopia, get those houses, contest. It's either going to be GG Instincts or Gyan Gaming. Both the GGs are around the corner. And this is going to be a huge cluster of a fight. Getting the compound is important, and that's where these four teams have done the heavy lifting. iQOO OGTSG, Fireeyes. We can even see iQOO Total Gaming as well, right inside the circle. And Metaninza, of course, from the sides of the museum. So it's a very nice constant to and fro gameplay that we can see from all of the top tier 1 teams. They just understand the lobby and they want to control it till the end now.
Yep.
There's even Revenant XSpark.
Exactly. And probably from Intellect Center, you would see Gods in Pros also entering late because they know that there are very less space right now available. But as you mentioned, Metaninza have started fighting against Team Tamilas, and there is a fight happening. But Mafia, he's trying hard to find one head from Revenant XSpark players. We thought that this is going to be a fight in Intellect Center itself, where iQOO Total Gaming and Revenant XSpark would start fighting. It didn't happen there, but it's finally happening right now. It's a mid-ranged fight. Both the teams have locked horns, but there's no retaliation whatsoever from Arsh's end. He's also waiting. Look at Shanky. He is like constantly looking like an eagle, waiting for somebody to peek. No peeks yet.
Exhausting the resources. No matter how many medkits you have, you just use it right about now. Constant shots being dished out, even though those bullets... Oh yeah, it's AWM, so... Unlimited bullets. The Chip X. Once you get it from the drop, you can just constantly keep dishing those bullets onto the opponent. So, and that's a win-win situation for iQOO Total Gaming, and they would love to carry forward with it. Sitting at 4th spot, just too shy from Revenant XSpark.
Yeah, look at the circle, Lozora. iQOO Total Gaming literally pinpointing center of museum, and also the circle have, gone on to their favor. So definitely, iQOO Total Gaming would be eyeing for that Puya, but right now it is Fireeyes Gaming. Oh, wait! It's Godlike Pros who got eliminated in a blink of an eye. And Prince and Jack, they get eliminated. They get knocked out though, but then definitely there's a chance of reviving them. But Fireeyes Gaming, 17 already.
That was a bit premature. I do understand getting the compound is important, but not like that. You need to go in guns blazing, swing in the corner and get those knocks. I could just see 2 knocks coming in on and the other end. The entire team just perishes away. Insane.
Yeah. K9, sharing. It's very close right now. Revenant XSpark. They have been receiving shots from left, right, and center. Total Gaming had been, the problem. But right now, aim gets taken out. And K9 are the ones now at the receiving end. And Revenant XSpark are the ones who are delivering it. K9, they are not inside the circle. And also is Revenant XSpark. So they need to decide at what point do we start moving in. Because they also have to, understand that Fireeyes Gaming are also in the vicinity who are fighting against iQOO OGxTSG Ozora. And now it looks like a chaos where Revenant XSpark has decided to close in.
That's right. It's the boiling point that they were waiting for. The kettle was kept for too long. And now, slowly but surely, teams are trying to enter in, push them out of the envelope. K9, they're stuck inside. They need to instantly heal, but that nade is insane. One by one, the opponents are going to be blown into smithereens. Aim being the last man standing as he's trying to patch himself and constantly head towards the circle, but that opportunity is not going to be given so soon. As the entire team perishes away, similar thing happens to Fireeyes as well. Not a good sight. They wanted to head all the way towards the very end. And same fate is going to be lodged upon K9 as well. 4 teams right in front of us.
Yeah, we have been waiting for this for a while now, and Nextella have slowly turned up the heat where iQOO OGxTSG are right in the center fighting against iQOO TG. where Revenant, XSpark and Metaninza just waiting for the perfect timing, Ozora. And here comes the Neo plushie. But Aztec gets taken down. Vincent, he created the first opening, and now iQOO, OGxTSG, they need to be very careful because they cannot go inside the compound because they will find iQOO TG players there. Their area of playing has very, very less. They cannot have that margin of error right now with this positioning. But Revenant, XSpark, they will definitely want to come inside. But look at iQOO TG, they're outside right now and they're creating a lot of pressure on these players of Revenant, XSpark.
Divine being the last man standing right there in order to see, hear, understand what's going to happen next. But the shift of paradigm, Divine, he needs to run right about now, and that's the point that Total Gaming might snatch away. But wait a second, it's OGxTSG, they snatch it. And what a style! 4v4v4, a 3-way Mexican standoff, and now things are just going to be screwing up. I'm excited to see where things are going to head all the way towards. It's a Bermuda Triangle that we can see right in front of us. And there you go, the Riptide Rhythm just coming in. And Metaninza, they've made their intent very clear. They want to take a fight against Total Gaming first, and then later on, OGxTSG.
Whoever enters the last, I think will have the last laugh probably, Ozora. But look at iQOO TG, they're going inside.
Oh my
He has
God!
a grenade launcher. They've decided, and look at Anshu and Zarvis moving in as well. And the 5 stars, Aztec delivers onto Arjun. But Shanky, he's waiting for his moment. There are too many glue walls to deal with right now. But look at iQOO Total Gaming. They know what they can do, and here comes Metaninza. They're here for the third party. Krish gets taken out, but Ayush is still surviving. Mafia and Delete are there. They need to focus on to Anshu. Mafia finds.
Oh my God, it's a 1v2!
He converts. Shanky is there, but Ayush is surviving for iQOO OG as well. iQOO Total Gaming still survives, but Metaninza has the maximum numbers of advantage right now, Ozora.
That's right. Anshu, what a lovely 1v2, and iQOO Total Gaming, now they're going to be smacking their lips thinking what just happened to them. Even though Ayush is just trying his level best in order to assess, it's going to be Shanky first and then Ayush. As Metaninza, they have the man-card advantage, and those shots are going to be counting. Those shots are sublime. Ayush finally comes out of the cover, and it's a 1v2 for him, which he won't be able to accomplish as Metaninza strike it first.
What a fight we witnessed in the very first game of Group A and Group C. You know, we thought that iQOO Total Gaming would just be the perfect team to, take away the booyah, but then Metaninza, they understood the practicality of that situation, that we need to be the one who need to go in the last and have the last laugh, and they did that. They had their maximum players surviving towards the very end, and they understood these 1v1s. We can complete this pretty easily. They did not miss the trick, and probably I think Zarvis, Zap, and Anshu and Ginotra, credit has to be given to them. He was the cool man over there, controlling his team's, course of action.
Oh my God, this was the very moment. Oh, the 1v2. They were built to last. The end game control from Anshu was spectacular. Even though Ayush, he just tried his level best in order to go ahead and take care of this 1v2 situation. The plushie just comes right in at the right time in order to be a huge distraction. 150 HP on that thing. Plus, you cannot use your glue walls in that area. How bad is that given situation to you? And Metaninza, they just made things so easy for them.
Yep. That is where the decision making comes in, and I think credit has to be given to an experienced campaigner named Ginotra. He is the IGL, and he was waiting for the perfect timing, and probably he knew that iQOO Total Gaming would be impatient there, and they were the one to start the fight against iQOO OGxTSG. iQOO OGxTSG were just waiting like a spectator, right? They were like, why us? You could have gone on to Metaninza and we could have been the one doing the third party, but it didn't happen in that way. It happened in a very different pattern, and where Metaninza, converted that game in their favor with 14 eliminations and 12 placement points. And look at the number they have stacked up in the very first game with 26. They come up, swinging.
Yeah, that's right. Metaninza, 26. iQOO Total Gaming with 24 total points, 16 eliminations. They're getting back into their groove. They have some jam session going on in the midst of the game as well. Fireeyes Gaming, 21 total points. This team is not at all budging from fights. And I'm just loving every part of the action that they're bringing right in. iQOO OGxTSG, again, consistent performance from their end as well, getting total 21 points. Revenant, XSpark, this is a change that they needed, and it has to come from the first game, which they brought upon. It's 20 points for them. K9 Esports with 15. EMC Esports, well, they had a very nice early 7 minutes run.
Yep, absolutely. But Ginotra, being the IGL himself, he becomes the most valuable player also. Ozora just showcasing that the kind of responsibility he took upon himself and delivering upfront with 5 eliminations, 6 assists, and also with 2,739 damage. You know, being the Grenadier, you would expect, great deal of damage there. But then the conversion is also there to showcase because he had the abilities to support him as well. You see the Alavero and the Beast in there. You see the Nero. Very surprising that he was using an M4A1, that too, with that precision. And I think the way he controlled also the decision making was there. To be honest, superb job done by Ginotra.
The others as well, Jarvis, Anshu being the rushers, Chrono, Oscar, very default coming in from their end, and it's a very nice tactic. Nikita being equipped both the ends, 30% more of a reload speed. That's really, really appreciable whenever it comes to the close quarter battles. And Zap, he was zapping all across, no matter where the opponents are. Skylar's Riptide Rhythm breaking the entire cover, the glue walls melting in a fraction of a second, and Jarvis Anshu just entering right in. That's the combination that I would love to see, and that's what they showcased in the first game itself. I'm very happy for them. Good performance overall. Moving forward, I would love to see the kind of contribution all of these players have given, except for Ginotra. We have already seen that.
Yeah, absolutely. Zap contributed with 3 eliminations, and I'm looking at the conversions right now because Anshu also delivered, 6 knockouts and 5 eliminations there as well. 3,212 damage for him. Zap also dealt quite a few damage with 7 assists. He got 2,260, and look at Jarvis's numbers as well. As a rusher, I think he did pretty well with 1,532 damage, 2 assists, 2 knockouts, and 1 elimination point. So I think well done as a team. They functioned as a unit. Probably this is the kind of Metaninza we wanted in the very first day itself, but it's okay. It's coming in the second day because this still matters where you are still collecting the points. Because look, right now their journey in this circle, they were there right from the word go towards museum, I think, fighting it out. Probably they went towards Plazaria for a bit. They took a fight there, but then Team Tamilas were the ones who probably wanted to challenge them, but it didn't happen. They pretty much easily handled them as well.
That's right, man. And the handling, for sure, they have taken it with care. So the elimination point of view of it, 7 eliminations and then just parting away in the second circle itself. Godlike for sure needs to level up their game. EMZ, they did have a very nice early battle. Clash was supreme, getting 9 total points in the beginning. 14 from Fireeyes. 14.
Yeah.
The only team who has reached double digit. This performance, it's persisting. It's carrying forward from yesterday. How are they able to do this, man?
I mean, they're reading the lobby superbly right now. Probably that could be the tactic. Or I think, during the interview, Jack said that we don't want to mind too much about what the other teams are doing. We would want to follow our strategy, or probably would want to focus on our game. I think that's the best policy. Play the best Free Fire max, which you have been practicing for in the months before this event started. So I think that's what they have been doing, and they're just proving it that we can be the one who can give a run for your money. And they are actually, irritating and annoying a lot of tier 1 teams out there, and probably they might again do it. You look at the preferred drop spot right now. Not a problem in confinement. They are there ideal. So probably later stages, GG Instinct might come in interested. But look at Refinery. It's Team Tamilas again fighting against Godlike. After what happened on Plazaria, definitely Godlike should be prepared.
Unfortunately, there is no reckoning, right? If there was reckoning, Fireeyes would have had a very tough time in confinement. Hey, I know why you're taking a huge laughter to it.
Yeah.
If there were to be here in this lobby, Godlike would have shown they're not feeling points. In any which case, Santa Catrina being one of the places where we could see iQOO Total Gaming trying to rotate all the way from there and reach towards command post. So that's going to be a very lovely rotation coming in, but they need to be aware about how teams are rotating later in the phases as well. They are taking a very slow detour. I have seen specifically in the yesterday's game itself, a nice detour. They're trying to scope in and out where the opponents are, and specifically most of them are trying to revive their following comrades half of the time. So in order to catch them off guard, they need to get out of the way and reach towards that very spot and take them down. So that's going to be a huge task, or a chore rather, and get those elimination points will be absolutely amazing. Moving forward, we have our predictions, and I'm hoping that viewers, you have your predictions loaded as well. Top 12 is what you have to give in order to go ahead and compete against the admin. We are already competing, man. Look at that.
Yep, we are giving our match-wise prediction right now, Zora. Definitely, we'll catch up soon as well. But then you guys have a timer, you have to do it before 7:30, and if you do it, you have a chance to win different types of shoutouts, and definitely there is a way to achieve that. We will definitely would want to throw some light, but right now it is iQOO Total Gaming for me, God's Reign, and Metaninza after the last game. I think there's no doubt about the fact that these three teams are looking pretty much in control, and I'm sure about the fact that you have also done the same.
I have Clark Kent, I have Superman, and I have Batman. These are my three predictions.
Okay.
So I'm hoping that all of these three predicted names go ahead and showcase why they are the most fearsome teams in this very map called Kalahari. It's a sniper's paradise. We all understand the kind of integrities that we usually notice there. You need to have a very nice VSK in order to get your shots landed right across the skulls of the opponent. So hopefully that happens very soon. And all of the rotations that we have seen, all of the preferred drop spots, whether it's going to be true or not, we're going to see that, we're going to witness it right about now, as Kalahari is going to be loaded right in front of us.
Let's find it out. Let's straight up jump inside the verticality factor of Kalahari, where we are going to witness a lot of action. Definitely, we're going to feel the fire for sure. The kind of players we have right now inside the lobby, they're itching for fights, and absolutely Metaninza after the last game, they would be super confident and jump pretty early.
Skewed.
A little skewed towards the southern end, but definitely not a problem, because I think teams would usually go slow towards their drop spot shrines, and Old Hampton might be a little difficult, but they have their own ways to go towards those areas. God's Reign, they have jumped. Revenant XSpark, they're going towards Bayfront, no problem, but look at Refinery, fights have already begun.
Oh, that's right. Team Tamilas, as intended, they wanted to head towards Refinery, but they did not know who the match is going to be. Godlike, good shots being fired, and wait a second, there's even K9 in the vicinity. This battle has just gone all four ends. And Godlike, they are slowly but surely getting those elimination points. The peak right around the corner. Now he's going to bounce off, thinking that it's going to be a different strategy altogether, trying to plug in the falling comrades. Godlike, they are rotating, they're lunging, they're leaping, and wait a second, Revenant XSpark had one of the members sent right here in order to be a huge pain, and he did in fact be a pain.
Day one of sending Arsh as a spy in Kalahari, or probably in Refinery, because he definitely did his part, because EMZ have also entered into this spot. You see, we've started things off with Godlike and Team Tamilas. Saw K9 in the vicinity, we saw Revenant XSpark, and now EMZ themselves. This was a fight which was started in Plazaria in the last map, but Godlike are handling this pretty well. And Marco, he got taken out. Mr. Ani, he would definitely have the opportunity to bring back the players. Vending machine is there.
Oh yeah.
But Godlike, I think the solo survivors have run away from this spot.
What is going on? EMC, every given moment, they want to take battle against Godlike.
Yeah, man.
It doesn't matter where Godlike is. They're going to read the elimination feed and they're going to be there, present. And same thing is happening to the entire squad as well. Now, even though the hit list has been activated by iQOO Total Gaming, K9 is far away from them. But are they?
Probably delete. Just find out himself. Right now he's walking. Oh wait, no. Wait, it's not delete. It's Mafia. Finds out Team Tamilas. Script out in the open, off guard. He collects the elimination points. So definitely there are problems for Revenant XSpark as well. This is command post. So definitely we see Revenant XSpark always, they are towards this spot, in and around this. Would want to control this Total Gaming. They have shown interest Usually they are there towards Santa Catrina, which is towards the very eastern end of the map. They have rotated so early, showing intent. It looks like they want to be aggressive in this map, showcasing what they did in the last game, right, Rozora?
Oh no. Even though they want to be aggressive, there is Yogesh, there are a couple of players from Revenant XSpark as well, and Divine is holding the primal spot for Mayhem. So it's not a good sight for them to keep moving further, but wait a second, Shanky would absolutely demolish one of his opponents. Flushy being deployed, and it's going to be deleted in an instant. iQOO Total Gaming, they have already understood where the opponents are, and these shots, Shanky, he should have understood. He should have known what's going to happen next as Divine. He has captivated the top of command post, and he is commanding in a very ruthless style.
Absolutely, command post. If you have control of this tower, you definitely can control the whole of command post. You just see delete. This can be very risky. The cord won't stop spamming and delete, and Mafia have just been revived right now.
How is he alive?
Absolutely, the spam is still on. Oh no, Divine! Too much overextension, and Aztec, he climbs up the hill. And he climbs up for revenge. And he controls command post now. Revenant XSpark definitely missing the trick. Divine, he should have understood that, probably being at this level, you just cannot keep on spamming. You have to understand that there are other players as well who can just climb up using the grappling hook. But then Metaninza right now against Gyan Gaming. I forgot that Gyan Gaming and GG Instinct ever existed in the lobby.
Okay, that's one way to drop some shade. Okay, I see you. Metaninza, 4 eliminations, and they're looking for another fight. Prior to this, Gyan Gaming, now GG Instincts. Okay, they want to go ahead, full assault mode, get those elimination points. But Zap, being the sniper, what's he doing in the front line? Dude, you gotta be in the back line.
Metaninza all over the place right now. After getting the booyah, I think they need to click on the reset button, probably just calm themselves down. There are a lot of nerves. But Gyan, he's pretty much controlling the spot. Open areas, Team Tamilas. Yogesh was off guard. Probably Script's position is also up for grabs. K9 are revolving in and around this area and controlling the edges. So there are fights happening, but probably K9 are looking for some control and stability in their game as well. I think they have done it well so far because they have also crossed the 100 point. I think they're sitting at 112 points, so would be eyeing for more definitely with 5 games left out. Like OGxTSG, they have locked horns against EMZ right now, Zora.
That's right, man. And look at the way they're just going for the flank angles. Krish right in front. He's trying to bounce right in. M590 in hand. And Aditya is the first one to go down. Unfortunately, is the second one coming through. Krish, he's just rushing in, man. What's happening to this guy? He's bouncing left, back, and center. And there you go. EMC's bounced off the map of Kalahari. Not at all a good sight for them. And now they're going to be heading all the way back to the blackboard, right down what needs to be done for the next following one. But there is retaliation. There is God's reign in the vicinity, trying to take pot shots against the ones who have already received such good numbers.
Legend, he immediately took off. He used the launch pad, but now Anubhav, he knows where the trajectory went towards. He would want to control iQOO OGxTSG's positioning. And Legend is stuck as well, but then their position are too much out in the open. Anubhav and Cropsy both. Oh no, this can be risky. Now Legend and Arjun can create pressure, but then Manu has to find it. But Anubhav, he missed the trick probably. He is knocked out in the open now. Cropsy, he cannot revive. He needs to survive for now. And Arjun, he utilizes the position. He has the VSK94 in his hand. He would want to find the headshot, but Legend, he's flanking. His position is going to be very crucial. Manu, he has to find something, but Cropsy will be taken out.
Damn.
Oh no. What a mistake. Why would you want to do that?
That's what happens when you head all the way deep into enemy territory and then forget that there is even a Skylar's Riptide Rhythm to begin with. Very premature decision in order to take a fight against iQOO OGxTSG. So now the lesson has been learned the hard way. Marco could not find his polo, and Arsh finds at one point against Godlike. Black good support being provided, and Nobita, he is too begging for mercy. They need to come back with more confidence. Godlike, they are feeling for sure a lot more lost compared to yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. They need to also, fix things really quickly because there are no more days left for them as well. Today is the last day of week 1. We absolutely mentioned the fact that everybody would be eyeing on that top 16 spot, if not the top 12. But God's Reign Pros, they definitely get the opportunity to bring back the members, and the circle have slowly, shifted towards down south. But Metaninza right now,
struggle.
They find struggle, and Anshu with that ACAT, it's pretty precise over there.
A mushroom out in the desert. Nobody dares to pick it. I understand why. Metaninza, but they for sure are picking a lot of heads right here. Struggle, there is no support. And if there was a Raphael being equipped, it would have been a different ball game altogether. But there you go. The slow bleeding is the quick bleeding is rather not there. That's the reason Struggle can get back on his feet. But the sub is completely contested, man. Love the position of Ginotra, and he can absolutely destroy the enemy's backbone. And Manu, he finally gives away his location. He's running away for his dear life, but the shots are too insane, too immaculate to even match up to the pace. And there comes a full round support, which is going to be provided. And it's Ginotra who does the heavy lifting as the opponent was so confused onto what needs to be done.
I don't understand that what is God's Reign trying to do while they are, trying to poke these
They're taking
teams.
some risks.
Yeah, and absolutely right out in the open, right? And isolating such situations where they're not in control. And Manu, he couldn't survive, of course. Very less chance when 3 players are, chasing you. Now, for now, they're still surviving. The good thing is there's a chance for Manu to be back and probably write the script again. But Metaninza, goodness me, they have come out swinging. The way they're playing right now, they're controlling each and every inch of this lobby.
Oh, yes. Godlike, well, I would love to see their POV as well in order to understand what's happening. But God's Reign, for sure, they are not able to keep that calmness in within themselves. One player knocked, he's trying to be revived, Chrono Shield being equipped. Every single thing is going for the defensive tactic. There is no offense. There is no assaulting. There's always some kind of a decision being taken, which is in turn biting them on the other end.
Yeah. And you look at the team surrounded, their positioning. There is Fireeyes, there is Godlike. But Yogi out in the open. Oh no, Troll finds him. The main man, the main sniper of their team. He definitely won't miss out on that opportunity. Easy pickings for him. Finds his second elimination point. And there is one more team member who comes on top, and definitely you can control a lot of areas. But the problem is, the circle is not here. You can still wait and find more elimination points, which Troll is doing it right now. And he cannot even actually, see that who the player is. And he's still trying to take those shots, just showcasing that how confident he is as a player right now.
And he has an enhanced hammer on that weapon. What do you think? That's going to amplify the damage. Dude's been hitting his shots. He already got one elimination point. And he has the bird eye view as well. And this, look at this demolition. Look at the... Oh my... One nade just throws the entire team's game off. And there is no coming back from it.
GG Instinct, they're struggling right now, absolutely. But Metaninza, they probably know where Godlike is, and the information has been passed on. Freeze nade thrown by Anshu. He has the M590 locked and loaded. And here comes Sarvis as well. Godlike, they did not even understand that they've already been wrapped around. Godlike, they're missing the trick. They are not aware of their surroundings, and being not aware is also creating, or probably not giving them the chance to also fight back. Team Tamilas, for a moment I thought that they were interested, but they would stay where they are right now and probably gatekeep Metaninza.
Oh yes, Metaninza. they're not the ones who can be gate kept. They're moving with a lot of confidence, even though the HP is dwindling. Zap is outside trying to control, get those shots locked and loaded onto Team Tamilas as the others, they're slowly moving further and further deep down in. Nades being tossed. They're trying to flush the entire area, but wait a second, that's not at all a good call. Script, if he stays outside for a longer time, he's going to be the first one to face the wrath of Metaninza, and there comes the entire assault. From the back, there is Godlike. There are two teams supporting this entire decision, and Team Tamilas, how are they lasting long? How are they alive? What just happened?
Metaninza immediately retrieving from that area. It was someone else, I think, who stole the elimination point. Probably it was iQOO Total Gaming. But with Yogi, here goes Godlike Esports. So definitely being eliminated at 10th spot. Not a good spot to be in. But Metaninza saw how they retrieved from that spot. Probably Krish is there in the vicinity and he's having a good view of this fight. He can steal a few points if he gets the opportunity to do so. But Metaninza, they right now have cramped Team Tamilas inside this tent. Who doesn't know how to come out of this situation. Exactly, they need to come out. They're tanking a lot of damage. This is the 4th circle as well. A lot of damage would be there as well. So Zora, things are not going to be easy for them.
Alvaro, it all takes one Alvaro's cluster to take them down, but this Chrono Shield is not going to help you out for a longer run. This was the fight which they were avoiding since so long. Metaninza with 15 eliminations. They are kicking up a row and they're making a lot of noise to it. Revenant XSpark taking a battle against iQOO Total Gaming and they want a full send it. Flushes being sent right in and there is even Fireeyes on top of this house. Uninvited guests and they're understanding every single thing what's happening right below them. HP low, they are getting shot from Metaninza, from so many teams all together, and there comes the Red Pad Rhythm. All the healings, all the understanding about where the opponents are. The plushie's gonna do the heavy lifting now.
Oh goodness me, Arsh there, he literally dismantled iQOO Total Gaming, but then Fireeyes Gaming need to first heal themselves up and also need to go inside the circle.
Good shot.
He finds Divine, they have the higher ground, but Arsh, he's too untidy right now.
Oh no.
He's trying to run away, but look at Prince from the backline. Jack is also there.
Who's
Divine gets caught off guard. Vincent, he's surviving. He has the heal drone, but he will be dealt with as well. Jack and Fireeyes Gaming, they don't have any other option than running in. There's a lot of damage being dealt from the above, and that is Team iQOO OGxTSG. But look at Metaninza. They have very less space to play with. Literally sitting below iQOO OGxTSG right now.
Giga Chads, absolute Giga Chads. Couple of players swinging. Ayush needs to understand and instantly puts in that time turner. Good understanding, and now the players are flushed in order to head towards the circle where Jarvis, Anshu, and Zap, all three are stuck in this cluster. It's a 3v4 situation where the man-card advantage this time around is in the hands of iQOO OGxTSG. And look at them fall. Get all of those eliminations, finish them off, and get the booyah.
Yeah, Ayush going wham bam with that, big muscles he has got. And Legend, he definitely deserves all of it. He has been waiting for a while now, Ozora, with the kind of a player he is. And definitely all these players look too excited right now because they know what this means to them. They have been performing so well. And with the kind of name they have got behind them, iQOO OGxTSG, and the excitement kicks in to these boys, and definitely the kind of FIFA Max game they are showcasing in the knockout stages, we're absolutely loving it, and their fans would enjoy this.
Not gonna lie, Krish already jumps so quick, he runs around the opponent so smoothly, and now he's emoting John Cena. You cannot see me. Man, already people can't see you. How much more do you not want to be visible?
But
all the shots, the connections, it's all M590 when it comes to such a close circle, and it is outside as well. No more cover that you can get. You can only create a cover by putting in blue walls. That's it. Taking advantage overall of the scenario, of the entire setting, and the fielding was set, man. That's one thing that I can say.
Absolutely. I wanted to know that how these players would want to pace themselves out for day 2 of their games. But then they knew what they were doing. Specifically, the way Ayush and Krish and Legend are playing, even though they got pressurized by God's Reign, you imagine to, crumble in such situations, but they understood that out in the open, God's Reign should have been the one, who should have been under pressure, and they immediately turned it over against them. And just proving that even though there are high-stake, high-pressure matches going in, they are just delivering. 18 eliminations, 12 placement points off the Booyah they got, and 30 points. Showcasing their supremacy now, right? iQOO, OGxTSG, and I feel they are going to just build more in the next 4 games.
That's right. So the momentum has already been built. They already understand their assignment. They're getting those eliminations as well off the bat. Even though it's single digit, it's double digit, it doesn't matter. It's about getting the momentum. It's about being confident, which most of the teams are not able to do. GG Instincts, EMZ, Gyan Gaming, Godlike, Team Tamilas, K9. Well, K9 in the previous one, they did a bit better than this. But still, these 4 teams, they need to buckle up. These 5 teams need to buckle up, man. It's high time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's high time. And I feel, EMZ did start well in the first game, but they again lost the momentum. They did manage to, take fight against Godlike. They got those 4 early elimination points, but then again lost it. So I feel teams like EMZ, GG Instinct, and Gyan Gaming, and they had an amazing run in their group stages, right? Week 1, week 2, they were absolutely amazing. Specifically Gyan Gaming, that's why I went out loud and gave that statement that they're missing from the lobby right now, because we haven't felt their presence, right? And that's where I think these teams can improve a lot, because you see they are in today's standings right now at top 8, probably, while the overall standings come in today's end.
Wow.
If they're not having those enough points, so they just might be there towards the 15th, 16th, or probably towards the 17th or the 18th. But right now, Metaninza are topping the charts with 53 points.
Good change of pace. Good change of pace. What happened in day 1, they have not at all let that affect their entire gameplay. And Metaninza is on a different level altogether. iQOO, OGxTSG as well have been keeping their calm. They have constantly been at it. But here's the thing, right? We have seen them play very nice in the starting 3 maps, and later on they start losing the momentum. And I'm hoping that they do not lose that. Fireeyes Gaming, as usual, consistent. Whenever it comes to the later part of the map pool, they start buckling up, and they are very quick on their feet to get those points and keep pressing the opponents in the entire lobby. And talking about the MVP, we have Krish. You can't see him.
But he has 8 eliminations that you can definitely see, with 5 assists, and the damage number you have cranked up to 2,129. So definitely dealing a lot of damage with that AC80. And I have an interesting stat. AC80 has been the most used weaponry probably in the whole event right now in TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2026 Spring. That just showcases the dominance these players, probably the snipers have gone on choosing, or not even the snipers, or the rushers are also gone on loud and to showcase that they want to opt for AC80. So just showing that M519 AC80 are right up there, Ozora.
True, man. Good combinations of passive and the active skill. Oscar, well, we all know the kind of plays he has already showcased us. Plus there, of course, will be, I was about to say a Chrono, but it's a Homer and a Nero. Completely different ideology of the entire team compared to the rest of the herd. So this is really good, man. 4 Arvons. So that's like 12 potential points at which the opponents are going to be spotted, whether it's a rotation, whether it is where they are, every single thing will be visible to them. And the control towards the circle was really good of iQOO, OGxTSG.
Yeah, and few more interesting facts that Ayush and Krish opted for Team Booster in their loadout, and Arjun and Legend opted for Tactical Market, just again proving the dynamics that they have, these options available. So definitely Krish, we know that he got 8 eliminations because he was the MVP. He is the MVP actually. And Ayush have got 5 eliminations to show up again, show up towards his name, and also with Arjun with 4 elimination and Legend. You know, a little bit, I think, slow right now with only 3 knockouts, and he could not convert those knockouts into elimination, but that's fine. I think he has lifted TSG's name on his shoulders for a while now, and probably he should be given some matches where he's not even fragging, but probably he will catch up soon.
Indeed, man. So there's a lot of catching up to do for not only this team, but for a lot of teams. If you want to be towards the top end of it, you need to prioritize the circle first. And this is where we understand how teams have actually avoided to give the priority towards the circle. And if you lose that prioritization, you lose the match, because you won't get the ground where iQOO OGxTSG just found it till the end, man. There was no one behind them. They kept that thing completely clean for themselves, and look at that, till the end they are right there towards Mammoth.
Yep. And we remember the fight against God's Reign, where they controlled that area and they never left that spot. So they decided, and they knew that the circle would be in and around that area. So definitely, there was an advantage. There was that luck factor as well, that the circle favored them. But then once the circle favors you, still got to deliver, still got to finish those and execute the game, which is what I think iQOO OGxTSG did pretty well. I think Metaninza is also not far behind. But then we have to talk about Fireeyes Gaming as well, Ozora. Wow. Last night they got 110 points. They still have 40 points to showcase with. So they're there in the top 3. So just showcasing dominance, just showcasing the consistency they did yesterday.
And let me take a moment. Let me wipe off my tears, man. Come on. This is the first time I'm seeing Purgatory. Oh my goodness. The joy, it's overwhelming me. Damn. All right, talking about this very spot, I do understand that iQOO Total Gaming loves to head towards Crossroads, and if this is the opportunity which will be presented to them, shutting down Fireeyes will be their top priority. And heading all the way towards Brasilia, we can see some very nice rotations coming in as well. iQOO OGxTSG, well, they have been very clear about their intents. They like to completely hold the center part of the entire map, and then assert dominance right from the word go. So hoping that this time it works around for a better time for them, as most of them will be prioritizing circle first. Finally, they will be prioritizing as it's Purgatory. It's textbook, one of the most textbook maps, and I just know that it's going to happen real soon.
Yeah, absolutely. But what has happened to iQOO Total Gaming, man? I mean, after the booyah yesterday, which was, I would still say, not the most convincing way for iQOO Total Gaming to showcase that what they have been doing. But again, they have started struggling. They did not win the fight against Fireeyes, where probably not Fireeyes, but Fireeyes came in late. It was Revenant XSpark, and it was Arsh who, literally dismantled, and they could not even understand that what went wrong with them. So I think it's high time, because we know that Kalahari is a stronger map where they feel much more comfortable, and that's why I have gone ahead and again chosen them in Purgatory as well, because they again do well on Purgatory. So hoping that they bring something back in their favor, because right now they're not controlling the game.
As you can see, my picks are towards the ones who are already there towards side where they're not feeling that confident. So I would love to say, GG Instincts, you got this. Gyan Gaming, you got this. The kind of performance that you have been showcasing since day one, it was absolutely top notch. And this is the very moment you come out of your shell and you just go ahead and do that bam bam Shazam thing and get those elimination points alongside the placement as well. iQOO Total Gaming on the other end, same reasons, that they are very confident. They're very in the element when it comes to Purgatory. So
Correct.
Gatekeeping them, or even throwing them away, throwing them off guard, catching them off guard, it's not going to happen in this map. They are prepared for any and every given situation which will be thrown right at them. So I'm kind of inclining towards these 3 teams to see how well they're going to perform. Moreover, the kind of rotations that will happen later on in the game, we will see that how well it's going to decide onto the flow of how the teams are going to reach towards the end.
Yep, and I think along the lines that we have K9 and God's Reign Pros as well, Ozora. Specifically, God's Reign Pros, they're slowly looking a little bit, in a spot of bother, probably with their positionings. They're getting themselves in, because out in the open, they start fights and they are not able to finish them. So I am a little confused about what their approach is, and same goes for Godlike, because they are again in a similar pattern. These two teams are, moving in and around, and that can be very risky because if you're giving momentum to other teams, probably for teams like Fireeyes Gaming, iQOO, OGxTSG, they would take it two-handedly. So definitely that's there for work to happen, but then that will happen inside this map itself. This is the third game. It's purgatory. Let's see if these teams can flip the script in this game.
I hope there's going to be a big W for most of them out there, just trying to get those elimination points earlier on. And I can feel the heat from the care package itself. So that was a nice moment. I was like, where's the banner? Where are we heading?
We are heading towards Brasilia for now, the center, and teams have jumped in, and Forge looks like a contested spot. So Gyan Gaming interested in taking an early fight. So this is going to be interesting to look at because they don't have the momentum, and gunfights can be a little luck-based. Oh no, they have started. Yes, they have started, and Uzi onto Insane's hand. He jumps inside. He can find Zarvis. He needs to win the aim duel, but he needs to reload the weaponry first before the players get taken out. But Metaninza right now in a very big spot. Look at Zap. You can just calm down, Metaninza fans, because you know that Zap has run away. So definitely, you will survive.
Oh, wow, Gyan Gaming, instead of heading all the way towards Ski Lodge, they choose a very personal path, and it's a vendetta. Taking a fight against Metaninza was important to stop their tracks of confidence. In turn, a very good understanding, and there you go, the Crossroad Derby is on. This time it is Fireeyes. Usually it is Godlike, but it is Fireeyes for now against iQOO Total Gaming. And let's see. Oh, look at them, Godlike. They're right there in the vicinity, close to Boathouse. Understanding if one of the members fall down, then they can instantly bounce back in, take the fight. Oh, sorry, Marble Works. That's where they are currently.
Yep. Delete. He gets taken out, but Soul, he has a lot of information to give away. Funny, you would know the positionings. These situations for iQOO Total Gaming. And
they're running away?
Dicey, yeah, exactly. That's not what iQOO Total Gaming usually does. They usually are confident in Crossroads, but that's what has been happening with them. Aztec, oh no, he will be caught off guard. AC80 once again, and this time it was Jack 07, the main man, who have been doing a lot of heavy lifting for the team, but Shanky is caught off guard. The good thing is, there is one member still surviving for iQOO Total Gaming, so probably they would be called back. But it's early, very early setbacks for iQOO Total Gaming.
Oh, that's right, man. Fireeyes, they are very confident with each and every fight that they take. They are growing into a mammoth, and this mammoth cannot be blown away with just air. You need a lot of willpower to do that. As the circle closes in, there's another team closing right in against iQOO OGxTSG Krish. He has an elevated angle, but instantly he's been removed from that area. Plushy's being deployed, but Cropsy, he needs to be aware as Krish is right on top of him as Legend comes swinging in, gets at one point, and Cropsy has no support whatsoever.
OGxTSG is super confident, initiating fights. That's how, confidence and momentum are supposed to work. Struggle and Anubhav, they look scared right now. Anubhav puts in blue walls, but they need the charge. Wow! Specialist right now. Then he gets dealt with. He gets taken down. iQOO OGxTSG, the trade game has been very solid. That is why the players have been sticking together. And again, they win a fight. And God's Reign pros, they're struggling. Probably they need to collect their thoughts. Because right now it's game 3. In week 1, this is of course the last day. What are they thinking? Where are they eyeing in the overall standings? Because by now I think everybody should know where they're eyeing.
Oh, that's true, man. The Hitler's being constantly adapted upon just to get the information of the location. EMZ, they need to eliminate Team Tamilas' one member, that is Kaushik. And that's where they're heading towards. Godlike, they're gonna join in this battle as Mr. Ani thought that he was out in the open safe but there is no support that can be provided. Team Tamilas, they're inside the compound and they are stuck. They're stranded. They cannot move at all. And Plushies are just going to make things even more worse as Script has been found. And there are still 2 more members there. EMZ, Recall Tower. That's at least one of the good parts for them so they can revive them. But Yogi, what's he doing? He's busy watching the back lines. Why is he not taking any shots?
Also for the fact that, oh wait, Nancy has closed in and he will find in the Rupesh 2v1 situation for him. Aditya dealt with. He had a Trojan in his hand. But what's up with this trio, man? Every single map, you see all these 3 teams fighting against each other. It's Team Tamilas.
It's a 3-man
Godlike
rush.
and EMZ. Right now, on to Nobita. Electrotherapy is activated from Koshik's end, but then Nobita is also wrapping them. He's also, confusing them with these kind of movements.
Good
Plushie being connected, but then Nobita was left alone. These isolated movements from Godlike, we know these never helps. Godlike are all over the place once again.
Oh no. Team Tamilas. That was a very nice initiation, catching Nobita off guard, and they have done it so well. Even though Nobita had like 1 minute to go ahead and relay the information, nobody stepped up, but he's going to be called back right in. Team Tamilas, they're doing a very nice job in protecting Kausik, not at all giving those points in vain. Nobita, the one single bird in the sky, and he has been clipped clean.
Now Marco and Nancy, they need to get in some support, but no support yet. Max 7 in hand of Script. They're just controlling things alongside Koshik. Yogi finally comes in, and he has been waiting for a while, and I can see iQOO Total Gaming in the vicinity as well, and they are interested to fight probably. And even they have not been getting the best of the starts, so they won't mind these situations. Godlike get eliminated. Aztec gets him off guard. Using the launch pad, he was trying to run away or probably give the other teammates a revive, but then you need to survive for that. Now Team Tamilas knows that iQOO Total Gaming are in the vicinity.
And this 3-man push is working out so well. I don't know where the 4th is, man. Team Tamilas, they've been very on point with these fights. And iQOO Total Gaming, they are just running away. Even while Godlike and Team Tamilas were taking a fight, they just went by. They were just trying to address that they are as well there around the corner. So,
Tamilas, they, pretty much control this area right now. And I did mention the fact that there's something with this trio. Godlike, EMZ, and Team Tamilas, they always are fighting in a map. If they are in the same lobby, you will see them fighting. So probably they might prepare, but probably right now it's God's Reign. Anubhav, who got taken down, but then the immediate trade coming in, and Legend was immediately called back as well, so no problem for iQOO, OGxTSG. But what was he doing here? He was alone, and in Fire Brigade, where teams is nowhere close.
Hey, you never know, man. He was on a patrol, he saw the fire, he came here, he tried to take some extinguishers, but unfortunately, he got extinguished. But he for sure felt the fire.
Yeah. Is it the time to say that legends are forged in fire, Ozora? Since you are there.
Oh, it is time. It is time, man. No, it's not yet. When it's time, I'll say it.
Okay. But for iQOO Total Gaming, it's probably time to get some elimination points in their favor, but then they're getting taken down. No, Master did get a trade there. He finds one more.
1,311.
Oh, he probably will find one more. Opportunity is there, but then they go inside the, I think they have a ridge and the visibility isn't there right now. But how will they escape? Probably they have to think of a backup plan, Team Tamilas. iQOO Total Gaming, they have a good spot. But they also need to move ahead, because they are not inside the circle yet. And Gyan Gaming are also in the vicinity. So they can get sandwiched if that's there for a case.
All right. Fire Brigade. Still the circle is favoring them. But it's a very tiny sliver of hope. But Team Tamilas, they need to run away from there. They need to find some kind of a forte, some kind of a house, call it theirs. But it's not going to be that easy, man. Zipline as well is going to be a huge risk. Specifically, Mafia hitting 1,311 kind of a damage right off the bat. You better be aware. There's not even an enhanced hammer being utilized on it. Caliber is what I can say.
Yep, absolutely. We'll rely on that man. We saw what he did last night on Purgatory itself. So definitely Purgatory is where Total Gaming are much more comfortable, and that is why we were also bold enough in going ahead and choosing them as our predictions, because we saw what they did. They got a 10 elimination point booyah, so they're eyeing for it again. Gyan Gaming can be a little bit of a problem for them. They are controlling the ridge right now, where they have also spotted Team Revenant and XSpark. So Divine Vincent, the position is also up for grabs. So information game right now for Team Gyan Gaming. They're all feeding right now. They would want to make a play because they have not been playing as well, because the way their standings look like, Gyan Gaming being the most consistent teams in the week's group stages. Probably we'll talk about that before Team EMZ getting eliminated towards the 10th spot. Again, a game where Team EMZ could not deliver, Ozora.
Not even the 10th, it's the 11th, man. Oh, wait, another team going away. Oh, wait a second. What am I doing? I just was caught napping. Oh my god, same thing goes for even EMZ.
Yeah,
one
exactly.
by one, they fell, and it was Metaninza. Yet again, showcasing that they are the most feared when it comes to Purgatory. But it's, what, 11 minutes down, and we can still see so many teams so unlike them. Usually what happens is 10 minutes time, there's like barely 7 to 8 teams alive, or 6 teams rather. This is just great.
All these teams, they need to understand that they're eyeing towards week 2, right? And if you want to play week 2, you need to be under top 16. And if you're not there, you just might miss a chance, an opportunity to qualify for the grand finals. So definitely, if you want to make that happen, as a team, you need points. iQOO Total Gaming and Revenant XSpark right now waiting.
Audience, you barely have 29 minutes. If you want to go ahead and give your top 12 prediction in the YouTube chat, it is your moment to do. After that, no answers will be acceptable. Just a gentle reminder. Yeah, you were saying something, Auro.
Ooh, the longest elimination distance have changed hands right now. But Mafia is still the damage king with 2,672. I don't know how many eliminations he have got. I think for now the number is still 0 because he haven't confirmed yet. But he would eventually. It looks like iQOO Total Gaming are playing for the position. Very unlike iQOO Total Gaming. Yeah, Mafia does not have an elimination. Imagine 2,000 plus damage, or probably 2,500 plus damage, and no elimination points yet for him. Only Aztec who has one. Right now they are locking horns against Team Tamilas. Yogesh, his position is spotted, and it's GG Instinct who are also closing in towards him. So probably Team Tamilas, Yogesh, not in the best of the spots, and he's the lone survivor for the team.
Oh, that's not at all a good sign. Yogesh, he's counting his time inside Purgatory as slowly his eyes are gonna go shut. There goes the entire team as GG Instincts, even though they'd managed to head inside the circle, it's not going to be that easy, man. They need to take a fight all together, and Revenant XSpark is going to give 100%, all thanks to the gameplays that they've showcased so far. GG Instinct forced to take battle against God's Reign, and they are so far shattering down with hope. Surup is the only person that I can see who's just lunging and leaping forward. But Manu, being the last man standing, he's been caught off guard. By whom? All thanks to even Fireeyes Gaming. They're right around the corner, and Metaninza as well having the height advantage. They are not at all stopping, and they will not be stopping till the end of this map.
Yeah, absolutely. GG Instinct are getting points. Gyan Gaming are taking points. So this would mean the teams from the bottom are getting some good amount of points in their kitty, which would open the competition. But right now, iQOO, OGxTSG, Metaninza, they still survive because if they're still surviving, it's going to be difficult for these teams to climb up. And even iQOO Total Gaming, they have the circle advantage. Look at them, they're again having the circle, favoring
No
them.
way.
But wait, Metaninza getting eliminated. And I think it was Legend once again, iQOO OGxTSG doing the trick. They have the booyah in the last game. They will again eye for that. But GG Instinct, they are under a lot of pressure. Shots being spammed, Tiger getting taken out. Patlu and Power.
Not
They're
in the
also being
open!
spammed, and Ayush with that Dragunov, he converts all the eliminations into points. And 11 for iQOO OGxTSG, and we enter the final lot.
Deploy your glue walls. You have a plushie in front of you. Destroy it. I do understand it is 150 HP, but it doesn't matter. Take it down. Do not make that mistake. Top 4 teams. Gyan Gaming, I can see them. They are in a very sliver hope that they can stay inside the circle, and Revenant XSpark, they are right around the corner. First battle being initiated by them. iQOO OGxTSG, they are just watching. They're the bystanders of all of this action. Similar thing goes for the other team as well. iQOO Total Gaming, they want to take piece of this pie, heading all the way towards with the plushie, getting the information. Gyan Gaming, they're somehow trying to survive, but wait a second, Aztec, one grenade launcher takes the entire team apart, picking them one by one. It's the battle between the two iQOOs. One side, iQOO OGxTSG, and the other, iQOO Total Gaming. This battle is going to be even more intense as they slowly lock in horns. They're moving in. Delete trying his level best, and Legend, so far he could not do much. Krish, he's jumping around, and it's a 1v1 situation through which it is iQOO Total Gaming who picked this clean.
Absolutely, it was Aztec who was the last man surviving, and he definitely delivers. And yes, PG Mangaka, that's their slogan. And you guys can fill in the blanks. It's booyah, booyah, and booyah, Ozora. Definitely, this was long waiting because these players were literally struggling before this game. They didn't get the positioning. Now they get the circle. They get the perfect timing as well. They run in when Revenant XSpark were fighting. They get the third party position and then take down iQOO OGxTSG, who are literally having the momentum. And Aztec, oh my goodness me, he not only is the IGL, he delivers with the game as well.
So that they were nervous. There is no celebration. I could just see Shanky being happy about it. Mafia had a very poker face. He knew that this is not enough. They need to keep hitting where it hurts the most. And Aztec, this one nade launcher shattered the hopes of Gyan Gaming to even survive till the end of the circle. And 1v2s, 1v3s, all of that is welcome. Open arms, Total Gaming getting this booyah.
Yeah, what a game this turned out to be, right? Two of the most experienced teams out there, and in Song teams probably the only team who wanted the momentum back in their favor. I think it was iQOO Total Gaming, and they rightly got it back in their favor. So all the purgatories they have played out. Yesterday they got a booyah in purgatory. They again get a booyah in purgatory. So becoming the kings of purgatory right now, Ozora.
Yep. They needed this. They absolutely needed this. The confidence. Last time it was the last map. This time it is just in the midway.
Yeah.
And we already have heard Aztec say this. They need a booyah in order to stay confident. So, I guess.
Yep. But look at the points, right? iQOO OGxTSG right behind them with 21. They had the elimination points, and I think they have been doing it right from game one. They have been consistent. I don't know that if they slip down, right? They have been holding on to that first, second, or the third position max. And Metaninza also, right? It's surprising that Gyan Gaming have climbed up, so definitely some resilience being shown by them. So 9 elimination points, but they had the opportunity. They were the one who started the fight against Revenant XSpark. They aggressively went in, but probably missed the trick that they should have understood that maybe if we start the fight, there are other two teams in the lobby who would end up third partying us, and that was the case for Metaninza and probably even Gyan Gaming. And iQOO OGxTSG was still waiting. It was a end fight against iQOO Total Gaming, which they lost.
It's a very good start. Aztec getting the MVP. He gets the crown and he's going to wear it till the end. 8 eliminations, M79 being his favorite weapon. We know why. Plus, Nero's plushies all across just to get additional information. Alvaro give that nade cluster towards those areas where many people thought that they are safe. Suzy, additional bit of coins being in his pocket whenever he gets an elimination, 100 tokens is rewarded. Moko for some additional tag onto where the opponents are. It's constantly going to be pinged for some time, which is under 5 seconds. And Beast on, one of the best pets that you can bring in. Once you have already planned that you're the grenadier for the team, Beast on is the best pet.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, Aztec, what did he do with that M79, man? I mean, when Gyan Gaming and Revenant XSpark were fighting it out, he just ran in. Before that, iQOO Total Gaming did not have eliminations to showcase with. It was only Aztec who had 1 eliminations, and from there, he absolutely got 4 to 5 elimination points, which is an amazing number because being a Grenadier, of course, you have to do the heavy lifting, and also you are the IGL. So your call will matter because your team will follow you. And, you know, leading from the front is, I think, what Aztec also loves. He loves to be in the spot. We saw that, right, in the pre-broadcast session against Struggle. You know, there were words exchanged, and probably we haven't seen those two teams fighting, but then I think iQOO Total Gaming have gone on replying that we are the better team right now because we have the Booyah. We are having the better stats right now in the standings, which we can see practically.
5,184 damage. 8 knocks. I do understand the LMs are looking very low.
Correct.
But dude's been hitting those shots. Dude's been telling the opponents, keep using your medkit. Do not get spotted by me. And he's creating that psychological warfare. And now that I'm here, you guys can't do anything. So as long as Mafia is alive for iQOO Total Gaming, then you imagine that things are going to fall in their hands very soon alongside Aztec, man. Aztec took a very bold move and blew the opponents into smithereens. So kudos to them.
Yeah, definitely. You know, since you know, Zora, you already spoke about the prediction game, which is a challenge against our admins, which is right up there. You know, you guys need to understand there's 20 more minutes left out for that to still take place. So the admin's top 12 predictions are there. How you guys can participate is you guys just need to follow the broadcast, the Hindi and the English stream, whichever you guys are watching, and you guys can enter your top 12 teams in order of rank by 7:30 IST in the YouTube stream chat itself, and a winner will be selected at the end of game 6. If 2 or more participants have the same lineup, a winner will be selected at random. So there will be a randomizer taking place, and the winner will be chosen in that way. The winner will receive a special shout out on the Hindi broadcast, which is of course will take place in the next week, which is week 2 starting 28th of March, and official rewards and the winner will be revealed on the Instagram handle of Free Fire India Esports.
True that, man. And look at the prediction. Fireeyes Gaming, damn. Aerobots, Team Hind, Reckoning, iQOO, OGxTSG. I mean, I guess the admin is going to be losing himself. I'm just taking a random guess out of this because I myself am not sure who the top 12 are going to look like. All of them are showing a different flavor, man. It's a different flavor. It's aggression, it's controlled aggression, or sometimes it's straight up defense that is working out for the best. Staying alive being one of the primary tactics we saw in the previous game itself. iQOO Total Gaming. All the maps that we have seen so far, Oro, they had a very individual part. They were getting those eliminations. They were pretty happy by that, but they were not happy with the fact that they're not reaching in towards the later part of the entire map. The end circles, the top 4, that's where they want to prioritize first now. And that's the one thing that we saw in Purgatory, which went right for them. It's their map, they're pretty confident, and they did it in such a good manner. Even though there was a very big upsetting moment, Fireeyes Gaming, they just lobbed right in towards that very spot which Total Gaming loves to head towards. I mean, how?
Yeah.
The bounce back imminent.
Correct. Absolutely. I mean, the Booyah just gave them the space, and probably they can breathe right now while we stack up for the next 3 games. And for now, we'll leave the teams with a short little breather, and probably they would reset their minds and come back and play the rest of the 3 matches left out. For now, we'll be taking a break, and once we are back, we'll be live with the next set of games.
I got it booming. Stats going up, we all going dumb, not stupid. Trying to keep up with me, I told them all that it's foolish. I heard this song and I turn it right down, it's muted. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming. Said it's impossible, I had to go out and do it. It's getting hot, yeah, now it's humid. Feeling like Floyd, I'm 50 and no, can't dispute it. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming. Told them get out of the kitchen, I'm chefing it now. They try to start with me, dog, well I'm ending it now. They used to laugh at me, dog, who is laughing right now? I got M's in the bank, I got M's in these streams, so they texting my phone and they begging me now. I don't got time for it now. Feeling like step when I ball. They try to get to me now. I cannot let them at all. I ain't wearing nothing on the wrist. That's just how I started, I can switch. I just told myself that's how it is. I just pull the clutch and I can miss. Trying to tell me everything I know. If they get a shot, they bout to choke. I was looking at them from the back. Now I'm looking back and they ain't close. I got it booming. Stats going up, we all going dumb, not stupid. Trying to keep up with me, I told them all that it's foolish. I heard this song and I turn it right down, it's muted. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming. Said it's impossible, I had to go out and do it. It's getting hot, yeah, now it's humid. Feeling like Floyd, I'm 50 and no, can't dispute it. I had to do it myself, damn. I got it booming. Stats going up, we all going dumb, not stupid. Trying to keep up with me, I told them all that it's foolish. I heard this song and I turn it right down, it's muted. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming.
Hello everybody and welcome back to TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 Spring. My name is Crips and with me is Arka. We're going to be your casters for the rest of the day. The first 3 maps so far have been an absolute banger, Arka. I mean, I expected high-level gameplay. I expected a lot of cool team fights and a lot of cool predictions and a lot of cool rotations and whatnot. But I didn't expect every one of these things to be amplified 10 times. So yeah, I definitely got more than what I signed up for and I'm more than happy with it.
Even me, because the first 2 days was like, you try to bring out your strategy, but since most of the teams have already shown what they are best at, it seems like every other counter strategy is working well, and especially for the teams with the experience. I don't see any other underdog teams able to kind of showcase their true prowess.
Yeah, I mean, except for Fireeyes Gaming, maybe I do not see any other underdog stepping up.
Yeah.
And up until now, we've been really supportive of underdogs. We've been really praising them. But today, they are really just struggling. Today, it's quite palpable why the tier 1 teams are tier 1 teams. And this has thrown a spanner in the predictions for almost everybody. Like, a lot of people were rooting for underdogs. Even I was. And my predictions have been ruined. So let's see if your predictions can actually live up to the chase, guys. You guys have a chance to predict the top 12 teams. And guess what? Guess who you're competing against? You're not competing against us. You're competing against the admin, quote-unquote mysterious admin of the Free Fire India Esports page of Instagram. I don't know who that admin is. We just call him admin, okay? And this is the admin's predictions. He's put Fireeyes on number 1, Aerobots on number 2, and then you can see the rest. He's put Metaninza last, bro. Come on. Really? Really, Mr.
That
Admin.
makes
I don't
it
agree
so
with
easy,
that.
right? That makes it so easy for the audience to pick up those prizes, and that's why they just need to follow the Hindi live stream right now, okay? And over there they'll have to enter the top 12 predictions in order, before 7:30. You guys have just 10 more minutes. Yeah, within 10 minutes, just rush there. Make sure you put all the 12 predictions in order. Remember that, and the winner will be selected by the end of game 6. And after which, we have a procedure in which we're going to reveal the winner. So one is going to be, he's going to get a special shout out that is going to be on the March 28th. And I believe on the Instagram handle is where we're going to reveal who the winner is.
Yeah, and there's some really cool rewards that you guys can win.
Yeah.
Really cool stuff. So it's quite easy, guys. I mean, I definitely don't agree with the admin's predictions. You guys can post your own predictions and definitely win some of these. And yeah, I mean, predicting the top 12 shouldn't be that hard, but predicting them in the correct order will be quite difficult. So if you guys have an idea, if you guys have been watching for a while, I think you can put your skills to the test. Go ahead and enter your top 12 predictions. The winner will be selected at the end of game 6, and they will be announced in the next week's broadcast. And on top of that, if 2 or more participants have like the same lineup, one of those winners will be selected at random. So first of all, there's a very less chance that somebody will have the exact 12 teams in order as you. So your chances of winning are actually quite good. Go ahead and you please, I mean, even if you don't win, at least defeat the admin, man. Come on. You gotta beat the admin at the very least. Right now, these teams are looking to beat each other up. And we're heading to Solara next, where I see a lot of potential clashes right in the center of the map near Archway and TV Tower.
Now, I know that on the top of the table, there's a fight taking place for the top 12 positions, but somewhere even in the bottom of the table, there's a competition going on. They do not want to place themselves in the bottom two. Ultimately, every team's dream right now is this, so that they don't have minimal chances to qualify into the grand finals.
Correct. I mean, if you get into the top 12 in this week, you will get 3 chances next week.
Yeah.
If you don't make it into the top 12, you will only get 1 day to play, and that is way too much pressure. Like, 1 day is never enough. And on top of that, if you make it to the group stage, week 2, sorry, you will not only get a chance to secure your spot in the grand finals, but you also get a chance to ruin someone else's chances, Every single day of the next week, we're going to be sending 2 teams into the grand finals directly. You can skip week 3. You can literally just sit at home on week 3 and just study your opponents. That is time that nobody else has been able to afford so far. That is a luxury that no team can afford right now.
I mean, I have been thinking about a lot of things lately, but I feel the predictions of the upcoming game might shock a little bit of people out there, because I'm going to stick to the basics. I'm going to go with Metaninza, who are looking strong, who have a good average so far. They've been maintaining the top 3, top 4 positions whenever possible. We have Fireeyes, the only underdog team performing so well in this lobby, and Total Gaming as well. They ended with a booyah. I think they're going to continue that momentum.
Okay, I mean, yeah, that's a fair assumption. That's a fair prediction. I agree with your prediction of Fireeyes Gaming, because these guys have been slaying everybody. But I've put them in the 3rd spot because I don't think they can get a booyah. But they can get a get a big game out of this one. Plenty of points in a single game. I think Fireeyes can acquire that, so that's why I've got them in the top 3.
Yeah.
Same with Godlike Esports. They may or may not win the booyah, but they will definitely get like 15 plus points in this game. Maybe even 20 plus points if the circle favors them.
Yeah.
And then I've gone for a risky pick. Okay, I don't fully believe in GG Instinct's ability to win a Booyah, but I believe in their ability to avoid the battles and third party at the best possible time. They kept doing this in the group stage.
Yeah.
I expect it to work today as well because they've got two teams in the lobby who are going to facilitate them. You've got God's Reign and you've got Metaninza. God's Reign never back down from a fight. In fact, God's Reign barely ever third party. They initiate the fights.
Yeah.
And Metaninza, they love avoiding these fights and they end up going for third parties. So imagine if God's Reign and Metaninza end up in the same fight, then GG Instinct will come in and fourth party and then they can win. That's my theory. Obviously, it's a wild goose chase kind of theory, so I don't expect it to be fully correct. But I am right about one thing when I say that this map is going to be a banger. Ladies and gentlemen, fourth game of the day about to go live on Salada. Take it away, Arka.
Oh, I still feel the sun needs to shine brighter on this side of the map because there are several teams looking forward to end it with a Booyah. I don't know about the rest, but the teams in the bottom are surely feeling the fire. So hopefully we'll be able to see them bounce back. But yes, your fan favorite teams, will they be able to pull off a Booyah in this game? I leave it to you guys in the chat. Let us know which team you feel will be able to pull off a Booyah, and also let us know your order in which the teams are going to get qualified.
So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We see a very nice split approach from GG Instinct. My prediction right on the top of the map near Riders Club and splitting between Windmill. They also have EMZ in the area. I don't think they are going to be a trouble for GG Instinct. Meanwhile, you got a potential clash between Aztec and the remaining members of Gyan Gaming and Yogi from Godlike. You see so many solos towards the east of Archway. 3 different solos from 3 different teams on the east of Archway. And that is a pretty unique split because a lot of these teams, what they prefer to do is they send their main army of 3, they send their core of 3 players elsewhere, and they send 1 player towards the center of the map just to get some eliminations, just to harass some teams.
Oh no, I'm kind of worried for Team Tamilas, to be frank. I know they're doing good against Godlike right now, but their last resort is kind of, held up with some other players. Okay, this is where the fight can be interesting somewhere. Troll, if it was a sniper fight, I think the story would have been different. But over here, he made a big mistake, but also the comeback comes in style. Cropsy does do it well, but Bunny says, I can hop better than you.
I mean, it's in the name, man. He's supposed to be the best at bunny hopping. I know that's a concept that most Free Fire players are not familiar with. Some TAC shooters players will be familiar with it. But Revenant XSpark have the chance to redeem themselves by getting the revenge onto their opponents right here. Gyan Gaming are at their weakest right now, and yet they insist on continuing this fight. The IGL Insane looking to revive his players, but as soon as he tries to tap the vending machine, Arsh puts a bullet in his brain, and he cannot get any revives. Meanwhile, back in Vista, you've got Metaninza and Revenant XSpark locking horns with each other. In fact, it's not even all of Revenant XSpark, it's just X-Divine. His teammate Vincent is around the corner, but he's not too keen on trying to go for the revives just yet. Lovely shot on Anshu. But again, he can't go ahead and confirm this one. Vincent wants to maintain that position near the vending machine so that Metaninza can't get control of it. And this forces Ginotra to go elsewhere and try to res his teammates.
I think it was a very clever move, if you ask me. They've already done the damage against that of RNTX, and it all comes down to this frontal battle, right? I would want to see Jarvis pull this off because Divine, he's been proving themselves every single time, and he proves himself yet again as he gets another knock and a confirmation. But RNTX, an early 6 elimination game, I somewhere feel that this team is going to look for a big Booyah.
Yeah, definitely a big Booyah game for them. Double digits at the very least, if not the Booyah itself.
Yeah.
In fact, even double digits.
For that,
is
they
very
just need 4
tiny
more.
target. Yeah, it's a very tiny target. 20 points. Come on, that's a respectable target.
Yeah.
Team Tamilas in quite a lot of trouble though. Fireeyes Gaming taking shots at them. But Fireeyes Gaming don't want to full send it up close onto Team Tamilas just yet because Bunny has been lost. So Fireeyes Gaming would want to fight at their strongest. Meanwhile, back in TV Tower, Revenant XSpark have convened 2 of their members near the vending machine, and unfortunately, iQOO, OGxTSG are also heading right there. Arsh gets his glue wall broken by the Oscar dash of Krish, but he puts up another one so that he can lock Krish inside that room, and himself, he can head out. Arsh does get sandwiched between Krish and Legend though, and Black is now trying to isolate these gunfights, hoping that he can run away into a corner where he will only get a one-on-one. But he runs right past Krish. How is he still alive? Wow. I mean, I am actually very surprised that he managed to stay alive for that long. He should have been dead like at least 3 shots ago.
But
hey.
did he revive a teammate before he got taken down? Because he had
No.
a second or so near that vending machine. I like this approach from Krish as well. As soon as he understood that he might go in for the revival, he immediately traverses around and goes to restrict him from doing that. And they have been successful with that. With this, OGs, I mean, with their confidence surging so high, I don't think so anybody can stop them in the nearest game.
No, I don't even see anyone stopping them in the far-off future. Forget the near future. God's Reign, on the other hand, they want to look for a lot of fights, but they've just not been blessed with as many enemies in this area. They saw like one member of Metaninza come over here hoping to get the vending machine, but he went away. Meanwhile, Total Gaming are fighting off Gyan Gaming. This fight has been going on for a very long time, and at this point, Gyan Gaming have ended up messing up with Revenant XSpark, they ended up messing with iQOO, OGxTSG, and now they mess with the other iQOO team. So yeah, man, Gyan Gaming just cannot catch a break. Every time they try to res one of their players, they lose another one. And the same can be said for Metaninza as well. I mean, take a look at Gunotra. Poor guy got taken down by GG Instinct. While they do have one more player still alive, so Metaninza aren't completely out of this game just yet. But they're running out of vending machines to use. Now they've messed with Team Tamilas. Yogesh overshot the jump, ended up going into the water. And that leaves Zap alive for a few more seconds so that he can heal. But his days are numbered. Zap puts up a glue wall hoping to buy himself some time. But Yogesh will deny him the luxury of time. Puts him to sleep, and Metaninza are out at 12.
There has been 2 differences I'm able to witness amongst the other maps in this one. One, the teams are becoming more chaotic, because previously we saw that they were kind of holding on to their horses, but now they're going wild. Second thing, Team Tamilas are able to come back to their form. And if that is the truth, then we can expect some really good results to take place in the overall standing. But for now, GDR, with 7 eliminations, they seem like they're not going to stop anytime soon, as Delta Isle is going to be their home ground for now. And GDR, as you correctly pointed out, they try to initiate fights because they come in so late into the circle. But what's happening here? Total Gaming in deep troubles. It's going to be K9 taking advantage of them running out in the open. And eventually, the 2 points will be rewarded to K9.
K9 also slowly and steadily farming up their eliminations. Their next target is now in front of them. EMZ approaching the zone, and they've already got the shots onto aim. K9 Gyan responds in kind. He eliminates the EMZ IGL, Mr. Rani. But Mac has the angle which Honey can be vulnerable to. But Honey's got bigger problems. Rupesh rushes right him. And Aditya from behind shoots him down. Tafiq trying to isolate these battles. Kenta equipped. Nobody can deal him damage from the front. So he's able to destroy both Rupesh and Aditya. And now he just has to take care of Mac. And even if Mac tries to run away, Aim has his number. Aim was the first person to die from K9. He does get shot again, but eventually EMZ bit off more than they could chew. They mess with the wolves, and now they get the fangs.
Couldn't have said that better, but EMZ not having such a great run, and after this they'll have to come up with their fullest potential, just in case they're looking forward to not be at the very bottom of the table. Team Tamilas on the other side have slowly started to pick up some momentum, and that means finally Gyan Gaming are going to get a bit of a competition at the very bottom of the table. But K9 on the other side, I never expected them to also, build up such a momentum. I was expecting them to play a little more safer, but it's good to see that Dafiq and Honey have eventually, started to pick up the pace.
Dafiq and Honey have always been on fire. In fact, people are still addressing whether or not the IGL change in K9 was the right move. But their firepower trumps over everything. For now, though, let's take a look at Godlike, because they are trying to take long-range fights against Fireeyes Gaming, but I don't see any signs of commitment from this team yet.
I guess we now fall to the phrase, the calm before the storm. because I don't see the elimination feed going that crazy. And that means teams... Oh, have I spoken too early? Because...
Two fights just started the moment you said that, bro.
Yeah,
Total Gaming versus Gyan Gaming. And at the same time, iQOO OGxTSG are fighting against Revenant XSpark. So I think this particular fight is basically done because Revenant XSpark members ran away from here. So iQOO OGxTSG are going to send two of their members jumping and chasing Revenant XSpark while the other two stay back in Bloomtown. And I guess you could say this fight has come to a standstill. Revenant XSpark disengage. And even the chase is no longer on. So I think Revenant XSpark can escape freely. Meanwhile, iQOO Total Gaming were trying to fight Gyan Gaming at one point, and even that fight seems to have ended because iQOO Total Gaming eliminated 3 of their members. And now the last member of Gyan Gaming tries to find his solace. Shub over here, desperately looking for a vending machine. He won't get a lot of opportunities after this.
Oh, forget about opportunities. I feel that he might be in deep troubles now. Nonetheless, we can see that Total Gaming is now trying to make it inside the circle towards the studio region. The early rotation is going to reward them a gatekeeping scenario. Binoculars being used on them. K9 needs to be careful. They just got some momentum for themselves. And now they'll have to be very, very clever in getting into the circle. Whereas, again, if there's one team which has got the liberty of enjoying the circle, that has to be Fireeyes Gaming.
Oh my god, K9 actually sliding into the arms of iQOO Total Gaming. This could be a treacherous affair. Freeze nades to welcome them just as soon as the track ends. Pre-nading to make sure that nobody gets the better of him. Delete gets on the tracks himself, and now he's locked in a one-on-one against Dafik. It's the Fast and Furious over here. But Delete tries to change directions at the last possible moment. Gets shot down by AIM. Aztec with the Drogon sprays Honey down, and Aztec will be able to confirm that fight as well. But both the teams have lost one player each. Delete gone down in flames. Meanwhile, K9 are so far away from each other they cannot provide backup, nor trade each other out. AIM gets taken down, and there's nobody to avenge him. And at this point, K9 realized that they have bitten off a bit more than they could chew because Dafik is the only one left. And Total Gaming are not going to let him go that easily. They will chase him down. Plushy sent forth so that they can tickle him. And even with Kenta equipped, Dafik probably won't be able to save himself. Tucked in tight, he can't take that fight, and Total Gaming will chase him down all night, even if it takes them forever. How is Dafik still alive? His fancy footwork buying him some crucial seconds, which allows him to actually place a landmine and take down Shanky. It's just down to a 1v1. Dafik might just pull off the 1v3 of his career. It's Aztec versus Dafik. One of the best revered experienced players in the country versus the young rising gun. This could be the one-on-one for ages. And the glue walls just do not stop. Aztec tries to take an angle from outside the zone, but Dafik connects the flip shot. He jumps and takes down the defending champions of TEZ FFMIC India Cup.
Dafik,
Boy, oh
my
boy.
goodness, one wolf was enough to put his fang through the neck of Total Gaming. What a game this has turned out to be. 16 eliminations, where I thought that, you know, the jaws of death were actually Total Gaming. They say the wolves also have got a good, you know, bite power, jaw power, and eventually they could chew that meat off. But ultimately, that is a story which we can speak later. As GG Instincts are now trying to make it inside the circle. Revenant XSpark on one side and Orangutans on the other. A bit of a sandwich situation. Patlu gets taken down. Immediately, barrage of glue walls coming over there. But will that be enough for them to survive for a long time?
You mess with the fangs, you're gonna get chewed, son. iQOO OGxTSG now. Oh, they actually have a pretty nice compound. And it's right in the middle of the slide track. So they can control the traversal directions. And even though the circle shifts away from them, they have the best possible way to traverse into the zone. Only God's Reign pros are in the vicinity of that circle, so they could probably create some trouble for iQOO OGxTSG. Meanwhile, you see Team Tamilas members just flying down from the skies, basically acting as target practice for both GG Instinct and iQOO OGxTSG. Team Tamilas get sniped before their feet can even touch the ground.
I mean, it eventually looked like a massacre to me. There was no way Team Tamilas even saw a building, you know, when they were flying down. Nonetheless, we're going to come back to Dafik, the solo player, the valiant effort, and now he's going to be facing another 1v2 situation as Insane and Shubo come in unison. Shubo in front, Dafik tries to evade it, but eventually both of them do amazing work to put down this final player. But yes, he's already taken the limelight from everybody else in this game with pulling off a 1v3 against Total Gaming.
Yeah, man, that is definitely no small feat. Whew. I mean, you know who's gonna end up on the highlight reels tonight, man. It's
Yeah.
gonna be Tafiq. Gyan Gaming. Oh no, wait.
Oh,
GG
nice.
Instincts are in so much trouble. They need to get out of here, and everybody has their number. God's Rain Bros, iQOO, OGxTSG,
Oh,
everybody
good.
is shooting at them. It's open season. They're the buffet, and everybody is hungry.
Finally, Arjun shots are connecting so crisp. He's got a good backup as well. But for now, 14 eliminations. OGs are also looking strong. At this point of time, they want to prioritize the circle as they can see one mad lad driving throughout the circle. Eventually, he's going to be the center of attraction. And with that, he also gets eliminated with his team getting back into the lobby. A 4v4 situation, ladies and gentlemen. A three-way Mexican standoff between the best of the best out here. As GG Instincts are not able to live up by their name, are getting ruthlessly taken down. It's going to be GDR with 14 eliminations, looking forward to end this day on a good note. Whereas on the other side, it's going to be orangutans who are just waiting for an opportunity as they traverse around silently to approach GG Instincts as well as GDR.
iQOO, OGxTSG recognize that God's Rain Pros are shooting at GG Instinct. So they take this chance to close in the distance. Grenades being lobbed, shrapnel raining down from the skies, and Ayush finally connects one nade onto Struggle. But instead, they lose their IGL. Snipe from iQOO, OGxTSG. Valiant effort. Legend tries to get the flank angle, but he's been pushed away by the freeze nades. Propsy tries to chase him, but gets damaged. And that's a healthy chunk of his body taken off of his shoulders. So he's gonna regroup with his teammates. Just hold on for now. This little cocoon of glue walls is saving iQOO, OGxTSG from the nades, but this Nero plushie will tickle them for sure. Maybe they can break this plushie, but this exposes them to the angles that GG Instinct have. And Gyan Gaming, they have the best possible angles. The IGL lands the first shot, Manu lands the second one, and at this point, iQOO, OGxTSG are falling like flies. Aroop, he's spraying down Krish. Targets the wrong glue wall, but eventually, if all four members of this team spray him down, there's nowhere for Krish to hide. They see his feet. Manu steals that frag away from Gyan Gaming.
From that position, from where Orangutan could have walked away with the booyah, they make a big mistake of rotating around with GDR, holding them back, but Shubo comes in closer. Arup will be able to land one. Struggle also gets taken down. It's a 2v4 situation. Mano comes in closer with the sniper. Will be able to land one perfectly as Insane comes in from the other side. He also gets taken down with Anubhav, making it a 2v2 scenario. But sadly, the zone has done the deed, and eventually one explosion was more than enough for Gyan Gaming to showcase that they are also a team to watch out for as they walk away with an amazing booyah.
Gyan Gaming, they finally did what they wanted to do since game number one. They came so close on multiple occasions. On several occasions, they had the booyah in the grasp of their hands, in the palm of their hands, but it was stolen away from them. And now finally, they take what is rightfully theirs. And with this booyah, they should propel themselves up into the upper echelons of the overall points table.
I did not expect this from OG. Trust me, I really thought they're going to commit to that fight, but the divided mind, it became a huge curse for them. Even at one given point of time, I thought that GDR had a very good upper hand against that of Gyan Gaming, but Gyan Gaming were clever enough. They made sure they take advantage of the zone closing in, and they restricted the opponents from making it inside the circle, and eventually one explosion is all it took for them to grab that booyah away from the opponents.
That's all it takes, man. One team makes a mistake and the other team capitalizes on it. iQOO, OGxTSG were in two minds about deciding whether to prioritize their rotation or whether they want to take the position that God's Rain Pros had. I mean, I don't blame them, right? God's Rain Pros had a lovely position. They had the hard compound, they had the hard cover. And if iQOO, OGxTSG wanted it, I completely understand where they're coming from. They did not account for Gyan Gaming to keep taking pot shots at them while they're already dealing with God's Rain Pros. And that was just too much for them to handle. And with this, Gyan Gaming have their booyah handed to them.
But look at that, the top two teams are not going to be the very team which got a booyah right now, right? It's going to be God's Reign with 19 eliminations at the second position, and you have OGxTSG who have got 15 eliminations, and due to which they place themselves in a better position. You know, thinking back to how we started off the day, Crips, you did explain a scenario where you felt like, you know, it's going to be OGxTSG, they come into third party and then they'll get the booyah. You just made one small mistake there. You should have chosen, yeah, because they exactly did what you explained about, you know, what OGxTSG can do in this game.
Yeah, I mean, at this point you can't even blame me, right? OGxTSG and Gyan Gaming, they both have somewhat similar playstyles. At least
And
the
similar
fundamentals
names, similar name tags.
Names, yeah.
It becomes
blame
so
me,
much
man.
more chaotic. Nonetheless, you know, it was a good it was a good way that you laid down a foundation for a team to win a game.
Yeah. And the thing is, both these teams needed points, right? Gyan Gaming were at like 93 points at the end of game 3.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the overall standings, which includes all the groups A, B, and C. So with this booyah, with 22 extra points, they should at least be able to enter the top 12. Now, whether or not they can stay there is a completely different scenario.
Look at this. OGxTSG has got 95 points in total, ladies and gentlemen, with just 4 games played. They're just 5 points shy from getting a century in the name. Total Gaming is not far away. They'll have to do a 22-pointer in the next game to match up to what OGxTSG have done so far. 57 eliminations. I feel the gunpowder is leading every other team to make sure they are on the top of the table.
The gunpowder is the only thing that can keep you consistently on top. And so far, iQOO OGxTSG have shown us exactly that. Not just with the booyah and the eliminations, but even with the overall placement points that they get in the other games where they don't even have top positions. That puts them at 95 points. Way above everyone else. Total Gaming trailing them behind at 78 points. Metaninza at 69, and then you got Fireeyes Gaming at 62. Revenant XSpark just 1 point behind them. Gyan Gaming were in a pretty terrible spot before this game, but now they've jumped up to 57 points today. And before this, they had like 93 points overall, so this should definitely put them in the top 12. Now, whether or not they can stay there, we will see. But there are some big names over here. God's Reign Pros, K9 Esports, Team Tamilas. They are not in the upper half yet. And then you've got Godlike at the absolute bottom, so that is just very, very concerning.
I feel that Godlike can bounce back anytime because they've shown their potential in the previous rounds as well, that they need is a single game for them to, you know, achieve some really great numbers. Nonetheless, we're going to look at the man who did the deed for the team. It's going to be Arup, the MVP of this game, the Grenadier. Got 5 eliminations for 4 assists, a total of 2,460 damage. Good to see that Joseph is going to be used so that he can nullify every other passive skill which is going to be thrown at him. Let it be active as well. But a Beaston and an Alvaro, it's just an icing on the cake.
Yeah, they also have Nero in the hands of Arup, so that's amazing. At the same time, you've got Shubo with the Oscar equipped with Joseph as well as JB. So he's a rusher that focuses on survivability quite a lot. And as you will see, Insane, the IGL himself, is like the best support you could ever have. He calls himself a rusher, but I mean, he's got Nikita. That's the only aggressive ability he has. Other than that, you got Chrono, Tiva, Joseph. They're all defensive. And you also have Ninja using Morse. While we didn't see too much from Ninja in this game, only 1 elimination, he has 3,000 damage. I feel bad for him, man. Like, if you have 3,000 damage and you only end up getting 1 elimination at the back of it, that's just sad, man. So many of his eliminations were either stolen away or maybe he couldn't confirm them.
Yeah. And that is where, you know, it all comes to the team's energy. Nonetheless, he has got 3 assists, right? So he's going to be happy with that. But the circle analysis is going to reveal us how this map was played. Was there a breather in between? Did teams choose to go all in throughout the game and prioritize eliminations, or were they teams trying to prioritize a bit of a controlled aggression? Because from the very beginning, we saw that every other team were interested to take fights outside of the circle rather than, you know, trying to prioritize the circle, and due to which by the very end we had just n number of teams inside the final circle.
I mean, the circle was pretty ruthless, man. Having such a massive hard shift in the third circle itself is grueling. And that too in Solara, where even if you want to rotate with your launch pads and whatever, teams will be able to snipe you off. And the
Team
slide
Tamilas.
rails are always, slide tracks are always like just scammed. Yeah, Team Tamilas, man. I mean, they were flying in. At least they didn't use the launch pads. I think they got revived or something, and then they were dropping down to the ground. And even then they got shot. So imagine how easy it is to shoot down someone using launch pads. That being said though, I have to give credit to God's Reign Pros consistently getting eliminations all throughout the game in circle 1, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Pretty good stuff from God's Reign Pros, even though they didn't get the booyah.
Yeah, I guess you did explain about them, right? They like to initiate a fight and they like to finish that fight. So they were not at all bothered about, coming and third parting and all those things. So they've done a good job so far. But when we look at Alpine, I see a bit of kerfuffle here and there. Garrison, we have got two big names. One which really performed well in the previous game, and RNTX were looking unstoppable in this lobby. In the very bottom at Blue Whale, we've got OGxTSG, K9 and Team Tamilas. Amongst which two teams are actually trying to, make sure they don't hit the very bottom.
Yeah, I'm actually very concerned about all the teams in Blue Whale now. The thing is, see, if you drop in Riverbound, let's say where you're Godlike, there are plenty of escape opportunities. There's plenty of vending machines at your disposal. You can go to Forest Red and the options open up. You won't get sandwiched over here.
Yeah.
But if you're in Fusion and Blue Whale and all three teams push you, where are you gonna run? To the edge of the map? No, you can't.
Exactly.
You're gonna be trapped. So there's very few escape plans from Blue Whale if you drop to the corner of the map, and if all three teams end up going there, and that's a concern. Although if we have done this homework, if we figured out that these teams like going over here, then I'm sure some of these teams have also done their homework, right?
Yeah.
In fact, if I'm not wrong, I heard Rocky mention that iQOO OGxTSG have done their homework this time. Their firepower, when they focus on themselves, it was very nice, but now that they're trying to account for their opponent's moves as well, their prediction game has become much better, and they can circumnavigate these threats very, very easily. And yet, despite praising them, I've only picked them as the second pick for this map, because I still believe Total Gaming can perform better than them.
Yeah, whereas I try to go with the Wounded Lions, but I would like to add one player who have been consistent in the previous game. That is going to be Gyan Gaming. Since they've got a booyah recently, I feel that, they might look forward for a good average. But Godlike, as you said, they're one of those teams to watch out for. You won't know when they pick up that momentum. If they do, they have a very big game in their pocket. So that's going to be one of the other names, and RNTX as well. Everybody have known what they're capable of. So they're also one of those teams at the very bottom fray. If you ask me, they're trying to make it into the top 12, but I still feel that the job is not going to be done being in the top 12. You need to make a statement out here telling that once we kick off and we see you in front of us, we are just going to make sure that we ruthlessly take you down.
Well, I guess there is one way to send that message, by kicking the door down and punching their face in. And when I say punch, I obviously mean like shooting their face in. It's an expression. But so much aggression can never go unpunished. We've seen so many teams overcommitting to a fight, and then halfway through they try to pull back, and then they realize we committed too much. We pushed all our chips to the center of the table. We put all of our eggs in one basket, and now they can't protect it. This is exactly what happened to iQOO OGxTSG in the previous game. This happened to Godlike Esports in the map before that. So yeah, let's hope that they don't commit these same mistakes again, because this is the second last game of the day. No more room for error. You need to put your best foot forward. Let's jump into the game, ladies and gentlemen. We are gonna be heading into the penultimate game of the week. We are heading to Alpine.
This is where things can be so different, because Alpine has proved to us that this is more of an elimination-oriented game. So every other player out there will only be able to say one thing, that they're already feeling the fire. So hopefully we'll be able to see a banger of a game from one of the teams from the very bottom, so that the overall standing looks much more interesting. And for the first time, the flight path is not kind of going to the very center of the map. The Railroad, Garrison and Snowfall is kind of far away for teams who are choosing to go there.
Well, at least this makes the map more accessible for the teams who want to go towards the south. Look at that massive cluster near base camp. I can see Total Gaming, EMZ, Team Tamilas, one member of
K9.
God's Reign Pros.
Yeah, Zion is there.
K9.
Yeah, K9 Zion is there. Ahmed
Bro,
Saul.
there's so many names I literally cannot even read his name.
He's caught between everybody. All right.
Yeah.
The first LM goes to EMZ, and I wonder whom. Yeah, that is K9. One of the players from K9 gets eliminated. So with that, and look at this. They're already committing to a fight even before they can go for a loot. Are they trying to converge from all different directions? Where Total Gaming, once they have info, they do not stop until they decimate the opponents. Now, this is a bit of a shocker, but look at the elimination feed. iQOO, OGxTSG. They're also going berserk, as it's got to be Fireeyes Gaming getting taken down.
My god, they got eliminated right off the bat. 1 minute 30 seconds into the game, and a team is completely out of this. Aditya got caught in the crossfire as soon as he entered the door. The chrono time turner doesn't save him. Rupesh tries to exit, tries to get out of there, but no escaping here. Total Gaming are not taking any prisoners. The Riptide Rhythm is used, and that's why Mafia cannot be res just yet. But Yogi actually steals that frag away from Mac. He just can't catch a break. He took all that risk and got rewarded nothing for it. And now he's kicked the Hornet's Nest. He took a shot at Yogi, so now that's another angle he needs to be worried about. But Nancy gets sprayed down by Delete, and Total Gaming seem to be in full control of this base camp area. They recognize that Team Tamilas are also around the corner, so they shift their attention. Shanky tries to go for the jump shot, but ends up losing his life. Kowski gets the finisher, and now they're trying to surround Script. But Delete realizes that there's way too many players in this room, so he tries to escape. Can't do that. Yogi finally takes down Mac, so that's less pressure onto Team Tamilas now, so they don't have to worry much. And after all is said and done, after the dust settles, only Godlike Yogi still remains over here, still trying to pick a fight after everybody else has retreated.
But one clever thing about Yogi is he's got that AC-80 and he looks at the sky every single time. He knows that the revivals are going to come through and he can expect one of these players to be coming down. Nonetheless, on the other side, Team Tamilas realize that Godlike are not far away and they're trying to chase the solo player down because of that UAV, and Yogi in deep troubles. His head is exposed. So through those pixels, the shot might connect, and it does. But in the hands of Yogi. But God's Reign, for the first time I'm able to see them, that they were interested in a third-party scenario.
Yeah, and God's Reign, out of all the teams that they can pick, they picked EMZ, a rather soft target. I would like to see them clash against Team Tamilas. You know, pick someone in your own weight category, pick someone your own size, and Team Tamilas are actually on fire right now. I mean, they are the elimination leaders. That is, unless God's Reign cannot cut them down in half. Anubhav leads the charge. Cropsy tries to go around the other side, hoping to create a crossfire, but Yogesh and Script dip into the chrono time turner so that they can stay safe. Lovely shot by Anubhav. Confirms both those eliminations, leaving only Khonshu as the last survivor. God's Reign pros now turn their attention to K9 Esports, who also want a piece of the pie. And this inadvertently actually allows EMZ to survive.
I mean, I like
Team
this
Tamilas
game.
also survived this one, right?
Yeah.
They got out of here.
Everybody survived this one. We saw the Total Gaming survived, Team Tamilas survived, every other team survived because of that third-party scenario. And I like this approach from God's Reign as well. Once they understood they finished a fight, they fall back, not because they're shying away from a fight, because they want to regroup, they want to re-strategize, get the right kind of resources, and then they try to commit to a fight. And also, with one player already far away from the three, who is looking forward to revive them just in case of emergency, we can expect God's Reign to commit to this fight. But Total Gaming on the other side, even they get stacked up and they might also look forward. But what? Orangutan gets eliminated? Are you serious?
Yeah, their last guy couldn't survive. I think either Gyan Gaming or GG Instinct, one of those teams, I think they figured out where he was hiding as he was trying to go for the vending machine. Oh, now God's Reign, they find the angle onto Gyan. Lovely shot. That's one player down. Tafik trying to use the movement again, but Cropsy proves that he's the better rusher, and he continues to spray down Sunny with the XM8. It's just aim left, and that's the problem with K9 Esports. They didn't go for a 3-1 split. They committed all their players into this battle, and now aim has to stay alive for the sake of his team. Can at least one of their players get out of here? I believe they can. Oh wait, look who's back. It's Team Tamilas who want a piece of the pie again.
No, I don't think so. It's a wise decision by the looks of it, because God's Reign have got 7 eliminations and not many of them have got enough damage. Mafia trying to run out in the open. You know, he just survives with a sliver of HP. As Manu,
EMZ.
He tries to get in closer, and what's Rain? Now they're also coming back into this fight.
Yeah, but Mafia over here, even though he's alone, it is a fairly inconsequential fight for him because Mafia just wants to get some elimination. So if God's Reign Pros just rush him, he'll be happy to die as long as he can take like at least 1 or 2 people down with him.
Nah, that's not gonna
He
be.
forces them out, and he gets nothing. That's actually pretty cool. Now, Honey Sunny from K9 Esports actually managed to survive, and he brings back the rest of his team. So, EMZ, who actually started to fight against God's Reign, now have to recalibrate themselves and make sure that they don't get shot down by Metaninza as well, because even they want a piece of the pie. I mean, God's Reign Pros, I think they want a third party and they want to initiate the fights. It's almost like they just don't want to stop fighting at all. They don't care if they are the ones who end up getting third partied in the process. They are more than happy to deal with more enemies. They can certainly overwhelm enemies with their numbers. And this time they've gone for a 1-3 split. They leave Manu behind near the shack, and the others cross the river, hoping to close in the distance against Metaninza.
They need to be careful, right? I did see one of the players from that of Team Tamilas far away who will be watching all of this. But guess what? Every single bullet coming out of this team is making sure it reaches its target. As Ginotra is going to be running for his life. I hope that he's not the last ray of hope for his team, because his location is compromised as Cropsy does see him running far away. And eventually, God's Reign at this point of time, with 10 eliminations already, will look forward to prioritize the circle if I know them right.
They at least know that Manu has a hit list on top of him. So they get a fair idea of where their opponents would be. But Ginotra, down on his last legs, has 1 foot in the grave already. He brings his team back, but Zap, even after getting 1 elimination, gets traded instantly. Metaninja, man, they just cannot seem to catch a break. Every time they try to take a fight on their own terms, the script is flipped against them. Jarvis sees GG Instinct rotating right past him, and he's like, okay, no, I wanted to go to that vending machine, but now I can't. So now he has to traverse around this treacherous map and find another place to bring back Anshu and Zap. Meanwhile, EMZ, they knew that God's Reign Pros were here, and they're wondering where did they go. So let's begin this battle again. Aditya with the charge buster looking to get inside the arsenal, but Manu has already left that area, and he's regrouped with his team. God's Reign Pros now fighting as a 4-man unit, need to take on EMZ head on. And I mean, this is one of those opponents which they shouldn't struggle against.
But they always stick
God's
to
Reign
the
Pros,
strategy. That's the best part,
yeah.
right? God's Reign.
Yeah.
They always fall back, prioritize the circle, try to find an angle from where they can initiate a fight. And look at that, with Jarvis getting taken down, they realize what's more important right now is to go ahead and get their teammate revived. As Struggle is going to grab all the attention of the opponents, the other two will look forward to go to the nearest vending machine and make sure that they have the player back.
Oh no, Ginotra. I think he's died like the 2nd or 3rd time in this game. Meanwhile, Gyan Gaming are taking no prisoners. They turn their crosshairs onto God's Reign Pros. Keep in mind, God's Reign Pros ran away from this particular fight. They ran away from EMZ because they wanted to prioritize their zone rotation. But Gyan Gaming had the same idea. So they intercept God's Reign Pros in the process. And this actually acts like a warning for EMZ, because now they can take the long way around and avoid that entire battle. They're gonna take the long rotation around the southern side of the map and then stick to the circle edges. And while they go to the south, iQOO OGxTSG take up the north. Revenant XSpark use the binoculars, revealing what they fear the most. They fear that there is a team holding the there's another team holding the compound next to them, and yep, now it's true. They realize that they've lost control of the POI, so they have no choice but to share these buildings and be good neighbors. Revenant XSpark. So they've got plenty of binocular users still left. At this point, there's not much that Revenant XSpark can do except just stay in militia and hope that nobody else can use the edges of the circle to go around them. You know, they need to protect their sidelines and their backline more than anything else. And while this happens, Total Gaming can basically act like a bullet sponge for Revenant XSpark and basically be their meat shield. And this is what Revenant XSpark feared the most. Gyan Gaming trying to invade this compound as well from the edges of that wall. X-Divine, it's his responsibility to keep Gyan Gaming at bay. He tosses a freeze nade at them, tickles them just a little bit. Now he knows where they are, and his worst fears have been confirmed to be true. One more team is attempting to enter Militia, and Revenant XSpark now divert their entire attention to Gyan Gaming. What? Even Godlike pros are shooting at Gyan Gaming, and they are trapped in this tiny cocoon. Oh, this cocoon is gonna end up being their grave because they're getting shot from so many angles. And as soon as Revenant XSpark realize that Godlike pros are also taking shots at Gyan Gaming, they instantly back off. Revenant XSpark cannot afford to take any more losses, especially not against stray shots from Godlike pros. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the replay. This is how EMZ got eliminated in a battle against Team Tamilas. Ah, man, both these teams try to take the southern rotation, but they end up fighting each other while they are rotating. So that's what happens when you think your idea is bright, but everybody else has the same idea. At least Gyan Gaming are able to get out of that border wall. They make it into Militia, and they've got the tents for themselves. They can even take the warehouse, but take a look at Manu's position. This is a lovely spot on top of that water tanker. But and with that position secure, Manu can give the call for his rest of his teammates to also rotate in.
But the sad part is the man disadvantage, right? Because if they try to make it inside, there it is. That is what I wanted to say. If Manu gets taken down, the team will have to retreat. And once they try to retreat, then they might be getting shot at from different directions. Nonetheless, after losing Manu, the gamble which did not go in their favor, I would want to see what God's Reign will be able to pull off now. Because I don't think so there's a vending machine left out. They'll have to play a 3-man squad now.
Yeah, that's the risk which Revenant XSpark didn't want to take. That's why they went to the border wall hoping to stop Gyan Gaming, but then they realized, yeah, we can't afford to risk any more losses. Let Godlike pros deal with them, you know. Let it be their responsibility to deal with the people outside of Militia. We're going to stay put inside our building that we worked so hard to secure. And now that the circle has moved, even iQOO Total Gaming have relinquished their building and moved into a tinier tent which is closer to the circle edge. So Revenant XSpark will be happy to take over the building that iQOO Total Gaming vacated.
But again, if Total Gaming is doing that, then there has to be a strategy for it. I'm 100% sure they would have known that there are more than one team out here. Eventually, both of them will start to fight it out. And that is where either they have an escape plan or they'll come in, swoop down and pick all those eliminations. GDR on the other side, it's the patience game for them as well. As Cropsy and Struggle just wait it out. As Anubhav tried to make it in. But GT Instincts all of a sudden are looking more promising than anybody else in this game.
Yeah, GG Instinct, by virtue of securing that compound in the center, I think they might be in a good spot, but it's too tiny. I hope they have something to repel away grenades. But now Gyan Gaming are going to be in trouble because both God's Reign as well as Revenant XSpark will have to move ahead of the play zone. And the cat is going to drag in all these bodies into the center. It's going to turn into a killing field over here. Meanwhile, on the other end, you have Team Tamilas who just got decimated by GG Instinct. So that's one less problem to take care of for GG Instinct. But for their counterparts, Gyan Gaming, the trouble has just begun. Everybody is converging upon iQOO Total Gaming. Revenant XSpark and Gyan Gaming are going to pinch the defending champions. And they will not be able to handle this heat. They lose one of their star fraggers, Shanky, responsible for holding off Gyan Gaming. Delete trying to go around the other side, but Revenant XSpark take the other side of the wall so that they don't get caught in the crossfire. Now at least it's a 2 versus 2 battle, right? Gyan Gaming can only focus on Total Gaming while Revenant XSpark try to make their escape. Shub trying to find their last player. Mafia is just on his last legs, surviving by a sliver of HP on the other side of this glue wall. And he survived by the only person who could take him down. No, even he doesn't survive this one. Gyan Gaming handle the heat. And look at them now. They're trying to climb up on each other's head, hoping to get the angle. But Revenant XSpark slam into GG Instinct. And they get completely decimated in the process. GG Instinct have successfully managed to defend this compound from both Team Tamilas as well as Revenant XSpark. This is amazing hold from them.
Yeah, absolutely. But Godlike, we were speaking about this, right? This is one of those teams who, kind of wake up when the time is right. And now they've got an opportunity. 4 men standing with a man advantage in this lobby with Gyan Gaming in deep troubles as God's Reign also try to make it through. Look at the position they hold. They've got high ground. They've got a building on which they can stand with. Nobita and Yogi are taking care of things on one side. Whereas on the other side, we are able to see that Gyan Gaming is left out with a solo player. So they do not have to worry about that one solo player. But the circle has a different tale to see, and GG Instants have found a very good footing inside the circle.
Yeah, and I hope that they don't lose their footing. I hope they don't slip up, because climbing this hill is a slippery slope, and Godlike are ready to pull the rug from under your feet. Look at them split up. Nobita taking the northern corner. Meanwhile, Nancy and Marco, they were trying to go south, but they decided to reconvene instead and go around the other side so that they can pinch God's Rain Pros instead. Anubhav, Struggle, Cropsy, all of them, they are trapped in. They try to make the dash. One shot connected by Cropsy gives his team a sliver of hope, a little bit of opportunity, but it's been quickly thwarted as Godlike now have to face GG Instinct, who do not give Godlike any chance to revive and reset. Nobita gets Nancy back up on his feet, but it's still a very tall task. A 2v3. They both dip inside the time turner. Power and Swaroop trying to jump inside and take down Nancy, leaving it all in the capable hands of Nobita. He's been corralled and cornered, and GG Instinct claim their booyah.
Oh my god, what a clinical game this has turned out to be from the side of GT Instants. They also realized this could be just a sigh of relief for now, but they have a lot of job in hand to do. But yes, Godlike, at one given point of time, if they just hold on to their horses rather than pushing on God's Rain, if they just prioritized the circle, the story would have been so different for this team. But, you know, I think Tiger realized it now that they pulled off a booyah and he's starting to celebrate.
Woof! Gyan Gaming as well as GG Instinct, both of them pulling off booyahs one after the other. The two teams who have similar names also have similar game styles, and in the last circle, they managed to claim their crown. Amazing stuff. But credit where it's due, Godlike Esports really good decision making over there to pinch God's Rain Pros instead. And even though they didn't survive that encounter, they have plenty of eliminations to their name. All the top three teams actually did really well for themselves, but the booyah goes to GG Instinct. And this was a much needed booyah for them. Keep in mind that they were on the 11th spot for the overall standings before this game.
Yeah.
And while technically they're still in the top 12, while technically they can still qualify, you wouldn't want to leave anything up to chance in such a high stakes day. So yeah, winning this booyah keeps them safe. It puts them guaranteed in the top 12.
Yeah, Gyan Gaming on the other side is also climbing up the ladder, and they're doing it cleverly. They're not going for a hefty big game. They're just trying to, take their time, get an average of 15 to 16 in every single game. Even in this as well, they've got 9 eliminations and 7 placement points. Revenant XSpark are also one of those teams trying to maintain the average, but I'm kind of disappointed with Team Tamilas. But I'll vouch for them in the next game, because 10 eliminations where they had such a good momentum, they couldn't maintain it for some reason.
Yeah, and that's the problem with a lot of teams. It's about maintaining that, and they struggle with it quite a lot. And I'm not just talking about one particular team over here. There's so many teams who manage to get great positions, but they can't hold on to that position because they just don't have the firepower. And now everybody suddenly wants their particular compound because, they identified the best compound. They predicted it really well. But this time at least, GG Instinct, even though their predictions weren't the best, they managed to hold on to the compound which they identified to be worthy enough for them, and then they won the booyah with that. 28 points for them. But then good game for God's Rain Pros as well as Godlike as well, because they both have like 20-ish points. The MVP this time has to be Swaroop, right? Great dashes from him. That Oscar, it completely destabilized God's Rain Pros, and it put so much pressure on his enemies. 2,607 damage with 5 eliminations. It is very, very impressive. And on top of that, he's got the Dreki and Shani equipped. 2 items that we don't see very often. Barely anybody uses the Dreki anymore. But there's still some 10, 20 odd players who've used it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Shani, we barely see this character used. But in a map like Alpine, I guess, where the vehicles are so important, why not pick it up?
I still feel that, Swaroop was more clinical than other MVPs of the day. They had much more better damage, but they had a little lesser elimination. So I feel in this game, GG Instants have done that job really well, where they do not put too much of a effort to pick up those eliminations. They only fight when required, and they walk off with a booyah. When we see the combination of this team, we see the chrono, we see how how handy it was in the fights. We saw Homer for the information, as Gyan as well as an Oscar. I know that this is kind of out of the ordinary if you see it, because they've got just 2 airborne for that binoculars, but it still worked out really well for the team.
Whew. I mean, even the Homer worked out pretty well for them. I'm actually surprised to see him use the Homer as a sniper, as opposed to a good old Skylar or maybe even a Nero. But Power
he
using
still
that
had the
Zane makes a
Moko,
lot
though.
of sense. Yeah, he still had the Moko. Yeah, Moko Maro are always gonna be the default sniper loadouts. I don't think anybody's gonna, not pick them. But Power using the Zane in a BR mode is actually pretty insane. And pretty consistent damage for every member of this team all throughout. That being said though, for 1300 damage, Power had 6 eliminations, and I think that's very, very surprising, because there's no way he does only that much damage and still gets 6 eliminations, right? He must have stolen an elimination or 2, because he only knocked 5 players and he's got 6 elims. So yeah, he definitely stole an elimination from someone else.
As long as you're putting points on the table for your team, everything is fair in love and war. But yes, after attaining a booyah in this game, will this team be able to continue this momentum? Because the overall standing is going to look way different with such teams trying to pick up the booyah. And let me tell you, in the previous game, it was OGxTSG Total Gaming as well as that of Fireeyes Gaming who were at the very bottom. And they were looking the strongest until the previous game. So in case the tides have turned, I still feel that Godlike and others can make a huge mark in the final game, and the overall standing will look very different.
This circle, look at how much space is there in the center.
Yeah.
Nobody is in Militia. I want to see which is the first team to get here. Delete gets into Militia first, then he respawns his teammates on top of him, and then everybody else starts pouring in. Revenant, XSpark, and iQOO Total Gaming were one of the first occupants. And this is when we started seeing that fight, right? You had Gyan Gaming knocking on the doors from the right-hand side of Militia. You had Godzane Pros try to shoot them down. And then in the final circle, GG Instinct took that arsenal for themselves, and then they defended it with their lives.
Yeah.
If they didn't get that arsenal, this game probably wouldn't have been theirs.
Yeah. And we did speak about it, a very small compound, can they hold it off and stuff. But they've shown us that once they are capable of defending a position, they'll be able to pull off a really good booyah. And also that of Godlike, they didn't have to move around because the drop location was just right next to the very final circle. It's sad to see that, when a game is given to you on a platter, you still lose a booyah. It means that something is going wrong within the team.
Well, let's move on and let's take a look at what could potentially be the last game for some of these teams over here. 1 game left in this week. Keep in mind, we're still playing for the top 12 spots. And the last game just happens to be Bermuda. It just cannot get any more poetic than this.
Look at this. Look at Mars Electric. Look at Rimnam Village, Clock Tower, Factory. I know that there's going to be several teams who will try to go to Mars Electric or Sentosa if given a chance in that 1v3 split where we see a solo player heading towards this recall towers or the respective vending machines. But I somewhere feel that the people who are watching the stream right now would want all of them to collide in a single place towards the Clock Tower region or the Bhima Shakti strip, because I can see that Godlike and K9 are pretty much interested to go to that peak region.
Oh, that peak area is looking very dangerous, man. Godlike and K9 over there.
Yeah.
Now, I know that K9 used to go to peak while Godlike were not in their group, while they were not in the lobby, but now they're both here. It's gonna be a clash of the titans if they both end up going to peak.
But the bottom of the table, right? I wonder which are the teams at the very bottom and have they done enough, because it was Team Tamilas over there. I saw EMZ over there, and they were not able to do that well in the previous games, especially Team Tamilas slowly trying to catch up that momentum. Is it too late for them to avoid the bottom 2? Because when we look at our predictions, I somewhere lean towards the team which have done well in the previous game, right? That is going to be Team Tamilas decently. We saw Total Gaming also trying to come until the end, but I choose Metaninza this time because they always like to end the day on a very good note.
Everybody likes to end the game on a very good note, end the day on a very good note. And now that there's only like one game left, everybody needs to put their best foot forward. I like how we have similar predictions, Total Gaming as well as Metaninja. I believe we both picked them up because in Bermuda, they know how to traverse well. And a lot of mistakes get made in Bermuda, especially pertaining to these rotations, because team end up losing their players while rotating. And I think Total Gaming and Metaninja are like the two teams who know how to keep their players alive. And on top of that, I've picked Godlike because I believe in their firepower. But I'm curious as to why you picked Team Tamilas.
Because they just showed that they have good firepower. In the previous 2 games, they were almost having a double-digit eliminations. The previous one, though, they had 10. So they are like, you know what, we are capable of pulling off a 4v4 if given a chance. So they look forward to make sure that at least they are not in the very bottom. And due to which a bit of a controlled aggression, and they're going to commit to those fights, pick up those frags whenever required. So that is the reason why I bring in Team Tamilas out here. But Godlike, you know, since they are the brothers of Team Tamilas in a way, as they all come from Tamil Nadu itself, I'm hoping to see both these teams have a similar mindset in a game like this, where there's so much pressure for you to make it into the top 12, so that you don't have to worry too much about the grand finals.
Yeah, and that's exactly the problem over here, right? A lot of teams don't realize how crucial this opportunity is. Sure, there's no pressure of elimination, so you can afford to make mistakes, but there's also a shortcut to the grand finals at stake over here. For those of you who are not yet familiar with the format, the top 12 teams from this week get to play on all 3 days next week. If you don't make it in the top 12, you only get to play 1 day. And you know that 1 day is not enough. Especially when there's slots at the grand finals at stake over here. The top 2 teams every single day the next week will get a ticket to the grand finals directly. You get how important that is. They can literally skip week 3. They can watch the games, study their opponents, and prepare for the finals. It is a massive luxury to be able to play in the next week and have 3 days to yourself so that you can get 1 out of the 6 slots. And that's exactly what's at stake over here, man. While you're not going to get eliminated, while nobody will completely criticize you if you don't make it into the top 12 today, but life does get much easier if you are in the top 12.
Absolutely. Now, for the other teams, right? For those who are watching right now, you all know that the 13th and the 14th team will come a day later, and the other who's going to follow up respectively in their positions are going to come another day later. That is where we say that more opportunity is given, because from the next week, day 1, we'll be able to see that every single day played, in the overall standing, 2 teams will go forward into the grand finals. So until the last week, where on the 3rd week, where we'll have the final 12 teams which are left out will duke it out, and 6 amongst them will go into the grand finals. Do not forget to also let us know which among the teams will be making it into the top 12, and also what could be the cutoff, because that'll answer most of our questions. So let us know in the chat what is the cutoff, as we'll be heading into the final map of the day, ladies and gentlemen, the default one, which every single person watching right now, a person who has played this Free Fire Max, knows nooks and crannies of this map, will be looking forward to see who will actually feel the fire. And ultimately, the answer is going to be given to you guys, as the flight path is going to be coming on our screens. Every single team out there, look at how quickly they jump off to prioritize their drop locations. It's Total Gaming comes near the mill. We see that K9 is heading towards the Cape Town region, with OGxTSG, one of the players, is interested to follow them to that very location. Whereas the peak, for now, is going to be taken by Godlike. I see that Metaninza are also looking forward to take the other side of the peak. Revenant XSpark are avoiding all these fights, but K9 versus OGxTSG, this is going to be the first point of contact, according to me, towards that Cape Town region. Let's not forget that Kathulistiva as well. I can see another group of teams, or else we have 2 teams. It's going to be GDR and Team Tamilas at Kathulistiva, and a big chunk of teams between these 2 places. But for now, Insane, very low on HP, will be getting taken down as a troll gets instantly traded for it. 2 other players left out. That's going to be Prince and Bunny, where one amongst them is going to be running for his life. It's going to be Pandut, who comes into play for Orangutan all of a sudden.
Yeah, and he's handling the heat pretty well so far, but there's a lot more players headed his way. Even Godlike have taken that zip line and started moving towards this area. So now there's 3 teams in the mix. EMZ versus Godlike versus iQOO OGxTSG. EMZ coming in from the silo side, Godlike coming in from the bottom of peak. And they have cornered Mac over here. They instantly take down Aditya as well. 2 players from EMZ offline already. Luckily, the one guy from EMZ who's still alive is up there on top of the silos, so he's right next to a recall tower. He can get his teammates back online, but that is if Godlike let them survive.
But Godlike, Marco gets taken down. I think they met their foe, as it's gonna be so hard for them to, eventually take down OGs, because OG at this point of time are really strong when it comes to their 4v4 battles. I know there's been a change, but Arjun doesn't realize that there's an uninvited guest close by. Nancy immediately goes in for a revival, and the Thiva does the job for this team. Quick revival comes through, and Yogi is going to try to find an angle. Small pixels or a window from which he can connect the shot against Arjun. He needs to be prepared, but Arjun escapes from that position, comes out to the other side where he's going to be shot at, as a Sky ability is going to be used with the glue wall gone. Yogi will reap benefits for all the hard work he did to take down a single player. But sad news, ladies and gentlemen, God's Reign get eliminated at the 12th position.
God's Reign have played their last game in this week, and hopefully they've done enough to find themselves in the top 12. If they haven't, well, I guess we'll be seeing them on only one of those days in the next week. But Godlike Gaming now control this recall tower. They know that somebody from EMZ must be in the vicinity. They've suffered heavy losses, so they must be going towards either one of these vending machines or the recall towers. And in Catalystua, you got Fireeyes Gaming as well as Team Tamilas. Both the teams who have suffered nothing so far are still trying to take care of this vending machine. Team Tamilas, they lose script, and that's why they're going towards the vending machine, but I think they've already got their members online. Meanwhile, Fireeyes Gaming, they just managed to revive all their players right now. Gyan Gaming have always been healthy. They've always been camping towards the bottom of this bridge, so now they can start to intercept all the people who are rotating. And Godlike Gaming, they fall victim to Fireeyes Gaming and Gyan Gaming both, so they are also forced to recall some of their players. Unfortunately, EMZ will not get the opportunity to do so. They will be completely eliminated.
I slowly am understanding that those teams between the 12th and the 14th or the 15th positions are the teams who are trying hard. Every single one of them are trying to go in for a fight. Godlike, Team Tamilas, you have Gyan Gaming, OGxTSG, all these teams know the value of getting those eliminations now. Even though it's too late, I hope that they'll be able to reap benefits for all the hard work they're able to pull off at the very end moment.
Oh my god, I feel bad for Team Tamilas. They're caught between a rock and a hard place. They thought that they would be able to take care of Godlike Esports, but now even Gyan Gaming is pushing straight into them. I mean, at one point, Gyan Gaming were just holding the underside of that bridge, but now they realize, hey, why don't we just go into Catalystua and finish off these players all by ourselves? Script goes down. Yogi finds his next victim. And Godlike Esports are actually traversing towards the north of Catalystua so that they don't get pinched between any of those teams. Unfortunately, when Team Tamilas try to do so, they will lose their players. Khonshu gets found, and even though he knocks Insane down for a second, Gyan Gaming can instantly bring him back. Now Fireeyes Gaming are also out of here.
Gyan Gaming, 5 eliminations, and they're hungry for more. And I wonder why Godlike are exposing themselves so much when they already know that they might be in deep troubles because of the split and the man disadvantage. As Arup, who doesn't miss much, knows that he can get in closer and a quick run away from that of Marco. Whereas Nancy, who just revived his teammates, also get punished from that of OG. Yogi on the other side is trying to make sure that he gives a little bit of a breathing space for his player to kind of escape from this position. Khonshu on the other side lands right next to one of the players, and will he be getting decimated from that of Godlike?
Oh my god, Marco really needs to stay alive over here, man. Godlike Gaming are just on the cusp of qualification. They're on the 12th spot. If they just have a decent game, they don't even need a good game. A half-decent game can get them across.
Whereas on the other side, we see that OG are now going to be one of the other teams who are trying to challenge that of Gyan Gaming. But Gyan Gaming are looking forward to take this fight with a man advantage. Insane goes in, puts down Krish. We see that Arup on the other side, a fair trade from their side. Arjun is going to be dashed at, and he also gets taken down. And Gyan Gaming are giving more than their 100% to make sure that they qualify into the next round. But not far away from them is going to be Pandit, who is still trying to run away from this fight. And hopefully, we'll be able to see him survive for the longest time possible. But shots are going to be connected. And Orangutan gets eliminated from this lobby, ladies and gentlemen. But Gyan Gaming, 10 eliminations already, with the second circle still to happen. I still feel it's not going to be an easy job for them, whereas Godlike Nobita gets taken down because of Konshu. Team Tamilas are also looking desperate, ladies and gentlemen. And let me remind you before this game, all of these teams are between the 12th and the 15th position, whereas Team Tamilas with 7 eliminations and Kaushik trying to make sure that nobody's there to backstab them now has visual on Nancy, who's running out in the open. Team Tamilas are taking their time as they inch their way into the circle. A team which used to go in for late rotations are now looking forward for a bit of an early rotation. And I guess it's time for them to do that, because if not, then the story can be different. 3 teams, 12, 10 and 7 eliminations, the highest amount of elimination points in a single circle. We're able to witness that. But Fireeyes Gaming, even they are looking forward for a good game. 4 eliminations so far from their side. But Yogesh is keen to take this one elimination from that of Godlike.
Ooh, Nancy holds his ground. And another frag found. Yogesh bites the dust. You got Kaushik trying to head inside. Nancy doesn't have any other threats from any other angle, so he can focus on this 1v1. Hold on. Kaushik is getting shot from the side. There's a mysterious helper who's helping and looking out for Nancy. Yes, it's its teammates. And Nancy sprays down one more player. Godlike up at 14 eliminations. And now Team Tamilas realize that, hey, we can't keep going around and poking at the lion, because if he wakes up, he will chew us apart. Gyan Gaming retake control of Catalystua. Somehow Fireeyes Gaming are still lurking around over here. Like, they don't even need control of this vending machine. I believe they just sent Prince over here on a mission to disrupt everybody else, while the rest of his team is probably chilling somewhere in the center of the zone. And now Prince recognizes that, hey, all my opportunities to third party in and earn some eliminations out of this fight are gone. Let me just hop into my car and get out of here. But his car gets blown apart. And so does his skull. Insane lands the headshot. And that's his 5th elimination of the game.
Not the kind of start which Fireeyes Gaming were looking out for. But Godlike, we did speak about them, right? This is one of those teams who can showcase their true powers at the end of the day, as they can end the day at feeling the fire. But yes, I've also seen Team Tamilas pick up the space. And are you expecting either of these teams to walk away with a booyah? Because I've seen that those teams who eventually go in for an early skirmish, they lose their momentum once they stop fighting.
It's not just about the momentum. Like, in the late game, in order to guarantee a booyah, you need all 4 players alive. And if you don't have a chance to res your players after the initial skirmishes, you're going to be at a massive disadvantage. Like, for example, take a look at Team Tamilas. While they have Kaushik still in the zone, Yogesh and Script are going all the way to its skeleton to use that vending machine, maybe even to Cape Town, to get all of their players online before they head into the circle again. Because now as the circle starts shrinking, teams are going to start picking up their pieces of real estate. GG Instinct and Godlike have already occupied the top of Peak. Even the mansion house is being shared. And not just the mansion house, even the double balcony house on the south side, and now this one on the western side of Peak is being occupied. Yogi revives Nobita. Oh, but the moment they revive Nobita, they lose Nancy. Oh no.
Luckily,
GG Instinct. Yeah.
Luckily, they're close to that vending machine, so I don't think so they're going to have any kind of issues.
Yeah, but this vending machine is in Mill, so they will still have to traverse all the way to Peak, where only one of the player remains over now.
I still feel that they're going to make it, because there's not going to be much of damage until the third circle completely shrinks in, right? They've got 12 seconds before they can use some launchers and at least traverse 3/4 of that journey to make it easy for them. But Total Gaming, right? I'm very scared when Total Gaming is silent throughout the game. If they're completely bombarding here and there regularly, that means they're not bothered about the final game or the last circle scenario. But in case they're not fighting, that means they're watching every single team. The more information they get, the more dangerous they get in the final circle.
Yeah, arm yourselves with information and you've already won half the battle. some great guy in an actual war said this, but I think in terms of video games where the stakes are not literally life and death, it counts for even more. Yogi holding the zone for his teammates so that they can come in from Keratin and regroup with him. Meanwhile, Metaninza take the southern circle. They also are eyeing the double balcony house, which they thought was occupied by GG Instinct a few minutes ago, but now it's been vacated. Take the care package also for themselves, equip themselves with the best possible vests and helmets, get themselves maybe even a grenade launcher if possible, and then head into the circle as it continues shrinking. Total Gaming in the valley, in the middle of Bhima Shakti Strip. Meanwhile, GG Instinct, they finally have entered the circle after their long and arduous adventure to revive all their players. Nancy and Yogi kind of split up. You got Nancy along with Marco in that L-shaped house. Meanwhile, Yogi is still on the edge of the zone. And Team Tamilas have the high ground as well as the mansion house on peak. My god, wait, what? How are Metaninza getting shot by Shubho up close? Are Gyan Gaming actually going ahead and picking up this fight? Even Revenant XSpark are trying to third party in on that battle. I want to see what's happening on that side of the circle, on the northern side, because GG Instinct and Godlike are locking horns, while Total Gaming are trying to swoop in. Okay, this battle just got way more intense than it should have been. There's no business for Total Gaming to commit to this battle right here and now, but they surround Power and Swaroop. They corral Patlu and Tiger into that little corner outside of the zone. They can't do much. Delete literally puts up a glue wall at the last second to block the grenade. And Shanky, with no regard for his own life, dives outside the zone and tries to take down Tiger. Tiger has a tiny opportunity to revive Patlu. They bring him back up, but Delete instantly rushes them. 2 shots is all it takes, and Delete eliminates GG Instinct.
And this is what I was speaking about Total Gaming, right? Once you allow them to survive until the end with information, they're gonna pounce upon you ruthlessly. As soon as they finish one fight, they immediately use the binoculars and they're like, you know what, I think there's a team out here. Let's try to traverse around the other side. Team Tamilas and Godlike have their own affair taking place outside of the circle. As 2 of their players, the chances of them losing their lives are pretty much high. Whereas Godlike, since they've got at least a player inside the circle, they'll have a better position point than anybody else in this lobby right now.
The troll out-sniping Mafia. That's a very big crown to take off his head. Can he continue pressuring Total Gaming though? Because while Total Gaming can always fly out, Mafia is gonna bleed out to the zone. Delete and Aztec make it inside, but they don't have any cover to their name. Mafia does get shot down by Troll in the end. And Fireeyes Gaming now realize that they've been put into this wonderful position where they can gatekeep Total Gaming. And just on their last legs, Total Gaming are hoping to hide and bide their time. They're hoping that nobody will spot Delete. Fireeyes Gaming, now distracted by Revenant XSpark, they extend a lifeline to Delete. Will he actually be able to make the best use of it? Because Fireeyes Gaming will have to eventually cross that road and fight Revenant XSpark head on. And I hope that Delete doesn't get caught in the crossfire.
I think the blessing in disguise for Delete is going to be Revenant XSpark. From a distance, since they're eager to pick up eliminations, they're going to fire at Fireeyes Gaming. With them having a complete vision of the battlefield right now, I don't think so they're going to do too much of a mistake out here. Team Tamilas, the people who know to survive the best in this lobby, have got the best spot in the house as well. Delete is going to get pounced upon, but eventually he's going to run out from that position. He's going to build a wall and eventually run away, but he needs to be careful because he's going to be walking in the crosshairs of Godlike on the other side. Yes, it's going to be Yogi. Puts an end for that of Total Gaming. With 2 men standing from that of Godlike, we can see that Team Tamilas have all 4 men standing with Fireeyes looking at RNTX with all 4 men. This final battle is going to decide which among these teams are going to walk into the top 12.
Yes, and the stakes are really high for Revenant XSpark as well as Team Tamilas. Both of them are in quite a lot of danger and they desperately need this booyah if they want to make it into the top 12. Fireeyes Gaming take the compound which Revenant XSpark vacated for just a second. That's how much competition there is for real estate over here. You leave that house for a second and somebody will take it. X-Divine hops into the monster truck, going away from Black and Ursh. So Revenant XSpark are deciding to split up right now. Vincent on that high ground, hoping to get angles onto his opponents, but nobody's revealing themselves. Ursh and Black wipe out Fireeyes Gaming the moment they stepped foot outside that window. They had nades welcome, and even Revenant XSpark will then die to the zone. Both these teams go out in a blaze of glory, which basically drops the booyah into the lap of Team Tamilas. Unlike Unless Godlike can pull off a 2v4, Yogi takes a bunch of damage. They have Script and Yogesh chasing him down. And that leaves Nobita once again in a near impossible 1v4 clutch. It's all but done. Team Tamilas have mostly secured this booyah unless Nobita has something to say about it. And he can only take down Script. It's not enough. Team Tamilas secure the last booyah of the week.
Finally, one of my predictions coming out true. I'm feeling a little better, at the end of the day. I was expecting this from Team Tamilas, to be frank. As I said, as soon as they catch that momentum and they can carry it forward, the story can be so much different. But have they done enough to make sure... Wait, there's a message. The comeback is always stronger than the setback. True said by Kaushik. But, with that, I also would want to see where they stand in the overall standing, because they were somewhere at the 14th or the 15th position before this game, and they've got a hefty booyah. I don't know whether it's enough for them to make it into the top 12.
My god, I love how this happened. Like, Revenant XSpark were ready for them to jump out. Like, Fireeyes Gaming, they step out of the window, and it's like walking into a meat grinder. They get shredded. But the moment Revenant XSpark finish Fireeyes Gaming, Godlike Esports had their nades ready. And that one Kobe grenade blew up two of the members of Godlike. Even Vincent couldn't do much. Died to the zone. And that basically left Team Tamilas in the best possible spot. They had Godlike to thank for it, because Godlike eliminated Revenant XSpark, and in the process of doing so, they exposed themselves to such a lot of angles that they were left very vulnerable. Team Tamilas can pick up the booyah, and they just run with it. Keep in mind that this was a very important game for both Godlike as well as Revenant XSpark. Like, they both desperately needed this booyah, but Team Tamilas denied them the pleasure of getting it.
I guess it all comes down to, how many points you've put on the table. And also, Team Tamilas were here to prove that they are a team to watch out for, because they were getting crushed from day one of this knockout stages. Yes, for now, we have 30 points. That is 29 eliminations coming in from that of Godlike. And they're going to be very happy about it, because they needed a big number game to make it and to cement themselves into the top 12. Team Tamilas as well, they've got 29 points. For sure, they're not going to be in the bottom with that of Gyan Gaming, who have also done well. But EMZ and God's Reign and K9 are these teams who have now started to feel that pressure, because every other team below them have now performed really well.
Whew. Godlike Gaming desperately needed a big game. They needed the booyah as well, but I guess with 21 eliminations, you can be sitting pretty. And they needed a Hail Mary game in the end to get themselves into the top 12. I think with 30 bomb, I think they should be enough. Team Tamilas, 29 points, really securing themselves. Even Gyan Gaming needed this booyah desperately, but they only get 22 points. I don't know if that's enough to get them into the top 12. But what I can say for sure is that GG Instinct and Metaninza are probably not going to be in the top 12. They needed a lot of points, and getting 8 and 7 respectively, simply not enough.
Since you've already done the math, now I wonder which among these teams are actually going to make it into the top 12. Because if you're not
my
there...
math can be wrong.
I mean, you've been good lately, so... I feel that you're very close to what we might witness in moments to come. But the MVP of this game is going to be Script 18, who's got 6 eliminations with 3 assists and a hefty amount of 3,284 damage. The P90, he stuck to the basics, and that has reaped out a lot of benefits for him.
Yeah, fight a lot of benefits, man. Script has been trying to fight since the first circle itself. And while he hasn't won all his battles, while he did die a few times and he got revived, he still has plenty of damage. Like 3,284 damage is no joke, and that's very respectable. That too with the P90 of all weapons. We haven't seen the P90 being used as much. Not in the era where VSK and the Woodpecker and the ACAT dominate the charts. Not in the era where M590 is the go-to close range weapon for most of the players.
I'm waiting to see what kind of support did he get from his teammates. I know that Oscar was there. He did use it at times to make sure he gives that opening, but I somewhere feel that, oh yeah, the Chrono Shield. Even that was one of the characters which I witnessed from that of Team Tamilas. Casey, always with the electrotherapy, trying to heal healing bond rather, to make sure that the opponents are always kicking and running. But Morse, yet again being used by Khonshu, it's kind of paid off for them.
Yeah, it really did. It paid off wonders. I mean, I wish we could see more from Khonshu's POV. We haven't really seen Morse being used all that much. Every now and then, some sniper takes it up and then he tries to get a different angle onto his opponents. But even then, I still see a lot of snipers sticking with the good old Skylar or the Nero. In fact, we've even seen some of these snipers, go for a completely different loadout where they have a sniper hybrid mix going on by picking up either a supportive character or just straight up not even picking anything that, goes with the sniping set. Maybe it's a completely supportive character like Cassie or something. That belonged to Kaushik this time. But yeah, good to see Nero here once again. Good damage from every single player. Almost everybody is north of 2000 damage except for Yogesh. But that's okay. That makes sense. Yogesh was basically bearing the brunt of this team by being the bullet sponge. So that's still pretty respectful. And overall, this is a very good game for Team Tamilas.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we all know, right? One team is going to walk away with 10,000 rupees by the end of the day. And I would want to ask the audience right now, whoever are watching, which team, according to you, has become the team of the day? The result was kind of obvious, if you ask me, because they were being dominating from the first game they ever played from the knockout stages until the last game. Even though it did not go that well for them, they had decent amount of eliminations.
Whew. Yeah, pretty good eliminations, especially from Khonshu as well as Script. Kaushik also did his job. So this is a very well managed battle from Team Tamilas, and only some of their frags came in the last few circles. Because if you take a look at the circle analysis, you will realize that Team Tamilas were actually looking for battle right from the start. So let's take a look at their journey. Team Tamilas, they landed in Observatory and split over Graveyard, but then they kept going towards Cataluistwa, where they were picking up fight against Gyan Gaming as well as Godlike Esports. And then Team Tamilas chased Godlike all the way towards Riverside. They went towards Mill, where they tried to get their players back online. And then look at that. After suffering losses, they had to go all the way towards Cape Town to get all their players alive again. And then they made that massive outside the zone rotation towards the south end of the circle, where they then eliminated Fireeyes Gaming alongside Revenant XSpark. Godlike also helped Team Tamilas get both those teams offline. And after Godlike eliminated Revenant XSpark, Team Tamilas were like, thank you so much. You did the dirty deed for us. You did all the killing for us. And now you can die yourself. Thank you so much for your services. You are no longer needed.
Couldn't be more ruthless than that. But you know what I liked about Godlike? Even in those final moments, trying to maintain that 1v3 where Yogi, they know what kind of a capable sniper he is, and they dare to keep him outside of the circle for the longest time possible, trying to restrict Team Tamilas. And then eventually, even in those final moments, he did not dare come close to his team. And I believe that such kind of a strategy is what other teams will have to look out for from that of Godlike in the upcoming weeks, because not many teams are able to pull off such a great, strategy.
Yeah. And it's not just the strategy, it's also the way they adapt on the fly. That's really impressive from Team Tamilas, because they have struggled to adapt in the past. Now that I'm seeing that they are overcoming their mistakes, they're able to adapt quickly as well, it shows that they have evolved as a team. They've become better over the course of this tournament. And I hope they keep on improving as they continue their journey in this tournament.
Yeah, Fireeyes was one of those teams where we spoke like the, underdogs. I wouldn't call them underdogs. I'm still thinking of a better word, because they've already proven themselves. And Team Tamilas are also one of those teams who just qualified from the city qualifiers, and then they got picked up by Team Tamilas. So if these two teams are actually showing what they're able to do, that means that every single player who watching the stream right now, you guys do not need to lose hope. We are going to be coming back soon. But the happy news for the rest of the audience out there, from the next week, you'll be able to see us in action at 3:30 itself.
Yeah, we're going to be starting the broadcast 2 hours earlier than the normal time. So next time, make sure that you have some snacks left for the afternoon. Okay, don't eat too much lunch early on, otherwise you won't have any space left for snacks while you're watching this tournament. you will have to wait 2 less hours for us to come back online. So we'll be starting our broadcast slightly earlier next week. Make sure you don't forget that. Otherwise, if you just tune in at 5:30 like you normally do, you will realize that, hey, half the games are already over.
Yeah, exactly. So you do not want to miss the action next week, because only 2 teams from next week is going to go forward into the grand finals. If you feel that your fan favorite teams are able to do that, do let them know in the chat by cheering for them, because I've lately seen that those teams who get the maximum cheer do end up doing really good in the upcoming week of the game, upcoming game itself.
Yeah. And next week, the format is also pretty damn interesting. Like you mentioned, we'll be sending 2 teams to the grand finals on every single day.
Yeah.
And then 2 more teams will replace them the next day. So things are going to get incredibly dicey over here, because some of these teams will get repeated opportunities 3 days back to back, but with changing opponents. So they now have to be worried about different opponents entering their drop locations. They can't use the same logic that they used the previous day. They have to adapt for all the new teams that come in. And for the new teams who are entering and they get like just 1 day to play, these guys will have to be worried even more, because there's so much at stake and they wouldn't get enough opportunities to get inside that top 2.
I mean, if you see in a certain way, they have more time to do the homework. If they're able to do that properly, then the story can be a little different. They might qualify in the final day itself. But nonetheless, we are going to look at the team of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, this team was dominating the knock stages from the moment they put their foot in the battlefield. It is going to be iQOO, OGxTSG, the orangutans. They walk away with a hefty 10,000 rupees.
Haters hushed, doubters damned, and iQOO, OGxTSG become the team of the day. People were raising questions about their entire team and their performance, whether it's their firepower, whether it's their decision making, whether it's the lineup. People threw a lot of shade and a lot of doubts towards them. But now, by proving that they can handle the heat and not just survive, they can thrive, I think iQOO, OGxTSG have shut all their haters up with their performance, and they become the team of the day by scoring 109 points. 69 of those coming from eliminations, and they get 1 booyah in the process.
I still feel that OG might be the team which has qualified from being on the top of the table in the overalls. I don't know. I feel that my math can be wrong, because a big number was put up out there from that of Aerobots, 206 points. And in case OGxTSG have done it, just imagine the kind of comeback they made from the previous year to this year's TEZ FFMIC India Cup.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, things are about to get a lot more interesting over here. We might even be talking to the members of iQOO, OGxTSG soon. So if you have any questions for them, drop them in chat. We will try to look at them and we will try to answer them. In fact, our friends over on the Hindi desk will also be talking to them. But before we speak to these people, let's take a look at the fate of the other teams. While iQOO, OGxTSG have become the team of the day, we need to look at who's going to end up in the top 12. That's the thing that we've been fighting for this entire week.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the top 12 teams you'll be witnessing in the upcoming week is going to be the teams. I'm going to read it from the bottom. At the 12th position, we have got Gyan Gaming, who did fight it out hard, and they're going to have smiles on their face for doing so, as K9 are not far away from that of RNX. Both these teams were almost colliding to push each other off. GG Instance as well have done a good job. God's Reign, Godlike, Fireeyes Gaming, Total Gaming, Reckoning Esports, Team in the Aerobots, and at the tippity top, 208 points with 133 eliminations. It's going to be OGxTSG.
Congratulations to all the 12 teams who made it to the next week. These guys will get to play 3 days back to back. And on each of those days, 2 of those teams will get a direct ticket to the grand finals. Meanwhile, teams like Metaninza and Revenant XSpark, these guys will be joining us a day later. And then, while Metaninza and Revenant XSpark appear on Friday, we will have Team Tamilas and Vingod playing on Saturday. And finally, 4N's Esports and EMZ will get one last chance on Sunday next week. So make sure that you don't miss the action, because these teams, they desperately need your support.
Absolutely. Now, I don't know why Metaninza are placed on the 13th position. What went wrong for this team? Such good momentum was maintained by them, and all of a sudden we see them just getting completely suppressed because Gyan Gaming, they shifted the gears. Godlike, look at them, where they were at the 14th or the 15th position, unable to move. They jumped to the 7th position. All it took was one game and a bit of consistency before that.
Yeah, and even with consistency being questioned, Godlike Esports get one massive game which propels them from the 14th to the 7th spot. Metaninza also had a similar game at the start of the day. They started off with a booyah, and I thought that would be enough to carry them over to the other side, carry them into the top 12. But by getting eliminated several times very early on, Metaninza, they failed by just a few points. Revenant XSpark though, what happened to them? They even had a booyah, and while they don't have as many eliminations, their placement points put them in the top 3 consistently. And despite all of that, they fall short.
I don't understand. Look at that. They've got 69 placement points, which is much better than any team until the top 3. Or rather, the top 2 teams are the only 2 teams. Total Gaming, yes, they've got 71, but the next best team who had got good placement points is going to be Revenant XSpark with 69. And because of that lack in firepower or not able to convert those 4v4s, that is the reason why we find them at the 14th position. Team Tamilas, a good jump if you ask me, from the 18th spot to the 15th, even though it came in a very late position. I still like that, they have woken up, because this is the time for them to prove themselves that they were worthy of getting picked up by such a big name.
True that. Is there any one particular team which really stood out for you in this entire week? I would say that for me, Esports was the surprise element which came out of nowhere. I mean, in the group stage, we saw them dominate on a single day, and we were like, okay, fine, this is a weak lobby, maybe they can dominate them. And then they got picked up by Esports. They got clanned up, they got ogged up, and then they still continue to dominate in the knockout stages as well, where the lobby is definitely tougher. In my opinion, that was the best discovery of this tournament so far.
For me, the second best has to be Fireeyes Gaming, because these are also one of those teams. They were under a lot of pressure. When you look at the groups being played also, I was expecting them to kind of succumb to the pressure, but they were able to somehow kind of maintain that momentum. And not only that, whenever given an opportunity, they did not shy away from taking fights, due to which, they were also able to come up at the very tippity top. So them being at the 4th position for me is like equivalent to being in the top 3 of the overall standing.
Yeah, and that is amazing. Fireeyes Gaming as well as Esports have definitely proven that they are no longer underdogs. They started off as people who were doubted by everybody. They started off as underdogs who everybody cheered for, but in deep inside their hearts, people didn't believe in them enough. Yeah. And now I think they have definitely earned everybody's trust. They have earned everybody's confidence. And maybe they've even earned a few fans. I know that I am one for sure.
I'm hoping to see such teams actually make it through in the first or the second week itself, because once these names head in over there, it's so much better for the community as well. I've not seen many teams who come in from the scratch and make it into the grand finals of the very first tournament they play. And if they're able to do that, that's a huge kudos for these 2 teams.
Indeed. But now let's head to the interview
of that day को, और स्वागत है iQOO OGxTSG का. कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस गाइस, क्या प्ले करा है, कमाल का प्ले करा है. एंड अगेन मैं आईबी की तरफ आऊंगा, उनसे मैं सबसे पहले जानना चाहूंगा, पर आप लोगों से रिएक्शन लेना चाहूंगा. कैसा फील हो रहा है टीम ऑफ द डे बनकर? कल चूक गए थे कुछ अंकों से, पर आज वो फासला पार कर दिया.
बोलो. ये तो मजा है भाई, टॉगल टेक करके. यहाँ इस लेजेंड ने बहुत अच्छी रेटिंग करी.
क्या बात है यहाँ पे.
टाइम से अपन थकते हुए आ रहे हैं, तो अब थोड़ा अच्छा खेले तो अच्छा ही लग रहा है.
नाइस. देखिए लेजेंड, देखिए मैं जानता हूँ लेजेंड के लिए और पूरी टीम के लिए ये बहुत ज़्यादा इमोशनल मोमेंट है, बिकॉज वी नो कि आप लोगों ने काफ़ी ऐसे भी फेज से गुजरे हैं जहाँ पे काफ़ी ज़्यादा निराशाएं हाथ लगी थी, बट
यू गाइज आर रियल वॉरियर। मेरे हिसाब से आप लोगों ने जिस तरीके से कमबैक्स किए, बात करें अगर तेज FFMIC 2025 की, वहां पे लीग स्टेज में आप लोग नहीं पहुंच पाए थे, और अभी अगर हम वापस से करंट टाइम में वी नो की नॉकआउट स्टेज में सभी 18 टीमों में से आपने टेबल टॉप किया, नंबर 1 टीम बने हैं वीक 1 की, और इसके साथ साथ टीम ऑफ द डे भी बने। तो कैसा फील हो रहा है लेजेंड आपको?
मतलब बढ़िया ही हो रहा है फील। लास्ट टाइम जो हमने गलती की इस बार वो इम्प्रूव करा है और ट्रस्ट किया एक दूसरे को, एक दूसरे की एबिलिटीज पे, तो उसी का जो है अभी रिजल्ट मिला हमको।
क्या बात है, रिजल्ट मिला है एंड काफी कमाल का प्ले करा है। आई थिंक सो आयुष, जिनका सेलिब्रेशन सबसे ज्यादा आइकॉनिक रहा, जिस तरीके से बूया निकालने के बाद उन्होंने सेलिब्रेट करा। आयुष एक बार दोबारा से जर्सी दिखा दीजिए, वो लोगो दिखा दीजिए सबको कि आज तो आपका दिन है। देखिए ये लोगो काफी प्यारा है। एंड मैं एक और चीज आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा लेजेंड, आपसे ही मेरा सवाल है। आई थिंक सो मेरी इस बारे में पंडित से तो बात हुई है पास्ट में, कोच कौन है टीम का? क्योंकि जिस तरीके से आप लोगों ने जो चेंज करा है ना अपना प्ले स्टाइल, आई स्टिल रिमेंबर आपका प्ले स्टाइल था घुसो, मारो, एलिमिनेट करो और फिर उसके बाद वापस मत आओ, आगे बढ़ जाओ। पर आज के टाइम पे टीम आगे जाती है, सिचुएशन समझती है, फिर उसके बाद पीछे आती है, उसके बाद बूया की तरफ जाती है। कल भी आपने ये करा है, आज के दिन में भी कोशिश करी है। कौन है कोच, कैसे हो रही है चीजें?
कोच मतलब ऐसे टीम का नहीं, मेरे को पर्सनल कोचिंग कर रहा है ऋतिक। मतलब जैसे हमारा कुछ भी दिन खत्म होता है, मैचेस खत्म होते हैं, तो हम आपस में डिस्कस करते हैं और कैसा है अभी मैं मतलब एक बार हम मारते हैं तो मारते चले जाते हैं। तो अभी मेरे को थोड़ा डर लगता है कि अगर मैं सेम किया तो फिर मेरे को गाली पड़ेगी, तो मैं अभी चुपचाप जोन में बिठा देता हूँ।
क्या बात
चेंज हो चुका है।
देखिए लेजेंड विनो की अभी जो चल रहा है फेज, ये वीक 1 था। यहाँ पे जो आपका गोल था वो तो टेबल टॉप करने ही का था, सिर्फ उस दिन के लिए नहीं बल्कि ओवरऑल वीक में भी। बट आगे आपको पता है कि वीक 2 की जब बात करेंगे तो वहाँ पे पोडियम फिनिश करना पड़ेगा, या तो फर्स्ट या तो सेकंड, तभी आप क्वालिफाई करोगे। तो अभी जो आपका प्लेइंग स्टाइल है, मतलब हमने देखा था पास में आपका एग्रेशन तो बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा था, लेकिन होल्ड थोड़ा सा कम करते थे। बट अभी पूरा एकदम न्यूट्रल गेम चलता है, जहाँ पे रश करना होता है आप वहाँ पे रश करते हो, जहाँ पे थोड़ा सा हॉल्ड लेना होता है वहाँ पे हॉल्ड भी ले रहे हो। तो अगर हम वीक 2 की बात करें तो वहाँ पे क्या स्ट्रैटेजी रहेगी? जो अभी तक रही है यही रहेगी या फिर कुछ बदलाव देखने को मिल सकता है?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ बदलाव नहीं देखेंगे हम। मतलब ऐसे कुछ भी डिस्कस नहीं कर रहे हैं मैचेस से पहले। जैसे जैसे गेम जा रहा है वैसे हम उसमें डिसीजन खुद ही ले रहे हैं ऑन द स्पॉट। तो पहले से सोच के कुछ जाएंगे नहीं, क्योंकि बहुत बार ऐसे सोच के गए हैं, बहुत चीज़ें करके गए हैं, स्ट्रेटेजाइज करके गए हैं, बट कुछ काम नहीं आता है। जो मैच चालू रहता है उसमें हम सब फोकस करके खेलते हैं।
ओके। और एक चीज़ और मैं पूछना चाहूँगा कि अभी देखिए अर्जुन की स्नाइपिंग के ऊपर क्या राय रहेगी यहाँ पे, आयुष की, क्रिश की, लेजेंड की? बिकॉज देखिए पास में हमें पता है कि सिद्धार्थ एज अ स्नाइपर थे आपकी टीम में, अभी अर्जुन है। तो अर्जुन में यहाँ पे क्या क्या क्वालिटीज हैं, उसके ऊपर आपके क्या वर्ड्स रहने वाले?
क्वालिटीज तो लाइक हमको अर्जुन पे ट्रस्ट है बहुत ज़्यादा कि हमारा स्नाइपर दूसरी टीम के स्नाइपर से बेटर है। तो हमारा मतलब पीछे का जो भी बैकबोन मान सकते हो टीम की, सब बढ़िया ही कवर वगैरह, मतलब हम ट्रस्ट कर सकते हैं कि अर्जुन है तो हम आराम से घुस जाओ, वो बचा भी देगा और कवर भी दे देगा और सब डैमेज बंदे ही होंगे हमारे सामने।
क्या बात है। देखिए अर्जुन के साथ तो वैसे मैंने पर्सनल भी खेला है, उनका शॉर्ट रेंज भी काफी अच्छा है, इनका लॉन्ग रेंज भी काफी अच्छा है, मिड रेंज पे बच्चा खेल लेते हैं, रिलायबिलिटी है काफी ज्यादा पूरी टीम के। अच्छा आपने भी खेला है चलिए हम दोनों ने खेला अर्जुन के साथ, हमने देखा उनका प्ले। पर मैं जानना चाहूंगा क्रिश से भी। क्रिश, आज के दिन में आपने काफी बार ऐसे क्लचेस करे जहां पे बहुत जरूरी थे वो क्लचेस, पर मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि ओवरऑल अभी तक टीम के अंदर आइजिलिंग आप देख रहे हो कि लेजेंड की होने वाली है, रोल भी थोड़े थोड़े शिफ्ट हुए हैं, थोड़े थोड़े ओवरऑल चीजें चेंज हुई हैं, आपके ऊपर किस तरीके से प्रेशर चेंज हुआ है? कोई प्रेशर रिलीव हुआ है पहले से या फिर अब ज्यादा जिम्मेदारी लगती है?
ना, पहले से तो बहुत ईजी हो गया है क्योंकि लेजेंड आजकल बहुत बढ़िया खिलाते हैं, जहाँ जाना होता है वहीं बताते हैं, जहाँ बैकअप करना होता है वहाँ टाइम से हम फोन पकड़ लेते हैं और अर्जुन बैकअप ले आई और आयुष साथ में, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
इसमें कुछ था, कुछ अंदर चल रहा है, क्या चल रहा है अंदर?
कुछ
चल यही रहा है कि क्रिश वो अक्सर बोलते नहीं, और अभी क्रिश इस तरीके से खुल के बोल रहा था तो सबको लग रहा है कि भाई ये क्रिश इतना अच्छा कैसे बोलता है भाई, हम लोग के सामने तो ऐसे नहीं बोला
बट वी नो कि आप लोग के सामने तो अलग ही फन चलता है क्रिश के साथ. बाय द वे बहुत अच्छा लगा यहाँ पे iQOO OGxTSG की ये वापसी देखकर. आई फील कि ऐसा ही आप आगे भी परफॉर्म करें. बट लेजेंड आयुष, क्रिश, अर्जुन सभी से एक सवाल रहेगा कि आप अपने फैंस, अपने सपोर्टर्स के लिए क्या कहना चाहेंगे. हाँ, पंडित के लिए भी. मैं पंडित को कैसे भूल गया. आज पंडित की परफॉर्मेंस तो टॉप नॉच रही थी.
फैंस को बस वही है कि आपने इतने टाइम से हमको सपोर्ट किया था, तो अब हमारी तरफ से ये है आपके लिए खुशियाँ, और होप्स हम आगे भी देते रहें.
क्या बात.
यस,
देखिए खुशियाँ आती रहेंगी एंड खुशियाँ आएंगी भी, क्योंकि अब तो आप डायरेक्टली आपका वीक 2 Day 1 खेलने वाले. वैसे मैं जानना चाहूंगा कुछ स्पेशल प्लान्स हैं, क्योंकि देखिए iQOO OGxTSG ऐसी टीम है जिनके ड्रॉप क्लैशेस भी कई जगहों पे हैं, कई सारे मल्टीपल मैप्स में है एंड मल्टीपल टीम्स के साथ क्लैशेस हैं. कोई स्पेशल प्लान जो लगता है कि आई थिंक सो रिवील तो आप नहीं करेंगे, फिर भी आप बता रहे हैं कि गो विद द फ्लो, सुगियो फ्लोक्सो एक बड़ी टीम का भी ये टाइटल होने वाला है, पर गो विद द फ्लो कोई स्पेशल प्लानिंग जो लग रहा है कि वीक 2 में हमने दिखानी पड़ेगी, कुछ ऐसा जो आपने प्लान कर रखा हो, या फिर वीक 2 में हम लोग थोड़ा प्ले स्टाइल में चेंजेस देख सकते हैं, या फिर सेम प्ले स्टाइल देखेंगे हम लोग?
नहीं, वही गो विद द फ्लो, और ड्रॉप्स तो हम बदलेंगे नहीं, क्योंकि आज से पहले हमने बहुत बड़ी स्टेज पे अच्छे टूर्नामेंट्स में ड्रॉप्स बदल के देखा है, बट हमको आउटपुट नहीं मिलता है वो सबसे. तो भले मरेंगे तो उसी ड्रॉप पे मरेंगे, और मारेंगे तो भी उसी ड्रॉप पे मारेंगे.
एक क्वेश्चन है मेरा, एक छोटा सा क्वेश्चन है इसके बाद. कौन सा ऐसा ड्रॉप क्लैश है जो आपको सबसे इजी पड़ता है? मल्टीपल मैप्स में आपके मल्टीपल ड्रॉप पॉइंट्स हैं, मल्टीपल ड्रॉप क्लैशेस हैं, पर कौन सा ऐसा ड्रॉप क्लैश है जो सबसे इजी होता है आपके लिए निकालना?
अल्पाइन में स्नोफॉल पे हम इजी मार देते हैं कोई भी आता है तो.
और इन जनरल कौन उतरता है वहाँ?
अभी तो लॉबी में शायद कोई नहीं उतर रहा है, बट जैसे अगर आते हैं तो मार देते हैं हम.
औरा नाम मेरा है, औरा फार्मिंग ये कर रहे हैं पूरी लॉबी के ऊपर.
विंड पॉप है यहाँ पे सभी के अंदर, बहुत ही बढ़िया. अल्पाइन में आई थिंक स्नोफॉल जिस तरीके से कैप्चर करते हैं, काफी बढ़िया प्ले रहता है आपका. और देखिए TSG की बात करें, iQOO OGxTSG की, डेफिनेटली क्लैशेस के लिए तो ये जाने ही जाते हैं. चाहे आप ब्राजीलिया की बात कर लो, चाहे आप स्नोफॉल की बात कर लो. आई मीन बहुत ही बढ़िया आपने खेला भी आज. एंड थैंक यू सो मच टू द टीम. बहुत शुक्रिया ज्वाइन करने के लिए भी. एंड वी विश कि आप आगे भी ऐसे ही परफॉर्म करते रहे. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग.
Thank you.
Interesting. When they were asked who would you like to face in a drop clash, or where do you think you dominate in a drop clash, they said they loved dropping into Alpine, and they named their point of interest. They didn't name a particular team.
That's a statement for itself. That's a statement for itself, if you see, in a way. It's like no matter who it is, where the whole community, we can see one set of people say that, these guys, these are just free eliminations for us. Whereas on the other side, other people try to come and say that, you know what, eliminations, you guys have to watch out for War Weekend team. Yeah, exactly. So when you have all such things taking place, they say that everybody in this lobby are equal for us. So we might be able to take them down. Nonetheless, a big update for you guys. Just make sure you remember this. The next week, you'll be able to see us start the action at 3:30 p.m. itself.
Yeah. We're going to be starting 2 hours early, so make sure that you remember that. I mean, if you can't remember that, then why don't you just click subscribe on this channel and hit the bell icon so that you never miss whenever we go live. It's as easy as that. And that's it for today. That's it for this week. Keep in mind that next week is the second week of the knockout stage, which means the teams will be cycled in every single day, and every single day 2 of these teams not only have a chance to win 10,000 rupees, but also to get 2 spots in the grand finals, which will allow them to completely skip week 3 and prepare directly for the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. Week 2 is going to be coming soon, and that is going to be way more chaotic and way more energetic than whatever you have seen so far. And that is a promise. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to bid adieu, and we will see you again next week. Have a great weekend.
Understand, ay, we on overtime, you don't need to understand, ay. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing, don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat in submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance, they coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk like the show. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling. They already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand. Ay, we on overtime, you don't need to understand. Ay, you just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play it safe.
Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get right. Cause it can get right. Cause it can get right.
Friend Bentley, Lego. Why they be down the boy? Tell them it's part of the plan. I'm just the underdog feeding them slaps. The gains in the palm of my hand. Whoa, they want me to fail, this is personal. They sleeping on me, this is perjury. You make it, nobody else heard it. You tell them that the prep to be for the surgery. Killing it, they ain't gotta gas me up. Do it myself, I'm drilling it. How many times did they pass me up? I'm cool, can't walk on my shoes, I'm kicking it. Wanna jump in cause they see that it's working. Grow from the L's, they see wins on the surface. Flaunting my wins, I do it on purpose. Playing with you till you down to the circus. One time for the yellow dogs, 2 times till they doubted me. You know I did it for my mama and them. Only people know who proud of me. Now I'm getting where I gotta be. Everybody want me take off. You brought the beast from inside of me. I bet on myself and it paid off.
They wanna hold me back, I said they must be joking. Look at me cool and calm, collected, yeah, I'm coasting. You ain't stop me, yeah, I got some motion. I got some motion.
Been running this since I popped in.
Y'all know me, I'm locked in.
One hand on the game, one hand on the street.
Gotta get it out the mud, no problem to me.
Keep on rocking, tell them this is heavy metal. My baby's watching, let them know I never settle.
And you know I got the keys to the wheel, hand on the wheel when I'm driving this.
I spend a couple bands on my wrist, just to show them that my time ain't free as a gift. Show them that I'm clocked in, I know that they watch it. Thank God I bet it on me, cause I ain't had much options. I gotta go ahead, show them. I cannot miss and I aim for the top of my brothers. I know that I gotta go get it by any means. I cannot lose, that's word of my mother. Give me respect and give me a check. I'm about to put on and get back to the bro. Cause if I'm winning and they winning too, that is the law, can't switch on the code.
They wanna hold me back, I said they must be joking. Look at me cool and calm, collected, yeah, I'm coasting. You ain't stop me, yeah, I got some motion. I got some motion.
They wanna hold me back, I said you must be joking. And I ain't missing none of my shots, don't leave me open.
They ain't stop me, nah, I got some motion. I got some motion.
They wanna hold me back, I said you must be joking.
Look at me cool and calm, collected, yeah, I'm coasting.
They ain't stop me now, I got some motion. I got some motion, okay.
Take my spot before they take me to the grave. Swear it's been too long, yeah, I can't recall your name. I've been working so hard, I'm just trying to get away. Tell me what you doing, won't you tell me where you been? If you got an issue, we can go and solve it then. I've been making M's, got this money I'ma spend. Ain't seen you at the start, you ain't coming to the end. Yeah, we been going way up, yeah, we like the view. Ride